there as required, and that they went and filed a petition, and as the court was about to consider it, the Muslim side, they rustled up some lawyers and they filed a petition saying that this is not maintainable by the court and therefore should be dismissed. So that is what was taken up, and that's what the result is about today. That the court has found that there is no merit in the demand that the petitions seeking permission to pray inside the Gyanvapi mosque area to Lord Shiva is something that has to be looked at by this court. So the court has not given them permission to do so, but they have agreed to examine it and see whether it can be done. Now this thing comes together with a recent Supreme Court judgment, Supreme Court agreeing to see to hear my petition on the whether the 1991 act which was passed, Places of Worship Act, where except for Ram Janmabhoomi, all the other temples and mosques and so on were to be frozen, and as of 15th August 1947. Now that meant that Kashi Vishwanath and Mathura Krishna Janmabhoomi got frozen. They are actually under Muslim occupation. They are in fact under after demolition. There's a mosque there which is standing, and this naturally upset a lot of Hindus. So some of us and I went immediately to the court and I filed a writ petition saying that it should be struck down or read down to include not only Ram Mandir, Ram Janmabhoomi, but also include for consideration the Kashi Vishwanath Gyanvapi Mandir and the Mathura Rama Krishna Janmabhoomi Mandir as exempt from the act, or the act has to be struck down. Now that matter was heard and is now going to be heard again on October 11th. And in that context, there is now both these outcomes in the two courts has created an atmosphere that the whole thing has got defrozen, because people thought after the Ram Mandir matter everything's got frozen. It's not so, at least as far as these two are concerned. Now why these two very important as opposed to 40,000 temples which have been demolished during the Muslim period? Because these are non-replicable temples. You can have a Ram temple in somewhere in Hyderabad and somebody demolishes it, you can rebuild it in some other place also. But as far as the Ram Janmabhoomi is concerned, that's where Ram was born, there's no other place. As far as Krishna Janmabhoomi's temple is concerned, that is the only one place on which a masjid is standing. And Kashi Vishwanath is the only place where Shiva came down and planted the Jyotirling. So these become extremely important, and that is why the whole subject has got opened and has become so important.
We're getting in news from Telangana, Secunderabad. A fire broke out in a lodge and 6 have been reported dead and many fear trapped. Now the rescue operation is underway. We're looking at those visuals on your screens right now. Massive fire in Secunderabad. Now 6 are dead and we've been told that the rescue operation is underway. Many have been, several have been trapped, in fact. This is the news that we're getting in from Secunderabad, where a fire has broken out, and it is being reported that many have been fear-trapped and 6 are dead. The rescue operation is currently underway. In those visuals as well, we can see how the fire has broken out, and it has engulfed the entire section of the building as well. It looks like the basement has caught fire, resulting in thick smoke that we can see in the visuals. These are the visuals coming in from Telangana's Secunderabad, where 6 are dead and several have been trapped, and rescue operations underway. News in brief. NI announces cash reward 2 lakhs against an absconding accused Shaheem Ahmed in connection with Umesh Kole murder case. Now, Shaheem Ahmed Feroz, a resident of Zakir Colony in Amravati, has been on the run since the case was registered. Deputy Chief Minister of the state Devendra Fadnavis and Speaker of the Maharashtra Legislative Assembly Rahul Narvekar leaves for Russia for 2 events: inauguration of the statue of Democrat Anubhav Sate and unveiling of the oil painting. Pakistani users proliferated the hate messages against bowler Arshdeep Singh and were also involved in tampering with his Wikipedia page as soon as he dropped a catch off the Pakistani batsman Asif Ali in the crucial India-Pakistan match of the Asia Cup 2022. This has been confirmed and researched by Digital Forensics Research and Analytics Centre. Aiming to elevate the suffering and instill confidence in parents in dealing with differently abled children, a model named as Early Intervention Centre Prayas has been established at Army Hospital in the national capital. The Early Intervention Centre is a comprehensive state-of-the-art facility which is dedicated to children with special needs. The centre was inaugurated in the presence of General Manoj Pandey, the Chief of the Army Staff at the Army Hospital. Involvement of the terrorist activities of the D-gang in Mumbai's real estate market have come to light as the video was accessed to previously arrested Dawood aide Salim Fruit threatening real estate developers. We're getting in news right now. IED has been recovered in Haryana's Kaital near Deban village. 1.5 kg of explosives with 1 detonator, battery with capacity of 9 volt and a metal box was also recovered is what we're learning. Now the IED diffused via controlled explosion shortly after it was recovered, and Haryana STF informed local police about the IED. Investigation is underway. Now this is the news that we're having that is coming in at the moment regarding IED being recovered in Haryana's Kaital. What we understand so far in this is that 1.5 kg explosive with 1 detonator, 1 battery with capacity of 9 volt and 1 metal box has been recovered as well. Now the IED diffused with controlled explosion. Haryana STF informed the local police about the IED, and we are learning so far that the investigation is underway. Now this is in Haryana's Kaital where the IED has been recovered. This is near the Deban village of the Kaital district where 1.5 kg explosive with 1 detonator. Kaital's SP Maqsood Ahmed, let's listen in.
हमें अभी एसटीएफ के माध्यम से ये सूचना प्राप्त हुई कि यहाँ पे हो सकता है कि एक संदिग्ध कोई एक आइटम है जिसमें कि संभावना है कि कोई विस्फोटक पदार्थ हो सकता है। तो उसके लिए अभी हमने हमारी मधुबन से जो हमारी बॉम्ब डिटेक्शन बॉम्ब डिस्पोजल टीम होती है उसको बुलाया है, और एक बार वो टीम यहाँ आ जाएगी, वो फिर एक बार इसको इंस्पेक्ट करेगी, उसके बाद ही कुछ पता चलेगा क्या आगे।
तो सर लोकेशन क्या है इसकी?
ये हमारा तीतरम थाने के अंदर ये देवबंद कैंची चौक के नाम से जाना जाती है जगह, और यहाँ पे ये पदार्थ हो।
सर पता कैसे लगा? सूचना कहाँ से आई सर?
हमारे पास एसटीएफ के माध्यम से सूचना आई है, और एसटीएफ को जो भी है
एसटीएफ कहाँ की है सर?
STF अभी अम्बाला है हमारी, जो यहाँ पे आए हैं उनके इंस्पेक्टर आए हैं, उन्होंने ये सूचना
बताया जा रहा है सर, किसी आरोपी ने पूछताछ में बताया सर।
थाने की पूरी फोर्स है, हमारे DSP हैं, मैं भी यहाँ मौके पे देखने के लिए आया हूँ। हमने पूरे एरिया को अभी कॉर्डन ऑफ कर दिया है कि उसकी तरीके से कि जब तक कि ये टीम आकर के और उसका निरीक्षण करेगी और उसके बाद ही कुछ पता चलेगा कि क्या है और उसके बाद स्थिति स्पष्ट होगी।
We're slipping into a short break right now, but on the other side, Enforcement Directorate issues fresh summons to Abhishek Banerjee's sister-in-law in the coal scam case. Special court to hear Satyendra Jain's bail plea, who's in the dock in the graft case.
At Amity, we believe students should have an all-round exposure. The Study Abroad program gives students the option to do 5 weeks or more at any of the Amity campuses across the world in cities like New York, San Francisco, London, Melbourne, Dubai, Singapore, etc. A truly unique opportunity only at Amity.
Good evening and welcome, viewers. It's great to see you this Monday. Tonight, viewers, I will prove that not only is Asaduddin Oasi fear-mongering, I will prove that he is outrightly lying with a singular intention of provoking the Muslim community in India on what is a simple and clear verdict on the Muslim side's plea in the Gyanvapi case. Asaduddin Oasi has to be stopped from lying. Viewers, Oasi has to be stopped from lying because he's making comparisons to Babri, when in this case, neither legally and certainly not illegally, formally or informally, voluntarily or involuntarily, is there a slightest possibility of any structure being demolished. So there is no comparison to Babri possible. My dear viewers, all that the Hindu side is asking for is respect. Only respect. Respect for their deities. Respect for their devotion to their gods. Respect for their right to worship. Is this respect, just respect, too much to ask for in a country that claims to be secular? Viewers, has a single Hindu in this case asked for anything more than restoring the right to pray that they had and that they have had? Nothing new. Where's the logic here? If they could pray to their gods for decades and centuries, then what is the logic in taking away that right overnight? Do gods disappear? Do deities vanish? And viewers, does devotion that stems from your heart for your own gods evaporate? It doesn't. It never does, and it never will. So this case, in my view, is a test of Indian secularism. For all those who claim to be secular should first ask themselves whether the practice and not just the definition of Indian secularism excludes the equal rights of the Hindu community. So tonight, viewers, please join me as I expose the malicious malintent of politicians like Oasi, for whom the law is an inconvenience when it doesn't suit his politics. That is not secular, viewers. It's not even pseudo-secular. Mr. Oasi, that's plainly opportunistic. And if you have the courage, Mr. Oasi, face me on a one-on-one. Then we'll talk.
Rahul Gandhi has started his yatra all the way from Kanyakumari, has now reached Thiruvananthapuram.
ये काशी विश्वनाथ मंदिर का 4 नंबर गेट है, लगातार सिक्योरिटी यहाँ पर बढ़ती जा रही है.
Big victory for the Hindu side because the court has said that this particular petition by the Hindu side is maintainable.
Welcome back. The Varanasi Districts and Sessions Court upheld the maintainability of the Hindu side's petition in the Gyanvapi Mosque complex case. as the petitioners rejoice, hailing it as a first step toward upholding their faith to pray in the complex. There are a few trying to fearmonger like Oasi. Here's a report.
Cheers and celebrations. Sweets, songs and festivities.
क्योंकि आज काशी वासियों की, आज पूरे सनातन धर्म की, आज हिंदुओं की बहुत बड़ी जीत है। हर हर महादेव।
बहुत शानदार गा रही हैं आप। कौन सा
मान पूर्णा बेरो बाबा, रहा न कोई बाकी, कि बम बम बोल रहा है काशी, कि बम बम बोल रहा है काशी। हर हर महादेव।
The Varanasi District Court order on Gyanvapi Mosque and Gauri Shringar Mandir was a sort of a long-awaited reprieve for the faithfuls. When the District Court Judge Ajay Krishna Vishwesh upheld the plea by the 5 petitioners in the case, announcing that the plea to worship inside Gyanvapi Mosque is maintainable in the court of law and is not barred by Places of Worship Act. And though the verdict is not final and there's a long way to go before the petitioner could actually pray inside the complex, it has raised many hopes.
I welcome the judgment of District Judge Varanasi dismissing the objections of Muslims that Hindus should not be permitted to worship there. As a matter of fact, once Hindu idols are there, Hindus are legally entitled to worship.
बाबा से आशीर्वाद मांगा है कि आगे की लड़ाई के लिए हमारा मार्ग प्रशस्त करें।
एक चीज आप कह रहे थे कि कुछ लोग इसमें अड़चन डाल रहे हैं, क्या कहेंगे आप? अड़चन
की कोई अड़चन नहीं है, हम तो लीगली अपनी बात कर रहे हैं। लीगली कोर्ट ने आज एप्लीकेशन रिजेक्ट की मुस्लिम पक्ष की, अब आगे सारे लीगल आर्गुमेंट्स कोर्ट के सामने रखे जाएंगे।
And there are mixed reactions. Some want to maintain calm.
मैं कोर्ट के फैसले का स्वागत करता हूं और मुझे ही नहीं, सभी को कोर्ट के फैसले का स्वागत करना चाहिए। देखिए, पिटीशन फाइल करने के लिए, अपील करने के लिए कहीं भी कोई स्वतंत्र है, लेकिन कोर्ट का फैसला है, सभी को मान्य होना चाहिए। अच्छा तो ये रहता कि वो हाई कोर्ट नहीं जाते और कोर्ट के फैसले के आधार पर आगे की कार्रवाई होती।
Some are cautious.
इंतजामिया कमेटी की तरफ से ये दरखास्त पड़ी थी कि जो मुकदमा दाखिल हुआ है वो चलने योग्य नहीं है। हाँ,
तो आगे क्या आप लोगों का स्टेप रहेगा?
वो दरखास्त जो इंतजामिया कमेटी की खारिज हुई है उसके खिलाफ इंतजामिया जाएगी हाई कोर्ट में, बस।
And some are openly trying to create a rift.
आज के ऑर्डर के बाद ऐसा लगता है कि फिर अब ये लिटिगेशन शुरू हो जाएगा इन तमाम इश्यूज के ऊपर और हम दोबारा 80 और 90 के दहे में वापस जा रहे हैं। फिर इससे अगर खुदा ना खास्ता अगर हम 80 और 90 के दहे में वापस चले जाएंगे तो ये हर जगह पर एक डिस्टेबलाइजिंग इफेक्ट पैदा हो जाएगा। तो ये हम तो उम्मीद कर रहे थे कि कोर्ट इस तरह के इश्यूज को, जैसे अंग्रेजी में कहते हैं कि दे विल निप इट इन इट्स बट, मगर अब लगता है कि इस तरह का लिटिगेशन अगर आगे बढ़ेगा तो फिर ये उसी रास्ते पर जा रहा है जो बाबरी मस्जिद का लीगल इशू गया था।
With diverse reactions, multiple arguments and several viewpoints of the court verdict, the narrative by the lobby on Gyanvapi seemed to have misfired. Will all parties adhere to the rule of law? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Well, that's all we have for you in this edition of This Morning. But on World This Morning, the other side, the UK's former Queen's coffin makes it to London after ceremony at Edinburgh. Russia continues to bombard Kharkiv despite pulling back from the Ukrainian city. All of this and much more on the other side. Stay tuned.
At Amity, we believe students should have an all-round exposure. The Study Abroad program gives students the option to do 5 weeks or more at any of the Amity campuses across the world in cities like New York, San Francisco, London, Melbourne, Dubai, Singapore, etc. A truly unique opportunity only at Amity.
The NIA carrying out raids across 50 locations in different parts of North India. These raids are being carried out in Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan and the Delhi NCR region in cases that have been registered against various gangs or believed to be operating in the north. These gangs, of course, are also connected to extortion rackets, drug peddling and other organized crime activities.
Rahul Gandhi has started his yatra all the way from Kanyakumari, has now reached Thiruvananthapuram.
ये काशी विश्वनाथ मंदिर का 4 नंबर गेट है। लगातार सिक्योरिटी यहाँ पर बढ़ती जा रही है।
Big victory for the Hindu side because the court has said that this particular petition by the Hindu side is maintainable.
Rahul Gandhi has started his yatra all the way from Kanyakumari, has now reached Thiruvananthapuram. There is a cavalcade of people. There are about 20 vehicles which are all proceeding before his Padayatra that you can see. Along with Rahul Gandhi, you could also see some of the key Congress members.
सोनाली फोगाट केस स्टेट गवर्नमेंट हैज डिसाइडेड टू हैंड ओवर द केस टू सेंट्रल ब्यूरो ऑफ इन्वेस्टिगेशन।
जैसे जैसे यहाँ पर वक्त बढ़ता जा रहा है, हलचल वाराणसी कोर्ट के बाहर बहुत तेज होती जा रही है।
उत्तर प्रदेश के सभी 75 जिलों को आज आने वाले फैसले को लेकर के अलर्ट पर रखा गया है। लखनऊ कमिश्नर खुद एक फ्लैग मार्च को हेड कर रहे हैं और इसके साथ साथ तकरीबन 10 थानों की जो फोर्स है वो उनके साथ यहाँ पर चल रही है। पुलिस के साथ साथ जो आरआरएफ के जो जवान हैं वो भी जो लखनऊ के संवेदनशील इलाके हैं, चौक से लेकर के नखास होते हुए बाजार खाला तक जो रास्ता जाता है वहां तक ये फ्लैग मार्च निकलना है।
बड़ा फैसला ज्ञानवापी को लेकर सामने आया है, यानी इस पूरे विवाद पर सुनवाई जारी रहेगी।
मुस्लिम पक्ष अब इस पूरे मामले को लेकर हाई कोर्ट का रुख करेगा।
People who are coming here to offer prayers are saying that very soon their sentiments would be respected and a grand temple would be constructed.
Big victory for the Hindu side because the UK's former Queen's coffin makes it to London after ceremony at Edinburgh. Russia continues to bombard Kharkiv despite pulling back from the Ukrainian city. Albania accuses Iran of second cyber attack. Iran refutes the allegations. Thousands protest in Catalonia demanding independence from Spain. Protests erupt in Serbia with demands for LGBTQ rights. Amazon's Jeff Bezos' first Blue Origin rocket experiences its first launch failure. Hello and welcome. You're watching World This Morning. All the news and updates from across the globe here on Republic. I'm Rukma with you. In our top story, the late Queen Elizabeth II's coffin will reach London today amid the lying in state ceremony ahead of the funeral. The coffin will depart from St. Giles's Cathedral and will be flown to London, accompanied by Princess Anne, the Queen's only daughter.
With a heavy heart, the citizens of London will bid adieu to late Queen Elizabeth II during the lying-in state ceremony. Her Majesty the Queen's coffin will depart from St. Giles's Cathedral for Buckingham Palace today. The Queen's coffin will be flown from Edinburgh to London, accompanied by Princess Anne, the Queen's only daughter. The coffin is expected to arrive in London shortly before 7 p.m. as per London time. It will then travel to Buckingham Palace, where it will be met by the King and Camilla and other members of the royal family. A guard of honor found by the King's Guard will receive the coffin, which will be taken to the bow room and watched over by a rota of chaplains. Before returning to London, King Charles and Queen Consort will meet Secretary of State for Northern Ireland along with other party leaders. Her Majesty's coffin will depart in a Royal Air Force aircraft from Edinburgh Airport, arriving into a RAF Northolt. At Edinburgh Airport, the coffin will be conveyed onto the aircraft by a Royal Air Force bearer party, and a guard of honour will be found by the Royal Regiment of Scotland. There will be a royal salute as the coffin arrives. The band of the Royal Regiment of Scotland will also be present on the apron. As the aircraft leaves, the guard of honour will give a final royal salute. The band will play one verse of the national anthem. The guard of honour will present arms on the arrival of coffin and remain in that position until the state hears has departed the airfield. Agency report, Republic TV.
The UK's House of Commons Speaker, Sir Lindsay Hoyle, offered deep sympathy to King Charles III during a ceremony in Westminster Hall in which members of the Parliament offered their condolences. Here's more in our next report. Take a look.
The UK's House of Commons Speaker offered deep sympathy to King Charles III during a ceremony in Westminster Hall. Members of the Parliament also offered their condolences.
Let me repeat our welcome to you and to Her Majesty, the Queen Consorts, on this solemn occasion. Members of both Houses of Parliament gather here to express our deep sympathy.
House of Commons Speaker Hoyle further said that the King would bear his new responsibilities with the fortitude and dignity demonstrated by his mother.
We know you hold the greatest respect, the precious traditions, the freedoms and responsibilities of our unique history and our system of parliamentary governance. We know that you will bear those responsibilities which fall to you with the fortitude, dignity demonstrated by Her late Majesty.
In his speech, Hoyle marked several historic occasions when Elizabeth visited the Houses of Parliament, such as the 50th anniversary of World War II.
On other occasions, our late Queen was here to mark the historic moments, such as the 50th anniversary of the Second World War, a war in which she herself served in the armed forces. And in 1988, we celebrated the 300th anniversary of the revolutions of 1688 to 1689.
The Glorious Revolution permanently established Parliament as the ruling power of the UK and was pivotal in the shift from absolute monarchy to constitutional monarchy. Hundreds of lawmakers crowded in the 1,000-year-old Westminster Hall at the House of Parliament for the service, rich in pageantry, in which the Parliament offered its condolences to the King. The ceremony was held in Westminster Hall because monarchs are not allowed inside the House of Commons. That rule dates from the 17th century when King Charles I tried to enter and arrest lawmakers. Meanwhile, the King also addresses the Westminster condolence meeting. King Charles III addressed lawmakers from both Houses of Parliament in London.
The great bell of Big Ben, one of the most powerful symbols of our nation throughout the world, and housed within the Elizabeth Tower, also named for my mother's Diamond Jubilee, will mark the passage of the late Queen's progress from Buckingham Palace to this Parliament on Wednesday.
Paying tribute to his mother, the King said that she pledged herself to serve the country.
We gather today in remembrance of the remarkable span of the Queen's dedicated service to her nations and peoples. While very young, Her late Majesty pledged herself to serve her country and her people, and to maintain the precious principles of constitutional government which lie at the heart of our nation.
King Charles III and the other members of the royal family attended a memorial service for Queen Elizabeth II at St. Giles Cathedral in Edinburgh on Monday.
We pray for all in our nation that we may live according to the long life, the shining example, the steadfast commitment to duty, the strong faith, and the good humour of our wise and great Queen.
Lined in order of their age, next to Charles walked Princess Anne, the Princess Royal, followed by Princess Andrew, the Duke of York, and Prince Edward, the Earl of Essex.
Pray for wisdom to become worthy stewards of your good gifts. Give to us a constant concern for the earth and all its creatures, a spirit of understanding in our dealings with others.
The coffin of late monarch who passed away peacefully at Balmoral Castle in Scotland on Thursday was draped with Royal Standard of Scotland and dressed with a wreath of white flowers. Thousands lined the route and could be seen periodically clapping and using their mobile phone to capture the historic procession.
I just wanted to be here just to show, you know, the family that we care and to show her last respects, and I can't believe she's dead. I know she was 96, but I cannot believe the Queen's dead. It's just, so I think it'll be a nice, well, no, it's not nice to see a funeral, but I think it'll be a thing I'll always remember.
The coffin will remain at the cathedral until today, so members of the public can pay their respects. Agency report, Republic TV.
King Charles III and other members of the royal family attended a memorial service for Queen Elizabeth II at St. Giles Cathedral in Edinburgh on Monday. Here's more.
The procession carrying the coffin of Queen Elizabeth II arrived at Edinburgh on Monday after leaving the palace of Holyrood House. King Charles III, dressed in an army uniform, and Princess Anne, Prince Andrew and Prince Edward walked behind as the hearse travelled to the cathedral. King Charles III and other members of the royal family attended a memorial service for Queen Elizabeth II at the St. Giles Cathedral at Edinburgh on Monday.
We pray for all in our nation that we may live according to the long life, the shining example, the steadfast commitment to duty, the strong faith, and the good humour of our wise and great Queen.
Lined in order of their age, next to Charles walked Princess Anne, the Princess Royal, followed by Prince Andrew, the Duke of York, and Prince Edward, the Earl of Essex.
Pray for wisdom to become worthy stewards of your good gifts. Give to us a constant concern for the earth and all its creatures, a spirit of understanding in our dealings with others.
The coffin of the late monarch who passed away peacefully at the Balmoral Castle in Scotland on Thursday was draped with the Royal Standard of Scotland and dressed with a wreath of white flowers. As the coffin made its way through the cathedral, the choir sang, "Thou wilt keep him in perfect peace, whose mind is stayed on thee." Thousands lined the route and could be seen periodically clapping and using their mobile phones to capture the historic procession.
I just wanted to be here just to show, you know, the family that we care and to show her last respects, and I can't believe she's dead. I know she was 96, but I cannot believe the Queen's dead. It's just, So I think it'll be a nice, well, no, it's not nice to see a funeral, but I think it'll be a thing I'll always remember.
The coffin will remain at the cathedral until today, so members of the public can pay their respects. Agency report, Republic TV.
And in other international news, a gun salute was fired at Edinburgh Castle for King Charles III. The Queen's coffin will lie at the cathedral for 24 hours, giving members of the public a chance to file past and pay their last respects. The Queen's coffin then will be flown to London, where it will lie in state until the morning of the funeral on September 19th. Violent clashes between police and protesters erupted in several parts of Chile as the nation marked the 49th anniversary of the military coup that overthrew Salvador Allende. A group of protesters in the greater Santiago metropolitan region lit fire barricades, and police attempted to disperse the crowds by using tear gas and water cannons. Hundreds of conservative Muslims marched in Indonesia's capital, Jakarta, demanding that the government revoke its decision to increase fuel prices, which they say will hurt people already reeling from the economic impact of the pandemic. Jalmaghzi has emerged as the worst affected area in Pakistan's Balochistan province from the deadly recent monsoon rains in the impoverished country. Remember, during a special visit to Pakistan, the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres had said that the world is obligated to provide relief to the country. However, the US appears to have misinterpreted that call and is instead refurbishing Pakistan's F-16 fighter aircraft fleet. Iran strongly rejected allegations it was behind a cyber attack against Albania, which last week cut diplomatic ties with Iran and expelled the country's embassy staff over a major cyber attack nearly 2 months ago in its government websites. And moving on to other news stories, in its attempts to regroup, Russia is continuing to target Kharkiv with airstrikes, reporting heavy losses to Ukrainian forces.
Russian Defense Ministry has said that it was continuing striking targets in Kharkiv region, reporting losses on the Ukrainian military side. Spokesman Igor said that enemy losses amounted to 250 servicemen and more than 20 units of military equipment.
Воздушно-космические силы России, ракетные войска и артиллерия продолжают наносить высокоточные удары по подразделениям и резервам Вооруженных сил Украины в Харьковской области. В районах населенных пунктов Купянск и Изюм поражена живая сила и военная техника националистического формирования «Кракен», 113-й бригады территориальной обороны и 93-й механизированной бригады. Потери противника составили до 250 военнослужащих и более 20 единиц военной техники.
In the Kherson region, Igor said that 8 rockets of HIMARS and Wilhelm multiple launch rocket systems were destroyed in the air in the areas of Kakhovka hydroelectric power plant, the settlements of Lyubimovka, Bereslav and Tivriske.
Также уничтожены в воздухе 8 снарядов реактивных систем залпового огня «Хаймарс» и «Альха».
Days after Russian troops pulled out from Kharkiv as Ukrainian forces made significant advances, it has now launched air raids in the region in a bid to cripple the Ukrainian forces. Agency report for Republic TV.
Albania has accused Iran of a second cyber attack. even as Iran has refuted all the allegations. All the details on this and more coming up next here on World This Morning. Stay tuned.
Victory for the Hindu side, because the court has said that this particular petition by the Hindu side is maintainable.
फैसला बहुत अच्छा, कोर्ट का सम्मान करते, कोर्ट ने फैसला दिया है, इसलिए मंदिर हमारा था, मंदिर है।
The Places of Worship Act argument that had been given many times by the Muslim side has been rejected by the court.
The NIA carrying out raids across 50 locations in different parts of North India. These raids are being carried out in Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan and the Delhi NCR region in cases that have been registered against various gangs who are believed to be operating in the north. These gangs, of course, are also connected to extortion rackets, drug peddling and other organized crime activities.
Rahul Gandhi has started his yatra all the way from Kanyakumari, has now reached Thiruvananthapuram.
ये काशी विश्वनाथ मंदिर का 4 नंबर गेट है, लगातार सिक्योरिटी यहाँ पर बढ़ती जा रही है।
Big victory for the Hindu side, because the court has said that this particular petition by the Hindu side is maintainable.
Rahul Gandhi has started his yatra all the way from Kanyakumari, has now reached Thiruvananthapuram. There is a cavalcade of people. There are about 20 vehicles which are all proceeding before his Padayatra that you can see. Along with Rahul Gandhi, you could also see some of the key Congress members.
सोनाली फोगाट केस स्टेट गवर्नमेंट हैज डिसाइडेड टू हैंड ओवर द केस टू सेंट्रल ब्यूरो ऑफ इन्वेस्टिगेशन।
जैसे जैसे यहाँ पर वक्त बढ़ता जा रहा है, हलचल वाराणसी कोर्ट के बाहर बहुत तेज होती जा रही है।
उत्तर प्रदेश के सभी 75 जिलों को आज आने वाले फैसले को लेकर के अलर्ट पर रखा गया है। लखनऊ कमिश्नर खुद एक फ्लैग मार्च को हेड कर रहे हैं और इसके साथ साथ तकरीबन 10 थानों की जो फोर्स है वो उनके साथ यहाँ पर चल रही है। पुलिस के साथ साथ जो आरआरएफ के जो जवान हैं वो भी जो लखनऊ के संवेदनशील इलाके हैं, चौक से लेकर के नखास होते हुए बाजार खाला तक जो रास्ता जाता है वहां तक ये फ्लैग मार्च निकलना है।
बड़ा फैसला ज्ञानवापी को लेकर सामने आया है, यानी इस पूरे विवाद पर सुनवाई जारी रहेगी।
मुस्लिम पक्ष अब इस पूरे मामले को लेकर हाई कोर्ट का रुख करेगा।
People who are coming here to offer prayers are saying that very soon.
And in World This Morning, other news now, a rocket crashed back to Earth shortly after liftoff in the first launch accident for Jeff Bezos' space travel company. But the capsule carrying experiments managed to parachute to safety. We tell you more in our next report.
Jeff Bezos' rocket company suffered its first launch failure. However, no one was aboard the Blue Origin rocket, only science experiments. The rocket veered off course over West Texas about a minute after liftoff. The capsule's launch abort system immediately kicked in, lifting the spacecraft off the top. Several minutes later, the capsule parachuted onto the desert floor. Blue Origin's launch commentator called it an anomaly, but provided no further details.
It appears we've experienced an anomaly with today's flight. This was unplanned and we don't have any details yet, but our crew capsule was able to escape successfully. We'll follow its progress through landing. As you can see, the drogues have deployed and the mains are going to be pulled out next.
It was the 23rd flight for the new Shepard program, named after the first American in space, Mercury astronaut Alan Shepard. It's the same kind of rocket and capsule that Blue Origin uses to send people on a 10-minute ride to the edge of the space. Agency report, Republic TV.
And the UAE national team claimed the first 4 places in stage 2 of the Salalah cycling touron on Monday. We bring you all the details in our next report. Take a look.
The UAE national team claimed the first 4 places in the stage 2 of the Salalah cycling touron. The stage 2 was 75 kilometers long from Al Walid Archaeological Park to the Hajif area.
Today is the second stage of Tour of Salalah, which we started yesterday, and Tour of Salalah is going from strength to strength. Last year we evaluated the first edition, and as you can see, there are new countries joined and in Tour of Salalah. Our aim is to promote cycling in Oman and promote cycling in this region, and also its invitation for the people to see the routes which we have chosen for Tour of Salalah. Anyone who come from outside Oman, they can use this route in order to bike.
Khalid Mayouf of the UAE claimed the win, while his compatriots Saif Al-Kabi and Abdullah Al-Hamadi finished in 2nd and 3rd place respectively.
طبعا هذه الخطة نفس ما ذكرت أنا هذا تم وضعها من قبل المدرب عبد الله سويدان، وأيضا نفس ما تقول في خطط بديلة يوجهنا إياها ليدر الفريق اللي هو أحمد المنصوري أثناء السباق، فمشينا عليه الحمد لله حرزنا 4 مراكز الأولى.
In terms of the general classification for teams, the UAE topped the table with Cycle Comdraw in 2nd and Salalah Club in 3rd place. Agency report, Republic TV.
And coming up next in the Morning Express, BJP versus TMC March fight in West Bengal. BJP's Nabanna Chalo campaign despite no police permission. Special court to hear Satyendra Jain bail plea. Jain is in the dock in a major graft case.
This year's 3rd edition of the Ram Jethmalani Memorial Series, the topic we have chosen is, has the need for a uniform civil code become an imperative today? The hijab issue, the nikah halala issue, the triple talaq issue, they've all suddenly landed up in the Supreme Court as with constitutional challenges. Had there been a UCC, perhaps these issues would have been ironed out. The speakers are both distinguished, very learned, they're well known, and this edition of the memorial lecture would make for extremely compelling viewing.
Watch the unmissable Ram Jethmalani Memorial Lecture on September 17th, only on Republic TV.
लखनऊ कमिश्नर खुद एक फ्लैग मार्च को हेड कर रहे हैं और इसके साथ साथ तकरीबन 10 थानों की जो फोर्स है वो उनके साथ यहाँ पर चल रही है। पुलिस के साथ साथ जो आरआरएफ के जो जवान हैं वो भी जो लखनऊ के संवेदनशील इलाके हैं, चौक से लेकर के नखास होते हुए बाजार खाला तक जो रास्ता जाता है वहां तक ये फ्लैग मार्च निकलना है।
बड़ा फैसला ज्ञानवापी को लेकर सामने आया है, यानी इस पूरे विवाद पर सुनवाई जारी रहेगी।
मुस्लिम पक्ष अब इस पूरे मामले को लेकर हाई कोर्ट का रुख करेगा।
People who are coming here to offer prayers are saying that very soon their sentiments would be respected and a grand temple would be constructed.
Victory for the Hindu side, because the court has said that this particular petition by the Hindu side is maintainable.
फैसला बहुत अच्छा, कोर्ट का सम्मान करते, कोर्ट ने फैसला दिया है, इसलिए मंदिर हमारा था, मंदिर
The Places of Worship Act argument that had been given many times by the Muslim side has been rejected by the court.
The NIA carrying out raids across 50 locations in different parts of North India. These raids are being carried out in Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan and the Delhi NCR region in cases that have been registered against various gangs who are believed to be operating in the north. These gangs, of course, are also connected to extortion rackets, drug peddling and other organized crime activities.
Rahul Gandhi has started his yatra all the way from Kanyakumari, has now reached Thiruvananthapuram.
ये काशी विश्वनाथ मंदिर का 4 नंबर गेट है, लगातार सिक्योरिटी यहाँ पर बढ़ती जा रही है.
Big victory for the Hindu side because the court has said that this particular petition by the Hindu side is maintainable.
Rahul Gandhi has started his yatra all the way from Kanyakumari, has now reached Thiruvananthapuram. There is a cavalcade of people. There are about 20 vehicles which are all proceeding before his Padayatra that you can see. Along with Rahul Gandhi, you could also see some of the key Congress members.
Sonali Fogart case, state government has decided to hand over the case to Central Bureau of Investigation.
जैसे जैसे यहाँ पर वक्त बढ़ता जा रहा है, हलचल वाराणसी कोर्ट के बाहर बहुत तेज होती जा रही है.
उत्तर प्रदेश के सभी 75 जिलों को आज आने वाले फैसले को लेकर के अलर्ट पर रखा गया है. लखनऊ कमिश्नर खुद एक फ्लैग मार्च को हेड कर रहे हैं और
All eyes are on the volatile situation in Bengal as the BJP declares challenge march. Big focus on the nation's hottest political story. It is the BJP versus the TMC march fight now. The Bengal coal scam gets bigger. The ED grills Abhishek Banerjee's sister-in-law for over 7 hours. Big row over Yaqub's glorification. Shinde hits out at the MVA, calls Uddhav an anti-national agent. Top court set to hear pleas seeking amendment of the BCCI's constitution. In the dock, over a graft case, the court is to hear Satyendra Jain's bail plea today. Good morning and welcome. You are watching the Morning Express on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. It's a politically laden fight that's taking place in West Bengal as the BJP and the TMC have clashed again. As an rally organized by the BJP has not been given permission for its Nabanna Chalo campaign in Howrah. Here's more.
The BJP and TMC are all set for a showdown in Howrah. A defined BJP is all set to carry out the Nabanna Chalo campaign against the police orders.
देखिए, पुलिस जुरिस्डिक्शन से बाहर जाकर अलीपुर द्वार कूच बिहार में स्टेशन में घुस के, स्टेशन पुलिस का जुरिस्डिक्शन में नहीं आता, वहाँ घुसने के लिए उसको परमिशन चाहिए. और ऐसा करने के लिए मैं रेल को अनुरोध करूँगा कि विदाउट परमिशन स्टेशन प्रेमिसेस में घुसकर पुलिस का ये जो हरकत है इसके अगेंस्ट में उनको कोर्ट में जाना चाहिए और कोर्ट में जाकर पुलिस के खिलाफ केसेस करना चाहिए.
हम लोग रास्ते में आंदोलन करेंगे और ममता बनर्जी को जवाब देना होगा कि वो उनका सरकार और उनका नेतृत्व बंगाल के साथ, बंगाल के लोगों के साथ क्यों ठगा है. ये उनको जवाब देना पड़ेगा. एकदम 100% सफल होगा, 200% सफल होगा, क्योंकि ये सिर्फ भाजपा का आंदोलन नहीं है, ये सारा पश्चिम बंगाल के लोगों का आंदोलन है.
The police has denied permission for the march, citing heavy congestion and one of assembly points falling on the highway. TMC has opposed the march.
যেখানে যেখানে তারা কোথাও বিশৃঙ্খলা তৈরি করছেন, সাধারণ যাত্রীদের অসুবিধা করতে গেছেন, সেই জায়গায় যেখানে প্রয়োজন মনে হয়েছে কিছু ক্ষেত্রে হয়তো ব্যবস্থা নিয়েছে। তার সঙ্গে তাদের মূল অভিযানের কি সম্পর্ক? এখনও বুঝতে পারছেন যে নবান্ন অভিযানে সেই অর্থে মানুষের সাড়া নেই, অর্ধেক জায়গা থেকে কোনো লোকজন তারা পাচ্ছেন না, এখন এই ধরনের নাটক করছেন।
The BJP claimed to be carrying out the march in order to highlight the alleged scams. The march comes close on the heels of TMC Abhishek Banerjee's sister-in-law being questioned by the ED on the orders of Calcutta High Court in the coal smuggling case. And many TMC leaders being embroiled in scam after scam. Interestingly, TMC, which consistently raises the ante against the centre and BJP in other states and accuses the BJP of stifling democracy, is now following a similar model close to home. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Now, the Anti-Corruption Department is raiding the former AIADMK Minister SP Velumani's home, following which the AIADMK workers gathered in front of the house of the former AIADMK Minister SP Velumani in Coimbatore. So, these are anti-corruption raids which are carrying on even as we speak. They have been carried out against the former AIADMK Minister SP Velumani. We are still awaiting some reactions to come into this raid, but pictures on your screen are of the raids that are taking place at various locations. This, of course, I think appears to be his residence, which is being raided. Some altercation over there taking place between his supporters and officials from the Anti-Corruption Department who are carrying out these raids. So, the former AIADMK minister, SP Velumani, being raided in a corruption case. These are raids that are being carried out by the Anti-Corruption Bureau at, I think, Chennai. This we're going to confirm for you what's happening. All right, it's actually in Coimbatore that these raids are taking place. Varshini is joining us live from Chennai in just a bit, but just to tell you what's happening right now is supporters appear to have gathered outside Velumani's residence in Coimbatore, and there seems to be an argument that has broken out between people from the Anti-Corruption Department and also what we are seeing right now, of course, is that the raids are carrying on. Varshini on the phone line with us. Varshini, good morning. Give us more details of what's taking place. We're told that this is an anti-corruption raid that's taking place. Also, any information you have from how the former minister, I beg your pardon, has reacted to this?
Currently the Directorate of Vigilance and Anti-Corruption is conducting raids and they have registered a criminal case against the ex-minister SP Velumani, and the allegations that have been put against him are that he had abused his official position, and in this position he has awarded tenders injudicially to his close associated companies, and which has also caused a loss to the government approximately up to ₹500 crore. And he had done something like he's replaced the existing street light with LED lights in rural areas, and this has happened during the period from 2015 to 2018 when the AIADMK party was in power. Therefore, based on this particular project that he has carried out, and almost of ₹500 loss to the government, and the BBAC is now conducting raids in almost 26 places across the state, which includes 10 places at Chennai and 9 places at Coimbatore, and 7 places including Sambram, Avadi, Trichy and Chengalpet areas. Therefore, these raids are actually very important because this is not the first time the DBAC raids are happening at SP Velumani's residence. Previous raids that also took place a few months ago, and though these raids were connected to several issues and several allegations also put forth, the AIADMK party kept on saying that that this is completely political vendetta, and that since the DMK party has come to power, they're just taking out their vengeance on AIADMK ministers, and they're just trying to tarnish the name. But the allegations that were put on S.V. Velimani were pretty severe the last time around as well, and this time around as well, there's been again serious allegations. And it's not just S.V. Velimani under the scanner now. Even the former minister, Vijay Bhaskar, who was the health minister during the AIADMK regime, had also come under the scanner.
All right. Varshini bringing us those details about what's taking place. As Varshini, of course, was pointing out, he's under the scanner for corruption charges. Now, the Assam government has replied in the Legislative Assembly on questions related to jihadi activities in the state. The Assam government says that since 2016, 84 terror suspects who have been allegedly involved in nefarious activities have been nabbed in the state, including 35 from the JMB, 9 from the Hizbul Mujahideen and 40 from the APT. Here's a detailed report.
In a massive crackdown on jihadi network in the state of Assam, the government has now come on record to say that starting from 2016, 84 terror suspects have already been arrested. The breakup essentially being that over 40 of the Ansarul Bangla team and roughly about 30 arrests that have been made from the JMB.
The Assam government, in a written reply to a question, also stated that out of 40 terror suspects held in cases related to Al-Qaeda in the Indian subcontinent linked modules, only 10 have links to madrasas. This comes at a time when only last week the Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma claimed that private madrasas raised were Al-Qaeda offices.
Once madrasa are not used for jihadi works or for the purpose of expanding jihadi ideology, then why there will be demolition? But if we got specific inputs on any madrasa, in the guise of madrasa, the institution is being used for expanding jihadi activity, anti-India activity, then we are going to take strongest possible action in each and every cases.
The leader of the opposition in Assam has demanded a discussion on madrasa demolitions in a 5-day-long autumn session of the State Assembly that started on Monday.
Madrasa, yes, if it is for the educational purpose, as allowed by the Constitution, there should not be any ban on it. But if there is some anti-India activity, be it from any school or madrasa or SARS, the law should take its course.
The Assam police, speaking to Republic TV, has essentially indicated that the AB team in particular wanted to create a base in the state of Assam and then carry out with their jihadi activities. It started with the Borpeta module, which was busted by the Assam police. In fact, the Assam government has also said that the centre has now been informed about these increased jihadi activities and the crackdown that is being carried out by the Assam government.
Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Now, the Varanasi Districts and Sessions Court upheld the maintainability of the Hindu side's petition in the Gyanvapi Mosque complex case. Now, as the petitioners rejoice, hailing it as the first step towards upholding their right to pray in the complex, there are few who are opposed.
Cheers and celebrations. Sweets, songs and festivities.
क्योंकि आज काशी वासियों की, आज पूरे सनातन धर्म की, आज हिंदुओं की बहुत बड़ी जीत है। हर हर महादेव। बहुत शानदार गा रही हैं आप। कौन सा? मान पूर्णा बेरो बाबा रहा न कोई बाकी। बम बम बोल रहा है काशी की, बम बम बोल रहा है काशी। हर हर महादेव।
The Varanasi District Court order on Gyanvapi Mosque and Gauri Shringar Mandir was a sort of long-awaited reprieve for the faithfuls. when the district court judge Ajay Krishna Vishwesh upheld the plea by the 5 petitioners in the case, announcing that the plea to worship inside Gyanvapi Mosque is maintainable in the court of law and is not barred by Places of Worship Act. And though the verdict is not final and there's a long way to go before the petitioner could actually pray inside the complex, it has raised many hopes.
I welcome the judgment of District Judge Varanasi dismissing the objections of Muslims that Hindus should not be permitted to worship there. As a matter of fact, once Hindu idols are there, Hindus are legally entitled to worship.
बाबा से आशीर्वाद मांगा है कि आगे की लड़ाई के लिए हमारा मार्ग प्रशस्त करें।
एक चीज आप कह रहे थे कि कुछ लोग इसमें अड़चन डाल रहे हैं, क्या कहेंगे आप? अड़चन
की कोई अड़चन नहीं है, हम तो लीगली अपनी बात कर रहे हैं। लीगली कोर्ट ने आज एप्लीकेशन रिजेक्ट की मुस्लिम पक्ष की, अब आगे सारे लीगल आर्गुमेंट्स कोर्ट के सामने रखे जाएंगे।
And there are mixed reactions. Some want to maintain calm.
मैं कोर्ट के फैसले का स्वागत करता हूं और मुझे ही नहीं सभी को कोर्ट के फैसले का स्वागत करना चाहिए। देखिए, पटिशन फाइल करने के लिए, अपील करने के लिए कहीं भी कोई स्वतंत्र है, लेकिन कोर्ट का फैसला है, सभी को मान्य होना चाहिए। अच्छा तो ये रहता कि वो हाई कोर्ट नहीं जाते और कोर्ट के फैसले के आधार पर आगे की कार्रवाई होती।
Some are cautious.
इंतजामिया कमेटी की तरफ से ये दरखास्त पड़ी थी कि जो मुकदमा दाखिल हुआ है वो चलने योग्य नहीं है। हाँ,
तो आगे क्या आप लोगों का स्टेप रहेगा?
वो दरखास्त जो इंतजामिया कमेटी की खारिज हुई है उसके खिलाफ इंतजामिया जाएगी हाई कोर्ट में, बस।
And some are openly trying to create a rift.
आज के ऑर्डर के बाद ऐसा लगता है कि फिर अब ये लिटिगेशन शुरू हो जाएगा इन तमाम इश्यूज के ऊपर और हम दोबारा 80 और 90 के दहे में वापस जा रहे हैं। फिर इससे अगर खुदा ना खास्ता अगर हम 80 और 90 के दहे में वापस चले जाएंगे तो ये हर जगह पर एक डिस्टेबलाइजिंग इफेक्ट पैदा हो जाएगा। तो ये हम तो उम्मीद कर रहे थे कि कोर्ट इस तरह के इश्यूज को, जैसे अंग्रेजी में कहते हैं कि दे विल निप इट इन इट्स बट, मगर अब लगता है कि इस तरह का लिटिगेशन अगर आगे बढ़ेगा तो फिर ये उसी रास्ते पर जा रहा है जो बाबरी मस्जिद का लीगल इशू गया था।
With diverse reactions, multiple arguments and several viewpoints of the court verdict, the narrative by the lobby on Gyanvapi seemed to have misfired. Will all parties adhere to the rule of law? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Now, hours after a district court in Varanasi held that the Gyanvapi Mosque Shringar Gauri Temple plea is maintainable, the AIMIM chief Asaduddin Oasi said that the court's verdict will lead us to the era of the 80s and the 70s when Places of Worship Act was not in place.
After the Varanasi court dismissed the plea of the Anjuman Islamia Masjid Committee challenging the maintainability of the suit filed by 5 Hindu women seeking their rights to worship on the Gyanvapi premises. Celebrations erupted in several places of Uttar Pradesh. Vishwa Hindu Parishad leader Alok Kumar hailed the court verdict.
The application of the other party has been dismissed. The first hurdle has been crossed. Now the court will examine the matter on its own merits. We do hope and look forward to a victory for the law, the justice and the truth is with us. I would like to say that this is a religious and spiritual matter. Therefore, the decision should be accepted with grace and calmness and not be interpreted in the terms of victory or defeat.
Hours after a district court in Varanasi held that the case was maintainable, AIMIM chief Asaduddin Oasi said that the court's verdict will lead us to the era of 1980s and 1970s when the Places of Worship Act was not in place.
इसका डिस्टेबलाइजिंग इफेक्ट पैदा हो सकता है पूरे देश में। मैंने पहले ही इस बात का एप्रीहेंशन का इजहार किया था कि 91 का एक्ट जरूर है, मगर अगर सबको ये प्ली लेगा कि भाई 15 अगस्त से पहले कुछ था तो फिर 91 का एक्ट क्या है? फिर ये सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने क्या बाबरी मस्जिद के जजमेंट में नहीं कहा था कि ये कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के बेसिक स्ट्रक्चर का हिस्सा होगा? फिर ये कोर्ट का ऑर्डर कैसे आता है बताइए हमको। कोर्ट को तो चाहिए कि इन चीजों को इनिशियल स्टेज में ही रोक लगानी चाहिए। अभी कुछ हुआ नहीं है, फ्रीज है, उसमें अपील होगी। मगर हम ये कह रहे हैं कि आप तो एक दरवाजा खोल दिया। जिस बात का मुझे डर था अब वो चीजें हो रही हैं सामने हमारे।
He said that the plea maintainability verdict in the Gyanvapi mosque case was clearly indicating that the places of worship 1991 held no importance.
ये जो आज ऑर्डर आया है, इससे देश में अब बहुत सी चीज़ें शुरू हो जाएंगी। हर कोई जाकर ये कहेगा कि नहीं नहीं, 15 अगस्त 1947 से पहले से हम यहाँ पर थे, तो फिर 1991 का जो प्लेसेस ऑफ रिलीजियस वर्शिप एक्ट है वो तो उसका मकसद ही फेल हो जाता है। क्योंकि 91 का एक्ट इसलिए बनाया गया था ताकि इस तरह के कॉन्फ्लिक्ट जो है वो हमेशा के लिए ख़त्म हो जाए। मगर आज के ऑर्डर के बाद ऐसा लगता है कि फिर अब ये लिटिगेशन शुरू हो जाएगा इन तमाम इश्यूज़ के ऊपर, और हम दोबारा 80 और 90 के दहे में वापस जा रहे हैं। फिर इससे अगर खुदा ना खास्ता अगर हम 80 और 90 के दहे में वापस चले जाएंगे तो ये हर जगह पर एक डिस्टेबलाइजिंग इफेक्ट पैदा हो जाएगा। तो ये हम तो उम्मीद कर रहे थे कि कोर्ट इस तरह के इश्यूज़ को, जैसे अंग्रेजी में कहते हैं कि दे विल निप इट इन इट्स बड, मगर अब लगता है कि इस तरह का लिटिगेशन अगर आगे बढ़ेगा तो फिर ये उसी रास्ते पर जा रहा है जो बाबरी मस्जिद का लीगल इशू गया था।
Oasi said that he hoped that the Anjuman Intezamiya Masjid Committee would approach the Supreme Court.
जो इंटरिम ऑर्डर है वो आज के इस ऑर्डर के बाद भी सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा shall continue to remain in operation pending dispute application। तो 8 हफ्ते का टाइम है, 8 हफ्ते का इसके ऊपर 8 वीक्स का सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने अपने ऑर्डर में कहा था कि 8 हफ्ते का टाइम है। तो 8 हफ्ते के अंदर सुप्रीम कोर्ट का उस पर है, और मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि इंतज़ामिया कमेटी इस फैसले के ख़िलाफ़ वो अपील करेंगे हाई कोर्ट में। फ्रीज तो है, और 7/11 का ऑर्डर को उन्होंने आज एडिशनल डिस्ट्रिक्ट जज ने कहा है।
All India Muslim Personal Law Board member Maulana Khalid Rashidi said that the Muslim board respects the court's verdict and the legal team will study the matter further. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Now, even as the political face-off between the BJP and the TMC in West Bengal reaches a fever pitch, we're given to understand that the BJP has now hired about 7 trains to bring its party members and supporters from different parts of West Bengal to join the Nabanna Abhigyan, a march to the Secretariat, a rally to be taken out in protest against alleged corrupt practices of the TMC government. Now, 7 trains, 3 from North Bengal and 4 from the south, will reach Sialdah and Santragachi respectively, overcoming opposition from the police and the ruling party cadres. So this of course is setting off a huge showdown in West Bengal between the ruling TMC and the BJP. Now this is a march that's being taken out by the BJP. It's being called as the Nabanna Abhigyan. That's the march to the Secretariat. It's a rally that BJP says it is taking out against corruption in the TMC government. Suvendu is joining us live. He's reporting on this from West Bengal. Suvendu, good morning. Suvendu, you know, the political face-off between the BJP and the TMC has already reached a fever pitch, and with the sheer number of people that the BJP is hoping to be able to get for this rally, things look like they could turn more ugly.
Exactly, Nupur. This is the scenario here now. I am standing on the national highway here in Dankuni. The rallies which will start for the Nabanna Vijan, which march to Nabanna for the BJP against the TMC government corruption. They are against the ruling party of the state. There are the three spots they have been chosen. The three top leaders will march to Nabanna. One will start from Satragachi, that will lead by Suvendu Adhikari, and there another rally from Howrah Maidan, which will lead by the state BJP president Sukant Majumdar, and another rally which will start from the College Square, which will lead by Dilip Ghosh. These three rallies will march towards Nabanna, though the Howrah Police Commissioner didn't get the permission of this huge rally. But the BJP state president Sukant Majumdar yesterday told that they will do this protest rally. Already, as you told, that the 7 trains had from South Bengal, North Bengal and the South Bengal, they are already reached to the Shialda station, and some of the trains will reach at the Howrah station as well. The BJP workers are already marching towards Kolkata, and the present scenario before in the Dankuni toll plaza, if you can see, my video journalist Raj is showing this the picture. The huge number of loaded trucks and the oil tankers, as well as some of the buses, are also stuck before the Dankuni toll plaza, because those people coming from the districts, several districts like Purva Bardhaman, Hooghly and the others area, they will leading towards this road. But the heavy vehicles are already been restricted due to this huge rally, because the police protection, the security arrangement has all been made, because BJP desperately trying to do this against the TMC government corruption regarding these issues, and they are exactly what they wanted to do, is that they desperately wanted to do this rally, because they wanted to show up this as because the top three leaders, Sukant Majumdar, Dilip Ghosh, and as well as Suvendu Adhikari, they have been marching towards exactly the rally will start from 1 p.m. as said by the BJP from their sources, as well as this rally, this marching protest.
Shukendra, I just wanted to ask you something. I wanted to ask you, what are the measures that have been put in place by the TMC government to stop this? Because they have spoken in the past about how they will not allow for this. So tell us more about what the TMC is planning to do.
Yeah, exactly. The security arrangement and they are leading towards that the BJP's Nabanna Vijan, that the Nabanna the area, but the CM, the West Bengal CM Mamta Banerjee is not in Kolkata. She had a meeting with the East and West Midnapur about the upcoming Panchayat election. She is in Midnapur, but the BJP is desperately trying to do this march to Nabanna. And they are doing this because against the corruption of the TMC government, and then for this there are a lot of security arrangement there in the 5 intersection point, one at the Howrah bridge, another at the second Hooghly bridge, and the other 3 points they have been measured. There are a lot of water cannons are there. The measurements, there are almost 4,000 police officials have been made arrangement for this. The top GC level and they have been security management doing this, that they are desperately wanted to stop their march, but the BJP as they said that if they have been stuck at any point, they will march towards Nabanna, because this is their fight, their protest rally against the corruption of this TMC government. But again, all the security arrangement from the police personnel has been made, and they have been ready to protect and save all this from any kind of political arrangement or this can happen. They will try to protest, and the several security arrangement has already been deployed in the various parts like Satragachi, College Square, as well as in the Howrah Maidan area. So well.
All right. As Shukendra is pointing out, of course, in West Bengal, we're looking at a face-off between the BJP and the TMC to intensify. Hundreds of protesters from the BJP are marching towards the capital in Kolkata, towards Nabanna actually. This is being called the Nabanna Abhigyan, a rally that's being taken out to protest alleged corrupt practices of the TMC government. So there are 3 points from where senior leaders of the BJP will be heading to Nabanna, and we are given to understand that about 7 trains have trainload of people are actually being commanded to go to Nabanna. So we'll have to wait and watch out for how this pans out. Of course, security arrangements also in place. You are watching Republic TV. Still to come, the BJP versus TMC face-off in Bengal intensifies.
At Amity, we believe students should have an all-round exposure. The Study Abroad program gives students the option to do 5 weeks or more at any of the Amity campuses across the world in cities like New York, San Francisco, London, Melbourne, Dubai, Singapore, etc. A truly unique opportunity only at Amity.
Good evening and welcome, viewers. It's great to see you this Monday. Tonight, viewers, I will prove that not only is Asaduddin Oasi fear-mongering, I will prove that he is outrightly lying with a singular intention of provoking the Muslim community in India on what is a simple and clear verdict on the Muslim side's plea in the Gyanvapi case. Asaduddin Oasi has to be stopped from lying. Viewers, Oasi has to be stopped from lying because he's making comparisons to Babri, when in this case, neither legally and certainly not illegally, formally or informally, voluntarily or involuntarily, is there a slightest possibility of any structure being demolished. So there is no comparison to Babri possible. My dear viewers, all that the Hindu side is asking for is respect. Only respect. Respect for their deities. Respect for their devotion to their gods. Respect for their right to worship. Is this respect? Just respect too much to ask for in a country that claims to be secular? Viewers, has a single Hindu in this case asked for anything more than restoring the right to pray that they had and that they have had? Nothing new. Where's the logic here? If they could pray to their gods for decades and centuries, then what is the logic in taking away that right overnight? Do gods disappear? Do deities vanish? And viewers, does devotion that stems from your heart for your own gods evaporate? It doesn't. It never does, and it never will. So this case, in my view, is a test of Indian secularism. For all those who claim to be secular should first ask themselves whether the practice and not just the definition of Indian secularism excludes the equal rights of the Hindu community. So tonight, viewers, please join me as I expose the malicious malintent of politicians like Oasi, for whom the law is an inconvenience when it doesn't suit his politics. That is not secular, viewers. It's not even pseudo-secular. Mr.
Sonali Fogart case, state government has decided to hand over the case to Central Bureau of Investigation.
जैसे जैसे यहाँ पर वक्त बढ़ता जा रहा है, हलचल वाराणसी कोर्ट के बाहर बहुत तेज होती जा रही है।
उत्तर प्रदेश के सभी 75 जिलों को आज आने वाले फैसले को लेकर के अलर्ट पर रखा गया है।
Top headlines at 8:30. All eyes on the volatile situation in Bengal as BJP declares challenge march. Big focus on nation's hottest political story. It's BJP versus TMC March fights now. DVAC raids across 26 locations in Tamil Nadu. 2 former AIADMK ministers raided. Bengal coal scam gets bigger. ED grills Abhishek Banerjee's sister-in-law for over 7 hours. Big row over Yaqub's glorification. Shinde hits out at MBA, calls Uddhav an anti-national agent. Top court set to hear plea against seeking amendment of BCCI constitution. Thanks for tuning in this morning. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Let's get started with the breaking news coming in from Tamil Nadu. And news coming in of the anti-corruption raids which are underway in Tamil Nadu in 26 locations to be precise against former Minister SP Velumani and Vijay Bhaskar across Tamil Nadu. Now the allegations against SP Velumani are for issuing tenders by abusing power to companies of his close associates and incurring a loss for the government amounting to over 500 crore rupees. So the big lead coming in that the raids are underway in 26 locations in Tamil Nadu. 2 former ministers of Tamil Nadu are under the radar. We have SP Velumani and Vijay Bhaskar who are now under the radar on corruption charges. We have Varshini joining us live from Chennai. Varshini, if you could give us more details on these raids which are underway at 26 locations in Tamil Nadu.
Well, definitely, Samiksha. So the raids, DVAC raids are currently happening, the Directorate of Vigilance and Anti-Corruption, and this is happening against 2 former ministers of the AIADMK party, one being the Minister of Health in the previous AIADMK regime, and the other minister being being the Minister for the Department of Rural Development. And these allegations that have been put against them, the FIR that has been filed against them, based on which these raids are currently happening, are also related to their department works. Dr. Vijay Bhaskar and his close associates' houses and premises are being raided because there is they have found some irregularities in issuing the essentiality certificate to Wales Medical College and Hospital, and he has done this during his regime as the health minister in the state of Tamil Nadu, and that is why these raids are happening at 13 locations across the state of Tamil Nadu, particularly 5 in Chennai is what we are hearing. And at the same time, there are also raids happening against the former Minister SP Velumani as well, and the allegations that are put against him are that he has there has been illegality and corruption while he issued tenders to the companies of his close associates for a project which changed the street lights into LED lamps in rural areas, and this particular project has caused a loss over rupees 500 crore for the Tamil Nadu government when they have been in the power in the previous regime, and therefore the raids are happening at 26 premises which are related to former Minister SP Velumani as well. Therefore, this raid is definitely seen as a very crucial raid because on the same day, 2 former ministers of the AIADMK party who are still considered to be very important leaders, very prominent leaders of the AIADMK party till date are being raided by the DVAC. And the last time around, when these kind of raids happened on SP Velumani and Vijay Bhaskar themselves and other AIADMK ministers as well, the only stand that AIADMK took during this kind of situation was that it is absolutely political vendetta, and that the DMK government is definitely trying to tarnish the name of their important leaders, and by this is how they want to play the politics, is what the AIADMK said. So during today, the official statement from the AIADMK party is still awaited on this raids, but as of now, the situation that we are picking up is there are raids happening all across the state in almost
All right.
39 places which is related to both these ministers.
Yes. Varshini, thank you for the moment. We'll keep coming back to you. So that official statement is also awaited from the AIADMK as the former ministers are currently being raided on corruption charges. Moving on to more breaking news coming in. And news coming in from Telangana's Secunderabad, where we understand that the fire broke out in a lodge which has claimed lives of 6 people so far. The visuals on your screens as well of the massive fire that broke out in this particular lodge, which has claimed lives of 6 people. We understand that many are still feared trapped, and rescue operations meanwhile are still underway. Aneri is also joining us live. We'll go across to Aneri as well, but the visuals on your screens as well of the fire that broke out at this particular lodge in Secunderabad. 6 people have died so far as a result of this massive fire that engulfed this lodge in Secunderabad. And as you can see, the rescue operations are still underway as many are still feared trapped inside this particular building in Secunderabad. We have Aneri joining us live from Secunderabad. Aneri, if you could give us more details on the death toll and how many people are still feared trapped in this particular lodge.
Well, Samiksha, the death toll has now increased to 8, and we have been seeing that how there was a massive fire which broke out at this particular godown. Well, this is said to be the godown of an electric vehicle showroom. So now this is the place where the first fire started from, and then as you can see, on top of this there's a lodge which and due to the massive fire, the fire had gone up, and also many people who were in this particular hotel upstairs were also fear trapped. And now the rescue operations is over, and nearly 8 people have died. Many others have been injured. Police officials, as you can see, are right now underway, and all these, as you can see in the visuals, if we can try and little bit zoom in, all these are electric vehicles. So the fire first started last night from this particular place, and then engulfed in the whole of the building, but people had to jump through the windows to make sure that they move out safely. But still we see that there are near about 8 people who have died in this incident, and also many others are still undergoing treatment. As you can see, police officials still investigating into the matter, like what could be the reason behind the fire accident which broke out. Well, this is the main city where the incident has taken place, all a crowded located area where the incident has taken place. And now we see that the officials have reached the spot. Their fire extinguishers reached the spot immediately to make sure that no untoward situation takes place. But yes, many had fear trap, and so there were near about 8 people who died due to suffocation and many other reasons as they suffered injuries. And later there are many other people who are still undergoing treatment at the hospital. However, the Prime Minister Modi has also taken to social media and stated that he is saddened by the loss of life into this particular incident, and also the Prime Minister has announced an ex gratia of rupees 2 lakhs to the next kin of the deceased, and also 50,000 rupees have been announced to the injured. So as of now, as we continue to report from Secunderabad, where the incident has taken place last night, and also as you can see, the smoke is still so high that last night when this incident had happened, still we can see that smoke is coming out, and also at the same time many others are still undergoing treatment at the hospital. Last night we also saw how, the Home Minister Mohammed Ali and Minister Talsani Srinivas Yadav also arriving here at the location. Hyderabad Police Commissioner also was here at the location, and now the new update is 8 people have died in this incident.
Yes, Aneri, just a follow-up question. Anything you're learning from the local people there? What could have been the cause of this? Any lapses that are probably being looked into by the officials that led to this incident claiming lives of 8 people?
Well, Samiksha, one of the main reasons could be this electric vehicles which are here. As you can see, the go down here, there are many electric vehicles all now booted in fire. But this could be one of the reasons is what is suspected. But we are yet to get an official confirmation in this regard, like what could be the reason of this particular fire incident which has taken place. Because you can see how there are so many vehicles. All these are electric vehicles, and also above this is a lodge, a hotel where people were there inside, and when the fire broke out here, people tried to rescue from the windows of this hotel. They tried to jump out from these windows so that no untoward situation takes place, and many of them suffered injuries because the fire was the fire that broke out was huge. People couldn't know that this incident was taking place, and so they had to make sure that they move out safely. They were jumping off from these windows above. So now many are still undergoing treatment, Samiksha, so we'll have to wait for an official confirmation in regard with what could be the reason behind this fire accident which
all right, Aneri, thank you for the moment. We'll keep coming back to you. So Aneri, they're reporting live from Sikandrabad, where a massive fire broke out at this lodge, claiming lives of 8 people. Roundup of news and brief from across the country. TMC leader Abhishek Banerjee's sister-in-law was grilled by the Enforcement Directorate for 7 hours in connection with a money laundering case. She was stopped at the Kolkata airport after she allegedly tried to travel abroad. France Minister for Europe and Foreign Affairs Catherine Colonna will be on a 3-day visit to India, during which she will hold talks with her counterpart S. Jaishankar on bilateral, regional and international issues of mutual interest. Commerce and Industry Minister Piyush Goyal will chair a key meet of the Board of Trade to discuss ways to bolster country's exports today. A special court is set to hear Satyendra Jain's bail plea today. Delhi Cabinet Minister Satyendra Jain is in the dock in graft charges. As BJP is gearing up for making its Nabanna march a success, a massive row between the BJP and TMC has erupted in West Bengal. Meanwhile, the police has declared 3 major rallies that are by the BJP or top BJP leaders as illegal. Supreme Court to hear a batch of pleas seeking 10% reservation grant to economically weaker sections category in government institutions for admissions through NEET, PG and jobs today. In a big development, the Ministry of Home Affairs has recommended CBI probe into Sonali Phogat's murder case. The MHA's move comes after Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant wrote to Union Home Minister Amit Shah seeking a probe by the CBI into the matter.
देखो, हमें ये प्रॉपर्टी और फाइनेंशियली मर्डर लग रहा था और साथ में राजनीतिक मर्डर लग रहा था। प्रॉपर्टी और फाइनेंशियली हम लोगों ने खुद गोवा पुलिस के आने से पहले ही चेक कर लिए थे। प्रॉपर्टी और फाइनेंशियली दोनों चीज़ें सोनाली जी की सेफ हैं, तो ये पॉलिटिकल मर्डर ही है और इस वजह से ये सीबीआई को हैंडओवर नहीं कर रही थी गोवा पुलिस। जी सर्व खाप पंचायत जो हुई है सर्व जाति की, उसका बहुत ज़्यादा सरकार के ऊपर प्रभाव पड़ा है।
आप क्या मानते हैं?
जी, हमें पूरी उम्मीद है इसमें बहुत बड़े चेहरे उजागर होंगे अगर गोवा पुलिस ने सबूत नहीं मिटाए होंगे तो।
Responding to the approval of CBI probe into Sonali Phogat's death case, Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant said that the Goa police will hand over the investigation to the CBI and cooperate with the investigation.
हमें उस केस में हमारे पुलिस के ऊपर पूरा भरोसा है और डेफिनेटली दे बहुत अच्छी तरह से इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहा है। बहुत अच्छे क्लूज भी उनको मिले हैं, लेकिन लोगों के डिमांड ध्यान में रखते हुए और उनकी बेटी की कंटिन्यूसली डिमांड ध्यान में रखते हुए मैंने प्रेस मीडिया में भी बाकी भी मुझे रिक्वेस्ट की है कि वो सीबीआई के पास दे देना चाहिए, तो फिर आज हम वो केस सीबीआई के पास दे रहे हैं।
Slipping into a very short break, we'll get you live coverage from Bengal, where big focus on nation's biggest, hottest political story. It's BJP versus TMC's March fight now.
At Amity, we believe students should have an all-round exposure. The Study Abroad program gives students the option to do 5 weeks or more at any of the Amity campuses across the world in cities like New York, San Francisco, London, Melbourne, Dubai, Singapore, etc. A truly unique opportunity only at Amity.
Rahul Gandhi has started his yatra all the way from Kanyakumari, has now reached Thiruvananthapuram.
ये काशी विश्वनाथ मंदिर का 4 नंबर गेट है, लगातार सिक्योरिटी यहाँ पर बढ़ती जा रही है.
Big victory for the Hindu side because the court has said that this particular petition by the Hindu side is maintainable.
Rahul Gandhi has started his yatra all the way from Kanyakumari, has now reached Thiruvananthapuram. There is a cavalcade of people. There are about 20 vehicles which are all proceeding before his Padayatra that you can see. Along with Rahul Gandhi, you could also see some of the key Congress members.
Case, state government has decided to hand over the case to Central Bureau of Investigation.
जैसे जैसे यहाँ पर वक्त बढ़ता जा रहा है, हलचल वाराणसी कोर्ट के बाहर बहुत तेज होती जा रही है.
उत्तर प्रदेश के सभी 75 जिलों को आज आने वाले फैसले को लेकर के अलर्ट पर रखा गया है. लखनऊ कमिश्नर खुद एक फ्लैग मार्च को हेड कर रहे हैं और इसके साथ साथ तकरीबन 10 थानों की जो फोर्स है वो उनके साथ यहाँ पर चल रही है. पुलिस के साथ साथ जो आरआरएफ के जो जवान हैं वो भी जो लखनऊ के संवेदनशील इलाके हैं, चौक से लेकर के नखास होते हुए बाजार खाला तक जो रास्ता जाता है वहां तक ये फ्लैग मार्च निकलना है.
बड़ा फैसला ज्ञानवापी को लेकर सामने आया है, यानी इस पूरे विवाद पर सुनवाई जारी रहेगी.
मुस्लिम पक्ष अब इस पूरे मामले को लेकर हाई कोर्ट का रुख करेगा.
People who are coming here to offer prayers are saying that very soon their sentiments would be respected and a grand temple would be constructed.
Victory for the Hindu side because the court has said that this particular petition by the Hindu side.
And breaking news coming in from Punjab, where the governor has asked to slap sedition charges against those involved in illegal mining at Pakistan borders and a threat to national security. Taking serious note of the illegal mining in border areas, the Punjab governor has said that sedition charges should be imposed against the accused, adding that illegal mining at border areas is damaging the strategically important structure, including bunkers and bridges of the Indian Army. Let's also listen in to that bite of the Punjab governor.
बड़ी चिंता की बात अब माइनिंग जब होती है, एंटी सोशल एलिमेंट तो आते ही हैं, डैमेज भी करते हैं, परंतु हुई कैसे? बिना मरद हस्त के कहीं होती नहीं. वो आइडेंटिफाई करने का काम है इनका.
Time for a very short break. On the other side, we'll get you the latest on the raids underway at 26 locations in Tamil Nadu. 2 former AIADMK ministers raided.
The NIA carrying out raids across 50 locations in different parts of North India. These raids are being carried out in Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan and the Delhi NCR region in cases that have been registered against various gangs who are believed to be operating in the north. These gangs, of course, are also connected to extortion rackets, drug peddling and other organized crime activities.
has started his yatra all the way from Kanyakumari, has now reached Thiruvananthapuram.
ये काशी विश्वनाथ मंदिर का 4 नंबर गेट है। लगातार सिक्योरिटी यहाँ पर बढ़ती जा रही है।
Big victory for the Hindu side because the court has said that this particular petition by the Hindu side is maintainable.
Rahul Gandhi has started his yatra all the way from Kanyakumari, has now reached Thiruvananthapuram. There is a cavalcade of people. There are about 20 vehicles which are all proceeding before his padayatra that you can see. Along with Rahul Gandhi, you could also see some of the key Congress members.
Sonali Fogart case, state government has decided to hand over the case to Central Bureau of Investigation.
जैसे जैसे यहाँ पर वक्त बढ़ता जा रहा है, हलचल वाराणसी कोर्ट के बाहर बहुत तेज होती जा रही है।
उत्तर प्रदेश के सभी 75 जिलों को आज आने वाले फैसले को लेकर के अलर्ट पर रखा गया है। लखनऊ कमिश्नर खुद एक फ्लैग मार्च को हेड कर रहे हैं और इसके साथ साथ तकरीबन 10 थानों की जो फोर्स है वो उनके साथ यहाँ पर चल रही है। पुलिस के साथ साथ जो आरआरएफ के जो जवान हैं वो भी जो लखनऊ के संवेदनशील इलाके हैं, चौक से लेकर के नखास होते हुए बाजार खाला तक जो रास्ता जाता है वहां तक ये फ्लैग मार्च निकलना है।
बड़ा फैसला ज्ञानवापी को लेकर सामने आया है, यानी इस पूरे विवाद पर सुनवाई जारी रहेगी।
मुस्लिम पक्ष अब इस पूरे मामले को लेकर हाई कोर्ट का रुख करेगा।
People who are coming here to offer prayers are saying that very soon their sentiments would be respected and a grand temple would be constructed.
Victory for the Hindu side because the court has said that this particular petition by the Hindu side is maintainable.
फैसला बहुत अच्छा, कोर्ट का सम्मान करते कोर्ट ने फैसला दिया है, इसलिए मंदिर हमारा था, मंदिर है। Welcome back. Now, late Queen Elizabeth II's coffin will reach London today amid lying in ceremony, state ceremony ahead of the funeral. The coffin will depart from St. Cathedral and will be flown to London accompanied by Princess Anne as well, the Queen's only daughter.
With a heavy heart, the citizens of London will bid adieu to late Queen Elizabeth II during the lying in state ceremony. Her Majesty the Queen's coffin will depart from St. Giles' Cathedral for Buckingham Palace today. The Queen's coffin will be flown from Edinburgh to London accompanied by Princess Anne, the Queen's only daughter. The coffin is expected to arrive in London shortly before 7 p.m. as per London time. It will then travel to Buckingham Palace where it will be met by the King and Camilla and other members of the royal family. A guard of honor found by the King's Guard will receive the coffin, which will be taken to the bow room and watched over by a rota of chaplains. Before returning to London, King Charles and Queen Consort will meet Secretary of State for Northern Ireland along with other party leaders. Her Majesty's coffin will depart in a Royal Air Force aircraft from Edinburgh Airport, arriving into a RAF Northolt. At Edinburgh Airport, the coffin will be conveyed onto the aircraft by a Royal Air Force bearer party and a guard of honour will be found by the Royal Regiment of Scotland. There will be a royal salute as the coffin arrives. The band of the Royal Regiment of Scotland will also be present on the apron. As the aircraft leaves, the Guard of Honour will give a final royal salute. The band will play one verse of the national anthem. The Guard of Honour will present arms on the arrival of coffin and remain in that position until the state hears has departed the airfield. Agency report, Republic TV.
A very short break, more news to continue. News breaks on the other side. It's TMC versus BJP March fight now.
victory for the Hindu side because the court has said that this particular petition by the Hindu side is maintainable.
फैसला बहुत अच्छा, कोर्ट का सम्मान करते, कोर्ट ने फैसला दिया है, इसलिए मंदिर हमारा था, मंदिर
The Places of Worship Act argument that had been given many times by the Muslim side has been rejected by the court. The NIA carrying out raids across 50 locations in different parts of North India. These raids are being carried out in Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan and the Delhi NCR region in the cases that have been registered against various gangs or believed to be operating in the north. These gangs, of course, are also connected to extortion rackets, drug peddling and other organized crime activities.
Rahul Gandhi has started his yatra all the way from Kanyakumari, has now reached Thiruvananthapuram.
ये काशी विश्वनाथ मंदिर का 4 नंबर गेट है, लगातार सिक्योरिटी यहाँ पर बढ़ती जा रही है. Big victory for the Hindu side because the court has said that this particular petition by the Hindu side is maintainable.
Rahul Gandhi has started his yatra all the way from Kanyakumari, has now reached Thiruvananthapuram. There is a cavalcade of people. There are about 20 vehicles which are all proceeding before his Padayatra that you can see. Along with Rahul Gandhi, you could also see some of the key Congress members.
Sonali Fogart case, state government has decided to hand over the case to Central Bureau of Investigation.
जैसे जैसे यहाँ पर वक्त बढ़ता जा रहा है, हलचल वाराणसी कोर्ट के बाहर बहुत तेज होती जा रही है.
उत्तर प्रदेश के सभी 75 जिलों को आज आने वाले फैसले को लेकर के अलर्ट पर रखा गया है. लखनऊ कमिश्नर खुद एक फ्लैग मार्च को हेड कर रहे हैं और इसके साथ साथ तकरीबन 10 थानों की जो फोर्स है वो उनके साथ यहाँ पर चल रही है. पुलिस के साथ साथ जो आरआरएफ के जो जवान हैं वो भी जो लखनऊ के संवेदनशील इलाके हैं, चौक से लेकर के नखास होते हुए बाजार खाला तक जो रास्ता जाता है वहां तक ये फ्लैग मार्च निकलना है.
बड़ा फैसला ज्ञानवापी को लेकर सामने आया है, यानी इस पूरे विवाद पर सुनवाई जारी रहेगी.
मुस्लिम पक्ष अब पूरे
are on the volatile situation in West Bengal as the BJP declares a challenge march. Big focus on the nation's hottest political story. It is the BJP versus the TMC march fight now. The DVAC raids across 26 locations in Tamil Nadu. 2 former AIADMK ministers are raided. Big row over Yaqub Memon's glorification. Shinde hits out at the MVA, calls Uddhav an anti-national agent. Massive embarrassment for the Congress party. Shoes and slippers are hurled at Rajasthan minister's rally. Good morning and thank you very much for staying with us on Republic TV. You're watching Live and Breaking. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. We begin with a mega showdown that's brewing in West Bengal as the BJP and its cadres make their way towards Nabanna. It's the Nabanna Abhiyan that the BJP seems to have undertaken. It's a rally that's being taken out to protest corruption within the TMC government. What we are being told right now, of course, is that there are going to be 7 trains that have been hired to bring party members and supporters from different parts of West Bengal to join the Nabanna Abhiyan. Now this, of course, takes place even as the key leaders from the BJP will be leading each of these contingents that march towards Nabanna. Heavy deployment of security forces has been made along the way to ensure law and order. The TMC, of course, is putting in place a large number of policemen to make sure that they can contain the situation. Bhaskar is reporting live from Howrah and joins us right now. Bhaskar, good morning. Bhaskar, give us a sense of what's happening around you. The BJP, of course, is aiming to be able to get a large number of people to Nabanna.
Good morning, Nupur. Yes, absolutely. And BJP, while the BJP leaders are aiming to take as much as their workers towards Nabanna, and on the other hand, the police and the administration already created barricades in different parts of Kolkata. And right now, I'm just in front of an exceptional barricade made by the police and the authority. And as we can see, that the iron structures have been put up on the road. And the BJP workers who will try to reach Nabanna, the administrative headquarters from Satragachi, Howrah, they will be stopped here. And I would like to ask my video journalist Mohit to show the pictures, the all over pictures of Ground Zero. And right now, as we can see, a huge number of police personnel deployed here, and the rough parties deployed. The water cannons had been brought by the police authority, and already Howrah Police Commissionerate and Calcutta Police denied permission of this Nabanna Yabhiyan, which is against the corruption, and law and order situation and the lawlessness in West Bengal, organized by the main opposition party in West Bengal, BJP. And I would like to show you, Nupur, the whole scenario here in Satragachi. I am at the right in the epicenter of this Ground Zero, and I would like to show you 3 water cannons already been placed just ahead of the barricades, and one anti-riot vehicle had been put up just ahead of these water cannons. And huge number of police personnel is now present, and many police personnel will be deployed in different parts of city, in different parts of Kolkata and Howrah, to ensure that no BJP workers would reach Nabanna. And in Satragachi, the leader of opposition, Suvendu Adhikari, will lead the march. And on the other hand, from Howrah Maidan, BJP State President Shukanta Mujumdar, and from College Square, BJP's National Vice President Dilip Ghosh will lead the march towards Nabanna. And as the BJP leaders are clearly stating that they will not hold back.
Right.
They will try to reach Nabanna, which is the administrative headquarters in West Bengal. And obviously, Nupur, there will be chaos. When the BJP leaders will try, when the BJP workers will try to reach Nabanna.
Now, Bhaskar,
from different parts of West Bengal.
Now, Bhaskar, the West Bengal police, we understand, has declined permission for this rally, saying that they fear that law and order could get out of hand, and hence permission has been denied. Now, can you tell us more in terms of the reasons that have been listed by the West Bengal police? And you were, of course, showing us the security arrangements that have been made so far. But is there perhaps anticipation of things going out of hand when these workers actually march towards these places?
Well, Nupur, obviously, and let me tell you one more thing. The Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, she is in Midnapur. She is not in Nabanna, and although she will be not in Nabanna, but the police arrangements, the police and the senior officials are anticipating a huge turnover of BJP workers towards the Nabanna. And the main 3 points in College Square, in Kolkata, in Howrah Maidan, in Howrah, and in Satragachi. In these 3 places, massive BJP workers will join here, and 3 different marches will lead towards Nabanna. And as the BJP leaders are claiming, they will reach Nabanna at any cost, whether it will be a tear gas, whether it will be water cannon used to stop them, but they will reach Nabanna, the administrative headquarters, by any means. And for that, the police personnel have been deployed, and as I was showing, and I would like to show you again and again, there was a huge number of police personnel deployed. At least thousands of police personnel will be deployed here in Satragachi and also in the other two places where the march will begin. And different barricades have been set up by the police personnel and the RAF forces, the rapid action forces. They've been brought in here. And also the water cannon, the anti-riot vehicle, Vajra, also been placed to ensure that anticipating a huge turnover of BJP workers towards Nabanna.
I think even as you're reporting, stay with us, Bhaskar. I think there are some detentions that are already being made. These are live visuals that we are getting for our viewers. I think police action is already beginning to take place at several locations in West Bengal as the police is out in large numbers to try and restrict this rally. So we were, of course, on our screen seeing those pictures of how some of these BJP workers are already being detained. Bhaskar, any update that you can share with us on that?
Well, Nupur, as per the BJP leaders, many BJP workers had been detained yesterday while they were trying to reach Kolkata or in Howrah to participate in this Nabanna Abhiyan. And also, from today morning, in different parts of West Bengal, some of BJP workers had been detained by the police, as per the BJP leaders. And the BJP leaders are claiming that in different parts, at least thousands of BJP workers in each and every district had been detained from railway stations, from bus stoppages, and police is trying to ensure that BJP workers, no BJP workers can reach from the distant districts to Kolkata or in Howrah, and that's why they are continuously looking for BJP workers who is trying to reach Kolkata or in Howrah to participate in Nabanna Abhiyan. And as we are getting the live visuals and exclusively first on Republic, that many BJP workers had been detained by the police much ahead of this Nabanna Abhiyan. The official timing is at around 1 p.m. But as of now, there is plenty of time left to start this Nabanna Abhiyan. But already police started detaining BJP workers, and as we are getting the visuals, and also the BJP leaders are claiming that that many people right. had been detained. Some of them had been arrested, and later they have been released. And now from today morning, in some parts of West Bengal, many BJP workers have been detained by the police.
Absolutely. As Bhaskar, of course, is pointing out, pictures that we were showing you earlier were from Raniganj railway station, where workers who were leaving for Nabanna were being detained by the police. Now, those pictures on your screen, I think, are from Raniganj, where you can see police essentially acting against these BJP workers and detaining them already. I think... All right, I'm still trying to... All right, on the phone line with me is Agnimitra Paul from the BJP. Agnimitra Paul, thank you very much for speaking to us on Republic TV. Give us a sense of what your plans are. Now, the government, of course, says that they fear violence, and that is why the police has denied permission for these rallies.
Actually, Mamata Banerjee, she is afraid of BJP. Last time also when we had Nabanna Abhiyan, she had fled in the name of sanitization. Nabanna was having sanitization, she wasn't there. That was the excuse, and this time also she has fled because this time all the more, her government is, is such a corrupt government that the people of Bengal has come to know about it. Each and every person from leaders to workers are involved in corruption. She has been using the police and the administration against this, this rally that we are having today. It's a huge rally, and from last afternoon, police has been stopping BJP workers from boarding the train, from boarding the bus, especially from North Bengal. We had booked 3 trains. We had booked with our money. And these West Bengal police had entered the station and they forced and arrested our BJP workers and they didn't allow them to get into the train. Now, how come West Bengal police enter stations and arrest BJP workers in the name of not having a ticket and the name of not having permission? This government never gave us permission for any program. Even if we have a blood donation camp, they never give us permission. So how do you think that BJP is holding such a big rally, pan Bengal, where commoners are, joining this rally today? And Mamata Banerjee will be giving us permission and Mamata Banerjee's police will be giving us permission. So they have made all efforts today to stop the rally, to stop people from coming from districts, and then they want to say that people didn't gather. People weren't there. There was no gathering. People don't support BJP. This is the excuse that they are going to give. But from yesterday, police have started torturing us, going to each and every leader's house, threatening them, forcing them not to come for the rally.
All right, Agni-Mitra Paul, thank you very much for joining us. So Agni-Mitra Paul over there saying that the police is trying to stop their workers from reaching the rallies. Let me go back on the ground to Bhaskar. I think Bhaskar. All right, I'm going to come back to you, Bhaskar, in just a bit. But Mr. Dilip Ghosh also on the phone line with me. Mr. Ghosh, good morning. We are seeing pictures that are coming in from various parts of West Bengal. There's a huge police deployment, and the TMC government, in a sense, says that they fear that there could be violence, and that is why the police has actually denied permission for this rally.
देखिए, लोकतांत्रिक आंदोलन सरकार का खिलाफ है, सरकार की परमिशन नहीं होती, तो हम उनको नोटिस दिए हैं, हम आने वाले हैं। आप जहां सेक्रेटरीट को हम घेरने वाले हैं वहां आप घेरिए, 144 है, उसमें आपके अधिकार है। लेकिन गांव से 600 किलोमीटर दूर से कोई कार्यकर्ता आ रहा है, कल शाम को उसको उठाया है, स्टेशन आने के लिए रोका गया। स्टेशन में जो ट्रेन हमने बुकिंग किया है वो ट्रेन में चढ़ने मना कर रहा है, रात भर कार्यकर्ता को उठा रहा है। आज भी सुबह से जहां जहां लोग स्टेशन आ रहे हैं, ट्रेन आ रही, बस आ रही है, सबको रोक रहे हैं। जो कलकत्ता पहुंच चुके हैं उनको रास्ता में रोका जा रहा है। क्या समझ के रखे हैं? लोकतंत्र क्या खत्म हो गया बंगाल? आप लूट करेंगे लोगों को, गरीबों का पैसा लूटा है, उनका राजनीतिक अधिकार को लूटा है, महिलाओं की इज्जत लूटी गई है। ये सबके खिलाफ हम आंदोलन कर रहे हैं, विरोध कर रहे हैं। समाज की जो इच्छा है उसको हम प्रकटीकरण कर रहे हैं। आप उसको हमको रास्ता में उतरना नहीं देंगे, और दिल्ली में कुछ होता, ममता बनर्जी खुद उतर जाती है रास्ता में। इस प्रकार नहीं चल सकता है लोकतांत्रिक देश में। हम आंदोलन करेंगे, आप पूरा शक्ति लगाइए। डरी हुई है सरकार, हजारों की पुलिस बल, 100 IPS ऑफिसर कलकत्ता में लगाए हैं। आसपास का जिला से जितना भी वाटर कैनन से लेकर टीयर गैस से सब लेके आके हैं, जमा किया है। लगता है युद्ध शुरू हो गया है पाकिस्तान के साथ।
Mr. Ghosh, is it true that you've also been stopped from moving out of your residence? Can you confirm that for us?
नहीं, मैं अभी भी रेजिडेंस में हूँ। मैं सुबह से निकला था, स्टेशन गया था, जो कार्यकर्ता आ रहे हैं हजारे में उनको स्वागत किया है। हो सकता है हमको, हमारे और नेताओं को घर में वो लोग बंद कर सकते हैं, ये उनकी अधिकार है, पुलिस है। लेकिन लोकतांत्रिक आंदोलन चलेगा। हजारों लाखों कार्यकर्ता रास्ता से घर से निकल चुके हैं, कलकत्ता की तरफ कुछ कर चुके हैं। उनको जहां रोकेंगे वो भी रास्ता रोक के वही आंदोलन करेंगे, शांतिपूर्वक आंदोलन करेंगे हम।
So, Dilip Ghosh, are you saying that your workers and BJP party leaders will go on towards Nabanna despite the kind of security presence that we are essentially seeing out on the streets in West Bengal?
देखिए, नबान्ना तो अभियान एक प्रतीक का आंदोलन है। सरकार भ्रष्टाचार में लिप्त है, उनके नेता मंत्री सब करोड़ों रुपया दबा कर बैठ गए हैं, ये सबके सामने आ गया है। तो इसका विरोध करना, प्रतिवाद करना हमारा काम है। इसलिए नबान्ना है सरकार का, जो यहाँ मुख्यमंत्री खुद बैठ के उसके नेतृत्व करती है, उनके खिलाफ आंदोलन है। और इसलिए हमने आह्वान किया है, समाज के लोग आएंगे, हमारे कार्यकर्ता आएंगे। और गणतांत्रिक देश में सब जगह होता है, जगह जगह होता है। ममता बनर्जी ने पहले करती थी जब विरोध में, तो इसको जबरदस्ती रोकने का जो प्रयास हो रहा है, इससे क्या अशांति फैलेगा? पूरा बंगाल में फैल जाएगा ये आंदोलन, आगे भी चल सकता है।
All right, Mr. Ghosh, appreciate your speaking to us on Republic TV. So that was Dilip Ghosh over there saying that they will defy the ban that's been placed on these rallies, and that workers from the BJP are already making their way to various protest sites. I'm going to go back for a ground check to Bhaskar, who's reporting, I think, from Howrah. Bhaskar, give us a sense of what's happening even as we speak. Now, we are hearing several of those BJP workers and leaders have been detained already. Several are not being allowed to board those trains which have been hired by the BJP.
Absolutely, Nipur, as the BJP leaders are claiming that some of BJP leaders is under...
I'm just going to interrupt you for a second. Pictures on our screens are from Durgapur. This is where the protesters are gathering now. All right, let's head back to Bhaskar. Now, Bhaskar, I had to interrupt you there where you were taking us through what's happening there currently. So give us an overall view of how many detentions we're looking at. We've, of course, heard senior BJP leaders, Dilip Ghosh, also over there saying that they are going to press forward despite the ban.
Yes, absolutely, Nipur. And as the senior BJP leaders are saying that, they are clearly stating that they will not stop, they will not hold back there. And if the BJP workers had been detained, if the BJP workers had been stopped by the police, they will start protesting all over the state, across the state, in wherever they are getting detained, or wherever they are not allowed to go towards Nabanna, they will start protesting there. And as of now, as the ground situation, I would like to show you, I would like to ask my video journalist Mohit to show you the whole scenario. A huge number of police personnel had been deployed in Shatragachi as well as in College Square and Howrah Maidan. And of course, senior police officers are continuously monitoring the whole scenario. And of course, and the senior BJP leaders were claiming that some of the senior BJP leaders had been under strict police supervision, and they are assuming that they will not be permitted to leave their residence, and will obviously keep an eye on that. But on the other hand, in many parts of West Bengal, BJP leaders, BJP workers are gathering around, and they started for Kolkata, and as the predetermined route, three routes had been determined by the BJP leaders for this Nabanna Abhiyan. One from Shatragachi, one from Howrah Maidan, and another one from College Square. They are heading towards these three locations, the locations from where the march will begin. And as of BJP, Dilip Ghosh, Vice President of BJP, he will lead a march from College Square. Shukanta Mujumdar, State President, he will lead from Howrah Maidan. And Leader of Opposition, Suvendu Adhikari, he will lead from Shatragachi. But let's see if the leaders can reach, and if the leaders can start their march towards Nabanna.
Bhaskar, even as these 7 trains that have been hired by the BJP to bring in their workers, the TMC's mouthpiece has questioned this move, saying that they're using, that the BJP needs to come clean in terms of the funds that were used for this. In fact, in the mouthpiece of the TMC, they have written specifically about this. So can you tell us more about that angle as well?
Well, Trinamool Congress, the ruling party in West Bengal, they are claiming that BJP is using money, a huge amount of money for this Nabanna Abhiyan. And on the other hand, BJP is clearly said that they hired 7 trains as per the norms. They thought that they will need those trains to bring their workers in Kolkata for this Nabanna Abhiyan. And that 21 crore which had been claimed by the Trinamool Congress in their mouthpiece is nothing but false allegation. And on the other hand, BJP is also raising another question. on 21st July, where Mamata Banerjee, Chief Minister, and also that Trinamool Congress Supremo holds a meeting in Dharamtala, and there also another huge amount of transaction, huge amount of money is being used each and every year. And BJP also claiming that at least 50 crore rupees used in this year's 21st July program organized by Trinamool Congress. So how can Trinamool Congress leaders raise question over this issue? And BJP leaders, they thought they need a train, they need at least 7 trains from different part of West Bengal to bring their workers for this Nabanna Abhijan. So they heard it, and that's all. There is nothing illegal in here. And now, of course, this is another huge controversy between Trinamool Congress and the BJP, the main opposition party in West Bengal. Nupur.
All right, Bhaskar, thank you very much for joining us. We're going to keep coming back to you through the day for updates, but we are now getting breaking news that's coming in from Tamil Nadu. Let's cut across to that. Well, DVSC is conducting raids against the former Minister SP Velumani and Vijay Bhaskar across Tamil Nadu. Allegations against SP Velumani are for issuing tenders by abusing power to companies of his close associates and incurring a loss for the government of about 500 crores. The raids taking place in 26 places. So essentially allegations against the two are of irregularities in issuing essentiality certificates to the medical college and a hospital that is run by SP Velumani. I'm going to go across to Varshini right now, who's reporting from Chennai. Varshini, to begin with, give us a sense of where these raids are taking place. 26 locations is what we are hearing, some of them in Chennai, some in Coimbatore. And also, tell us more about the response that we are getting right now from the AIADMK.
Well, if you see, these raids are happening at almost 26 locations which are only associated to former Minister SP Velumani, and at the same time the DVSC raids are happening against former Minister from the AIADMK Vijay Bhaskar as well, and the places associated to him are almost 13 locations, which makes the raid locations almost 39 across the state of Tamil Nadu, and at the same time almost 15 places in Chennai alone. Apart from that, we have Coimbatore, Tiruchi and Chengalpet districts as well. Therefore, these raids are basically during their power, abusing their power. The kind of corruption that they have been indulged into are the main reasons. Against SP Velumani, we hear that he has been issuing tenders to very close associates of his and to his companies to change the street lights into LED lights in rural areas. Since he was the Minister for Rural Development, this has happened. Right now, we are looking at this location, which is a house of Manivannan, who is a very close aide of SP Velumani, who owns RKM Electricals, which has apparently taken the tender for this change of street lights to LED lights. And regarding this, the DVSC has filed an FIR, and this raids has been going on from the morning, early in the morning. And similarly to Vijay Bhaskar, since he was the Minister for Health and Family Welfare, he had issued an essentiality certificate to the Wales Medical College and Hospital. And regarding this, the raids are happening at almost 13 locations across the state, and we hear that 5 locations in Chennai, 2 locations in other 3 districts as well. Therefore, these raids seem to be very huge. And when you speak about the AIADMK's stand on this matter, this is not the first time the AIADMK ministers and prominent leaders are facing raids after the DMK government came to power. So their main allegation or the stand that they take every single time that this is happening is that this is absolutely political vendetta, and that the DMK government is trying to take some kind of vengeance against, tarnish the name of their leaders. And this time around, an official statement is awaited, but any statement that they would make will definitely be a political rivalry is what we are expecting.
Now, Varshini, the allegation that the DVSC has laid at the doorstep of SP Velumani is the fact that he issued tenders to people who were close to him, who were personal friends of his or personal aides of his, and that led to a loss of about 500 crore rupees to the exchequer. So can you give us more details on that as well?
Well, absolutely, yes. Right now, we are even standing in one of his close aides' house, and this is also being raided. There is heavy police security also deployed in this area, where police are making sure that the raids are happening peacefully, since it's a DVAC raids. And this is, an allegation. The FIR says that almost 500 crores has been, a loss that has been incurred by the government of Tamil Nadu while the AIADMK party was in power. And we also hear that this was a project for rural development department that was undertaken, and particularly when SP Velumani was the minister for rural development department, he had apparently given tenders to his own close aided companies, and that is why these raids are currently happening, not just at locations which belongs to him, but also to his close aides who are also involved in this particular FIR that has been filed by the DVAC. We will get you more updates and news about this raids that are happening across the state of Tamil Nadu after a small break.
At Amity, we believe students should have an all-round exposure. The study abroad program gives students the option to do 5 weeks or more at any of the Amity campuses across the world in cities like New York, San Francisco, London, Melbourne, Dubai, Singapore, etc. A truly unique opportunity only at Amity.
Good evening and welcome, viewers. It's great to see you this Monday. Tonight, viewers, I will prove that not only is Asaduddin Oasi fear-mongering, I will prove that he is outrightly lying with a singular intention of provoking the Muslim community in India on what is a simple and clear verdict on the Muslim side's plea in the Gyanvapi case. Asaduddin Oasi has to be stopped from lying. Viewers, Oasi has to be stopped from lying because he's making comparisons to Babri, when in this case, neither legally and certainly not illegally, formally or informally, voluntarily or involuntarily, is there a slightest possibility of any structure being demolished. So there is no comparison to Babri possible. My dear viewers, all that the Hindu side is asking for is respect. Only respect. Respect for their deities. Respect for their devotion to their gods. Respect for their right to worship. Is this respect? Just respect too much to ask for in a country that claims to be secular? Viewers, has a single Hindu in this case asked for anything more than restoring the right to pray that they had and that they have had? Nothing new. Where's the logic here? If they could pray to their gods for decades and centuries, then what is the logic in taking away that right overnight? Do gods disappear? Do deities vanish? And viewers, does devotion that stems from your heart for your own gods evaporate? It doesn't. It never does, and it never will. So this case, in my view, is a test of Indian secularism. For all those who claim to be secular should first ask themselves whether the practice and not just the definition of Indian secularism excludes the equal rights of the Hindu community. So tonight, viewers, please join me as I expose the malicious malintent of politicians like Oasi, for whom the law is an inconvenience when it doesn't suit his politics. That
All eyes on the volatile situation in Bengal as the BJP declares challenge march. Big focus on nation's hottest political story. It's BJP versus TMC march fight now.
DVAC raids across 26 locations in Tamil Nadu. 2 former AIADMK ministers raided as well. Big row over Yaqub glorification. Shinde hits out at MVA, calls Uddhav an anti-national agent. Massive embarrassment for Vadra Kong. Shoes and slippers hurled at Rajasthan minister's rally. Thanks for staying with us on Live and Breaking. Starting off with a massive embarrassment for Vadra Kong. We're getting in visuals from Rajasthan's Ajmer. During the program of Rajasthan Sports Minister Ashok Channa, shoes and slippers were allegedly thrown by miscreants. Now we can see that as well in a particular development that's come in from here, where Ashok Channa, who was reading a message, was heckled by listeners who hurled footwear in the air, waved them at him, and also allegedly hurled some towards the stage as well. People also raised Sachin Pilot Zindabad slogans during his address, and eventually Channa had to stop his address midway. Now, for more information on the story, we're joined in by Piyush Ori. Piyush, give us a sense of what really happened here, and in the visuals also we can see that he was heckled, but what really transpired there?
So, as you rightly pointed out, that it was actually a kind of massive embarrassment for Congress party in Rajasthan, one of the few states which it is ruling. Minister Ashok Chanda from Rajasthan, who was actually belonging to Ashok Gehlot camp, and he was delivering a lecture at a public rally. And suddenly what he saw was there were public heckling, and also there was shoe which was hurled at him. Now over here it was all right, because these kind of things keep on happening to the political leaders. But what actually resulted in a massive embarrassment for Congress party in Rajasthan was when Ashok Chanda, who is a senior leader of Congress party in Rajasthan, leveled allegations that this was done at behest of Sachin Pilot. Now, I will also tell you the history between Sachin Pilot and Gehlot. There is always there's a big rivalry between who actually should be the Chief Minister of Rajasthan. So there is a rivalry which is going on between Ashok Gehlot as well as Sachin Pilot. And now what we are seeing is that this has once again resulted in violence, in public heckling, and now also in a major embarrassment, shoes being hurled at ministers. So yes, challenging times ahead for the Congress party in Rajasthan. Back to you in the studio.
Piyush, in fact, even after, a few hours after the incident, he went on to tweet saying that if Sachin Pilot becomes the Chief Minister after getting shoes thrown at me, then he should do so quickly, because I'm not in the mood to fight today. But the day I come to fight, only one will be left, and I don't want this. So clearly he's reacted on this. But what more can you tell us about this reaction?
So this is, as I said, the embarrassment for Congress party in Rajasthan is only continuing. Now, what could have happened was that, he would have been angry of this entire incident, and he leveled this anger by accusing Sachin Pilot directly, that also in social media platforms, which really now made people know about how fragile, how brittle actually the coalition in Congress party in Rajasthan actually is. Now, this is not a new phenomenon in Rajasthan. Earlier too, Chief Minister Gehlot has leveled allegations against Sachin Pilot of him not being very proactive in his work in Rajasthan politics, of his being lazy. So this has not been a very new phenomenon. But yes, with another senior minister of Rajasthan now leveling allegations directly on social media, and that too against Sachin Pilot, you can definitely understand that the fragility of Rajasthan government, which is being governed by Congress party, is now in open, and the challenging time for Congress in Rajasthan is out there in open. Mind you, Rajasthan is a very important state for Congress party, because it is only one of the few states which is being ruled by Congress party.
Well, right. Thank you, Piyush, for getting us all those details. Well, that is in terms of shoes being hurled at Ashok Channa at this particular event. But moving on to some other breaking news that's coming in from Jammu, we understand that CBI raids at over a dozen locations in Jammu, case against 33 accused, including the then medical officer, BSF Frontier Headquarters, Palora, then member JKSSB, then under secretary, then section officer, ex-official of CRPF, ASI of Jammu and police, owner of a coaching center, Aknoor, and private company based at Bengaluru, private persons and unknown others. Now, there were allegations regarding malpractices in the examination, is what we understand. The Jammu and Kashmir government had constituted an inquiry committee to look into the same. It was alleged that the accused entered into conspiracy and caused gross irregularities in conduct of written examination for the posts of sub-inspectors. It was further alleged that there was abnormally high percentage of selected candidates from Jammu, Rajouri and Samba districts. Violation of rules by JKSSB was allegedly found in assigning the task of setting question paper to Bengaluru-based private company. Now, for more information on this, we're cutting across to Gursimran, who's joining us live. Gursimran, give us a sense of, the CBI raids that are happening. We understand this was in terms of the malpractices, but what more information can you give us?
See, the raids have started early today morning and over a dozen locations are presently being raided by the Central Bureau of Investigation Jammu teams. We are told that the raids are underway in Jammu, in Nabanna area. Apart from that, in the Khod area of the Aknoor subsector, the raids are going on. Apart from that, there are raids that are going on in the Aknoor town as well. The person being raided are those who are linked with the accused. We are told that the PRO of former Deputy Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir is also under the scanner by the CBI, and also some of the relatives of the cops who were named in the CBI FIR have also been raided, and the raids are underway at their residence in the Aknoor and in the Khor area. Apart from that, we are also getting to know that some people in the Nabanna area are also being raided, those who have their active involvement. Important to mention that 33 persons, including the medical officer of the BSF and the cop from the Jammu and Kashmir police along with others, have been named in the FIR by the Central Bureau of Investigation after gross violation of rules and misconduct was found. That how these papers were leaked ahead of the entrance examination, and undue favor was given to many people in Jammu, Samba and Rajouri, after which the J&K government conducted a preliminary inquiry which found that there was a gross violation of the rules and norms, and how they took the advantage of this, how the paper was leaked at multiple locations. Important to mention that after the sub-inspector examination was cancelled by the J&K government, two other examination of the financial account assistant and junior engineer civil, they too have been cancelled by the J&K government, and for the same also the CBI probe has been recommended by the Lieutenant Governor administration of the J&K, making it very clear that there is no tolerance for these kind of acts in which undue favor is given to the candidates who have paid money in lakhs to get the government jobs in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir.
Gursimran, we also understand that one of the allegations was found in assigning the task of setting the question paper to Bengaluru-based company. Now, this is, of course, the latest coming in terms of the CBI raids across Jammu, and Gursimran getting us all those details over there in terms of the case against 33 accused. And moving on to other stories that we're tracking at this particular hour, TMC Minister Abhishek Banerjee's sister-in-law was grilled by the ED for 7 hours in connection with a money laundering case. Now, Maneka Gambhir was stopped at Kolkata airport after she allegedly tried to travel abroad. France's Minister for Europe and Foreign Affairs, Catherine Colonna, will be on a 3-day visit to India, during which she will hold talks with her counterparts Jaishankar on bilateral, regional and international issues of mutual interest. Commerce and Industry Minister Piyush Goyal will chair a key meeting of the Board of Trade to discuss ways to boost the country's exports today. A special court is set to hear Satyendra Jain bail plea today. Delhi Cabinet Minister Satyendra Jain is in the dock in the graft case. As BJP is gearing up for making its Nabanna march a success, a massive row between BJP and TMC sparked in West Bengal. Meanwhile, police declared the 3 major rallies which are to be led by top BJP leaders as illegal. Supreme Court to hear batch of pleas seeking 10% reservation grant to economically weaker sections category in government institutes for admissions through NEET, PG and jobs today. In a big development, the Ministry of Home Affairs has recommended CBI probe in Sonali Fogart murder case. The MHA's move came after Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant wrote to the Union Minister Amit Shah seeking a probe by the CBI in the matter.
देखो, हमें ये प्रॉपर्टी और फाइनेंशियली मर्डर लग रहा था और साथ में राजनीतिक मर्डर लग रहा था। प्रॉपर्टी और फाइनेंशियली हम लोगों ने खुद गोवा पुलिस के आने से पहले ही चेक कर लिए थे। प्रॉपर्टी और फाइनेंशियली दोनों चीज़ें सोनाली जी की सेफ हैं, तो ये पॉलिटिकल मर्डर ही है और इस वजह से ये सीबीआई को हैंडओवर नहीं कर रही थी गोवा पुलिस। जी सर्व खाप पंचायत जो हुई है सर्व जाति की, उसका बहुत ज़्यादा सरकार के ऊपर प्रभाव पड़ा है।
आप क्या मानते हैं?
जी, हमें पूरी उम्मीद है इसमें बहुत बड़े चेहरे उजागर होंगे अगर गोवा पुलिस ने सबूत नहीं मिटाए होंगे तो।
Reacting to the approval of CBI probe in Sonali Fogart's murder probe, Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant said that the Goa police will hand over the investigation to the CBI and cooperate with the investigation.
हमें उस केस में हमारे पुलिस के ऊपर पूरा भरोसा है और डेफिनेटली दे बहुत अच्छी तरह से इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहा है। बहुत अच्छे क्लूज भी उनको मिले हैं, लेकिन लोगों के डिमांड ध्यान में रखते हुए और उनकी बेटी की कंटिन्यूसली डिमांड ध्यान में रखते हुए मैंने प्रेस मीडिया में भी बाकी भी मुझे रिक्वेस्ट की है कि वो सीबीआई के पास दे देना चाहिए, तो फिर आज हम वो केस सीबीआई के पास दे रहे हैं।
We're slipping into a short break right now, but on the other side, big focus on nation's hottest political story. It's BJP versus TMC March fight now. And DVAC raids across 26 locations in Tamil Nadu. 2 former AIADMK ministers raided. All of this and much more on the other side.
बड़ा फैसला ज्ञानवापी को लेकर सामने आया है, यानी इस पूरे विवाद पर सुनवाई जारी रहेगी।
मुस्लिम पक्ष अब इस पूरे मामले को लेकर हाई कोर्ट का रुख करेगा।
People who are coming here to offer prayers are saying that very soon their sentiments would be respected and a grand temple would be constructed.
Responding to the approval of CBI probe into Sonali Fogart's death case, Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant said that the Goa police will hand over the investigation to the CBI and cooperate with the investigation.
हमें उस केस में हमारे पुलिस के ऊपर पूरा भरोसा है और डेफिनेटली दे बहुत अच्छी तरह से इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहा है। बहुत अच्छे क्लूज भी उनको मिले हैं, लेकिन लोगों के डिमांड ध्यान में रखते हुए और उनकी बेटी की कंटिन्यूसली डिमांड ध्यान में रखते हुए मैंने प्रेस मीडिया में भी बाकी भी मुझे रिक्वेस्ट की है कि वो सीबीआई के पास दे देना चाहिए, तो फिर आज हम वो केस सीबीआई के पास दे रहे हैं।
Sonali Fogart case, state government has decided to hand over the case to Central Bureau of Investigation.
जैसे जैसे यहाँ पर वक्त बढ़ता जा रहा है, हलचल वाराणसी कोर्ट के बाहर बहुत तेज होती जा रही है।
उत्तर प्रदेश के सभी 75 जिलों को आज आने वाले फैसले को लेकर के अलर्ट पर रखा गया है।
Roundup of news and brief from across the country. TMC leader Abhishek Banerjee's sister-in-law was grilled by the Enforcement Directorate for 7 hours in connection with the money laundering case. She was stopped at the Kolkata airport after she allegedly tried to travel abroad. France Minister for Europe and Foreign Affairs Catherine Colonna will be on a 3-day visit to India, during which she will hold talks with her counterpart S. Jaishankar on bilateral, regional and international issues of mutual interest.
बड़ा फैसला ज्ञानवापी को लेकर सामने आया है, यानी इस पूरे विवाद पर सुनवाई जारी रहेगी।
मुस्लिम पक्ष अब इस पूरे मामले को लेकर हाई कोर्ट का रुख करेगा।
People who are coming here to offer prayers are saying that very soon their sentiments would be respected and a grand temple would be constructed.
Commerce and Industry Minister Piyush Goyal will chair a key meet of the Board of Trade to discuss ways to bolster country's exports today. A special court is set to hear Satyendra Jain's bail plea today. Delhi Cabinet Minister Satyendra Jain is in the dock in graft charges. As BJP is gearing up for making its Nabanna march a success, a massive row between the BJP and TMC has erupted in West Bengal. Meanwhile, the police has declared 3 major rallies that...
Big news coming in. Open admission by Bihar Minister S. Singh says, and I quote, "There's not a single wing of our department that does not commit acts of theft. As I'm in charge of the department, I became their Sardar," quote. And this is exactly what Agriculture Minister has said. He went on to claim this while addressing a public meeting in Kaimur, is what we understand. And he has claimed that there are many thieves in his department and he is the Sardar chieftain of them. Open admission of corruption by the Bihar minister. In fact, he went on to state, and I quote, "There's not a single wing of our agriculture department that does not commit acts of theft. As I'm the in charge of the department, I became their Sardar. There are many other chieftains above me too. The government has changed, but the working style remained the same. Everything is the same as before," is what he was stating while addressing this particular event. Open admission by the Bihar minister regarding corruption, a brazen attitude and a brazen statement made out there. In fact, he also went on to state that there's not a single wing of the agricultural department that does not commit acts of theft. And but he's gone on to make a bigger statement saying that he is the Sardar of that particular department in terms of leading this corruption over here. Now, this happened while he was addressing a public meeting in Kaimur, and he was talking about the Nitish Kumar-led coalition government. We have reactions coming in about this. Let's listen in.
पैदा होगा तो लगा लेता होगा, लेकिन जिसको पैदा करना है वो तो नहीं लगाता। ये 150-200 करोड़ रुपया यह भी खा जाता है जीविका वाला। कोई ऐसा हमारे विभाग में अब नहीं है जो चोरी नहीं करता। तो इस चोरों का हम सरदार हैं, हम सरदार ही लगाएंगे। जब चोरी हो रहा है तो हम उसके सरदार हुए। तो आप कम से कम उतरा उतरा ठोकते रहिएगा तो मुझे भी याद रहेगा कि किसान नाराज है मेरे से। और नहीं ठोकना बंद करिएगा तो यही लगेगा कि नहीं सब ठीक चल रहा। तो ये मैं आपको कह देता हूँ, लोहिया जी ठीक कह के गए थे, जब संसद आवारा हो जाए तो जनता को सड़कों पर उतरना चाहिए। तो मैं सरकार हूँ, कहीं कहते हैं कि आप भी सड़कों पर उतरा कीजिए, बाकायदा एक टाइम पर उतरते रहेंगे तो हम ही अकेले सरकार नहीं, हमारे ऊपर भी बहुत लोग हैं। तो उनके हम जब बोलते हैं तो उनको लगता है कि अपनी बात बोल रहे हैं। समझ रहे मेरी बात? अकेले जब मैं कैबिनेट में बोलता हूँ तो लगता है कि इसका अपना समस्या है। जब आप सब लोग मिलकर बोलेगा तब जाके कान में तेल डाल के बैठे लोग हैं उनकी सुनाई पड़ेगी। नहीं तो ये लोग, मैं कहा अभी तो कानून पे मैंने चर्चा किया कि धान खरीद में नियम बदलो और मल्टीपल एजेंसी कर दो, सभी लोग खरीदेंगे। लेकिन इसकी चिंता नहीं, अभी तो आ रहा है एकदम, जब बोलते हैं तो चुप लगा जाता है, जिस हिसाब से प्लान निकल गया सरकार के लोगों को, मैंने सरकार के मतलब अधिकारियों की नहीं, बड़े बड़े नेताओं का। और जब कृषि कानून मंडी कानून की बात करता है तो एकदम चुप लगा जाता है, जिसे लगता है कि बुखार आ गया हो। तो ये हम आपको इसलिए कह रहे हैं कि आप जानिए, नहीं पता चलेगा कि तो कहिएगा कि आपको 3 साल कुर्सी पे थे, चुप से बोले नहीं, बताए नहीं, आपको कुर्सी के चक्कर में बताए नहीं, तो हम बता रहे हैं आपको, हम सजग कर रहे हैं। अभी कोई बन तो गई है सरकार नहीं, लेकिन है वही पुरानी, उसके चार चरण में पुराने, और अधिकारियों का तो पूछना ही नहीं, वो तो अभी अंदाजा लगा रहे होगा क्या।
Well, that was the Bihar Agriculture Minister Sudhakar Singh claiming that there are many thieves in his department, but he is the Sardar of them. This was during a public meeting that he was addressing in Kaimur. He went on to state that there's not a single wing of our agriculture department that does not commit acts of theft, and he went on to claim that he is the Sardar of the same. Well, on the other side, all eyes on the volatile situation in Bengal as the BJP declares a challenge march.
Rahul Gandhi has started his yatra all the way from Kanyakumari, has now reached Thiruvananthapuram.
ये काशी विश्वनाथ मंदिर का 4 नंबर गेट है, लगातार सिक्योरिटी यहाँ पर बढ़ती जा रही है.
Big victory for the Hindu side because the court has said that this particular petition by the Hindu side is maintainable.
Responding to the approval of CBI probe into Sonali Foghat's death case, Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant said that the Goa police will hand over the investigation to the CBI and cooperate with the investigation.
हमें उस केस में यानी हमारे पुलिस के ऊपर पूरा भरोसा है और डेफिनेटली दे बहुत अच्छी तरह से इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहा है, बहुत अच्छे क्लूज भी उनको मिले हैं, लेकिन लोगों के डिमांड ध्यान में रखते हुए और उनकी बेटी की कंटिन्यूसली डिमांड ध्यान में रखते हुए उन्होंने मैंने प्रेस मीडिया में भी बाकी भी मुझे रिक्वेस्ट की है कि वो सीबीआई के पास दे देना चाहिए, तो फिर आज हम वो केस सीबीआई के पास दे रहे हैं.
Sonali Foghat case, state government has decided to hand over the case to Central Bureau of Investigation.
जैसे जैसे यहाँ पर वक्त बढ़ता जा रहा है, हलचल वाराणसी कोर्ट के बाहर बहुत तेज होती जा रही है.
उत्तर प्रदेश के सभी 75 जिलों को आज आने वाले फैसले को लेकर के अलर्ट पर रखा गया है.
Roundup of news and brief from across the country. TMC leader Abhishek Banerjee's sister-in-law was grilled by the Enforcement Directorate for 7 hours in connection with the money laundering case. She was stopped at the Kolkata airport after she allegedly tried to travel abroad. France Minister for Europe and Foreign Affairs Catherine Colonna will be on a 3-day visit to India, during which she will hold talks with her counterpart S. Jaishankar on bilateral, regional and international issues of mutual interest.
बड़ा फैसला ज्ञानवापी को लेकर सामने आया है, यानी इस पूरे विवाद पर सुनवाई जारी रहेगी.
मुस्लिम पक्ष अब इस पूरे मामले को लेकर हाई कोर्ट का रुख करेगा.
Coming here to offer prayers, they are saying that very soon their sentiments would be respected and
Here's what's making news in the world of sports. Indian wicketkeeper batter Dinesh Karthik took to social media to express his happiness on being included in Team India's ICC T20 World Cup squad. After his selection, Karthik tweeted, "Dreams do come true." The All India Senior Selection Committee picked India's squads for the upcoming ICC Men's T20 World Cup and for the T20I series against Australia and South Africa. India defeated Bangladesh 2-1 in the SAF Under-17 Championship semi-final at the Racecourse International Stadium in Colombo to book their spot in the Summit Clash. The final will be played on September 14th, where India will face the winner between Sri Lanka and Nepal. Barcelona head coach Xavi Hernandez said that Robert Lewandowski is calm and eager to face his former team as the Catalan side get ready to face Bayern Munich in the Champions League group stage. Lionel Messi top form helped Barcelona to win 4-0 at Cadiz on Saturday. Frankfurt trained very hard on 12 September ahead of travelling to France to face Marseille in their next assignment in the Champions League group stage. English side Liverpool trained ahead of their UEFA Champions League Group A clash with Dutch champions AFC Ajax, which comes during a difficult start to the new season. Jurgen Klopp's side were defeated 4-1 by Italian outfit Napoli in their opening group fixture.
On Monday, powerful explosion hit the Rostov region of Russia. Residents of several cities have witnessed 3 to 4 sources of black cloud of smoke and multiple sounds of blast. According to the local media reports, the blast took place after an air defense system in Russia had been triggered. However, the Ministry of Emergency Situation of the Rostov region had no information about the explosion. Agency report, Republic TV.
Rahul Gandhi has started his yatra all the way from Kanyakumari, has now reached Thiruvananthapuram.
ये काशी विश्वनाथ मंदिर का 4 नंबर गेट है, लगातार सिक्योरिटी यहाँ पर बढ़ती जा रही है.
Big victory for the Hindu side because the court has said that this particular petition by the Hindu side is maintainable.
In a big development, the Ministry of Home Affairs has recommended CBI probe into Sonali Phogat's murder case. The MHA's move comes after Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant wrote to Union Home Minister Amit Shah seeking a probe by the CBI into the matter.
देखो, हमें ये प्रॉपर्टी और फाइनेंशियली मर्डर लग रहा था और साथ में राजनीतिक मर्डर लग रहा था. प्रॉपर्टी और फाइनेंशियली हम लोगों ने खुद गोवा पुलिस के आने से पहले ही चेक कर लिए थे. प्रॉपर्टी और फाइनेंशियली दोनों चीज़ें सोनाली जी की सेफ हैं. तो ये पॉलिटिकल मर्डर ही है और इस वजह से ये सीबीआई को हैंडओवर नहीं कर रही थी गोवा पुलिस. जी सर्व खाप पंचायत जो हुई है सर्व जाति की, उसका बहुत ज़्यादा सरकार के ऊपर प्रभाव पड़ा है.
आप क्या मानते हैं?
जी, हमें पूरी उम्मीद है इसमें बहुत बड़े चेहरे उजागर होंगे अगर गोवा पुलिस ने सबूत नहीं मिटाए होंगे तो.
Rahul Gandhi has started his yatra all the way from Kanyakumari, has now reached Thiruvananthapuram.
ये काशी विश्वनाथ मंदिर का 4 नंबर गेट है, लगातार सिक्योरिटी यहाँ पर बढ़ती जा रही है.
Big victory for the Hindu side because the court has said that this particular petition by the Hindu side is maintainable.
Responding to the approval of CBI probe into Sonali Phogat's death case, Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant said that the Goa police will hand over the investigation to the CBI and cooperate with the investigation.
हमें उस केस में हमारे पुलिस के ऊपर पूरा भरोसा है और डेफिनेटली दे बहुत अच्छी तरह से इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहा है. बहुत अच्छे क्लूज़ भी उनको मिले हैं, लेकिन लोगों के डिमांड ध्यान में रखते हुए और उनके बेटी की कंटिन्यूसली डिमांड ध्यान में रखते हुए मैंने प्रेस मीडिया में भी बाकी भी मुझे रिक्वेस्ट की है कि वो सीबीआई के पास दे देना चाहिए. तो फिर आज हम वो केस सीबीआई के पास दे रहे हैं.
Sonali Phogat case, state government has decided to hand over the case to Central Bureau of Investigation.
जैसे जैसे यहाँ पर वक्त बढ़ता जा रहा है, हलचल वाराणसी कोर्ट के बाहर बहुत तेज होती जा रही है.
उत्तर प्रदेश के सभी 75 जिलों को आज आने वाले फैसले को लेकर के अलर्ट पर रखा गया है.
Roundup of news and brief from across the country. TMC leader Abhishek Banerjee's sister-in-law was grilled by the Enforcement Directorate for 7 hours in connection with a money laundering case.
All eyes are on the volatile situation in West Bengal as the BJP declares a challenge march. Big focus on the nation's hottest political story. It is the BJP versus the TMC. The DVAC raids across 26 locations in Tamil Nadu. 2 former AIADMK ministers are raided. Massive embarrassment for the Congress party. Shoes and slippers are hurled at Rajasthan minister rally. Open corruption.
कोई ऐसा हमारे विभाग में अब नहीं है जो चोरी नहीं करता.
Open corruption admission by the Bihar minister on tape is Jungle Raj back in Bihar. Good morning. You are watching Republic TV and we are going straight across to pictures that we are getting from Bengal where a mega showdown is taking place. Pictures on your screen are of several BJP workers who've been detained in Raniganj. So mega showdown in place against the alleged TMC government's corruption. Pictures on your screen I think are from Raniganj right now. We're going to go across on the ground to Ishan Dev, who's reporting from Havra, I think. Ishan, can you take us through what's happening around you? Of course, there's a huge presence of security forces that's been put in place in several locations now. All right, we're going to go across to Ishan in just a minute, but here's what's happening right now. The BJP, of course, has hired about 7 trains. That's what we've been hearing to take workers to Nabanna. Now, there are 3 routes through which the BJP leaders, along with their workers, are planning to reach the West Bengal capital and then protest against the TMC government's alleged corruption. Pictures that we're getting for you are from Havra, Birbhum, Sialda as well as Raniganj right now. Several detentions have already been made and the BJP had hired 7 trains to take its workers. But several of those workers have already been placed under detention by the police. The police, of course, on their part, say that they apprehend, they are very apprehensive of violence, perhaps that could break out with clashes between the two sides, and that is why they've not given permission for these rallies to take place. The TMC, on its part, says that it will continue. I beg your pardon. The BJP, on its part, says that they will continue to march across the state and continue their protest against what they say is the TMC government's corruption. I think let's go across to Ishan. He's reporting from Havra. He's joining us right now. Ishan, good morning. Ishan, give us a sense of what's happening around you. Since the morning, of course, we have seen several detentions that have taken place. The BJP alleges that even before their workers went out of their homes, they were placed into detention. The TMC and the police on their part say that they fear violence and that is why they are putting out these security measures.
Actually, the TMC is saying from yesterday that the BJP leaders are inciting violence before the Nabanna Abhiyan, and that's why they have taken enough measures, and that's why the police has declared this rally to be illegal. But as police and administration is going to non-cooperate with the BJP leadership and the workers and supporters of BJP to march ahead towards Nabanna, that's why the BJP leadership in West Bengal has has made a trick, and the state BJP president Sukanto Majumdar, who was about to leave his place from Newtown towards Howrah Maidan, he changed his schedule, and very secretly, very covertly, he changed his place from Newtown to Howrah station's railway guest house itself, and he is now here. You can see he is waiting here at the railway guest house at Howrah station, and from the morning, Sukanto Majumdar was welcoming the BJP workers who were coming to Howrah station. At this moment, Sukanto Majumdar is with us. Sukanto da, I would like to get to know from you that how many workers and BJP supporters are being obstructed in many parts of West Bengal.
See, till now we don't have any accurate data, but in every station, police is stopping and they are trying to create a kind of hegemony there, and our workers are fighting, and they are, after winning the battle with the police, they are coming to Howrah to join the Howrah as well as the Shialda. These are the main two stations. The trains are coming, and people are coming in huge number, and they will ready to Ghirao the Nabanna.
Just one more question, because you have many more schedules, because Sukanto, you have welcomed many of your workers here, but the police is still barricading many streets in Kolkata. How do you think that your program is going to be successful? How much?
See, this is the condition is such that police is behaving in such a way that some kind of terrorist attack will happen, and they are behaving like that we are the terrorists. And the first time in the history of the country, police is making barricade, preparing the barricade by digging the roads, and they are preparing the concrete barricade. So this is the amount of fear they have in their mind, and we are liking it. We are loving it.
So we were hearing Mr. Sukanto Majumdar, the state BJP president, and he was saying that police is taking abnormal steps regarding this program of BJP, and he mentioned that how police has started digging the streets to instill permanent barricades, so that those barricades could not be broken by the BJP supporters who want to march towards the Nabanna. So this is an abnormal picture according to the state BJP president.
So Ishan, in a sense, Ishan, stay with us now. In a sense, what the BJP is saying is that disproportionate force is being used to stop them from protesting, which is their right in a democracy. But also tell us more about how the BJP is planning to go forward. We understand that three of their major leaders will be leading parts of their rally as they move towards Nabanna.
Well, the BJP has planned three major rallies. This is the name of this program is integrated name of this program is Nabanna Abhiyan. That means they are going to Ghirao the state secretariat, the state headquarters, and three major rallies will march towards Nabanna from three main points of this program. One point will be the Howrah Maidan. The rally, the procession will be led by the state BJP president Sukanto Majumdar from this Howrah Maidan. Another point will be Satragachi. From there, a procession will march ahead towards Nabanna, and Suvendu Adhikari, the leader of opposition, will be leading that procession. And the third rally will be from College Square, that is in central Calcutta, and that rally will be led by Dilip Ghosh, who is now the national vice president of BJP. So these three major rallies have been planned by the BJP leadership, but police has taken a decision that almost all the roads leading towards Nabanna from these all 3 points will be blocked with barricades and police picketings and enough deployment, so that the BJP workers, the leaders, the MLAs, the public representatives, no one can march towards Nabanna, no one can reach near to the state secretariat. This is the plan on the part of police and administration. But as you have heard that Sukanto Majumdar was saying that at any cost they will make this successful, though the workers and BJP supporters, according to them, are getting obstructed by the administration and the police in several districts from yesterday night and also this morning in several districts. Such reports are coming and such visuals are also coming to us that BJP supporters and workers are being blocked to come to Kolkata. But in spite of that, so many people will come to Kolkata, according to BJP leadership, that the police and administration will not be successful to make it a flop, according to the BJP leadership.
All right, absolutely. Ishan, what I wanted to also ask you is that are we getting any sort of reaction from the TMC over this? We haven't really heard from the senior leadership of the TMC yet in terms of, the allegations that the BJP is making against them. They said that the government is entirely corrupt, and they're, of course, bringing to fore the recent cases that we've had against, members of the TMC.
Exactly. So the BJP leadership is saying that this program, this Nabanna Abhiyan or Nabanna Gherao, is being organized to protest against the scams, several scams which has surfaced in recent times against this TMC-led government. But TMC leadership is saying that the BJP government itself at the center, they are corrupt, and BJP leaders in West Bengal, they are corrupt. This is the allegations of TMC, and that's why TMC is saying that BJP has got no moral right to organize such a program. And TMC leadership like Shantanu Sen, Kunal Ghosh, they are saying from yesterday that BJP leaders are inciting violence. They have said that if they are, the TMC is alleging that BJP leadership has made such comments during the preparatory phase of this Nabanna Abhiyan that may lead to some violence during the program. And earlier, when the BJP Yuva Morcha organized such a program like Nabanna Abhiyan, that time severe law and order problem was there, and citing this reason, the Howrah Police Commissionerate has said that they are not going to permit this program to happen. They have declared this illegal. So this is a big showdown between TMC and BJP, and this is also going to be a big showdown between the police and the BJP workers on the streets.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Sean, as you are pointing out, we are expecting a big showdown between the BJP and the TMC. Now, give us an overall update in terms of how far these leaders have been able to move, from the three locations that they are trying to reach Nabanna from. And what is the sense that you are getting in terms of how this could play out through the day today?
Let me tell you first that Shukanto Mujumdar, the state BJP president, he is now staying at the Howrah railway station's guest house. His procession is about to start from Howrah Maidan, which is very close to this Howrah railway station. That's why Shukanto Mujumdar shifted himself last night to this place from his own place at Newtown. He was everyone knew that Shukanto Mujumdar will stay there at Newtown, but as there was apprehensions that police may block him at the gate of his own apartment, so he shifted last night to this Howrah railway station guest house. So this is for sure that Shukanto Mujumdar will reach the place from where he has to lead the march towards Nabanna. But Suvendu Adhikari, the leader of opposition, who is staying somewhere in South Kolkata, probably his Behala residence, we don't know whether Suvendu Adhikari will be able to reach the place Shatragachi from where he has to lead the procession, because he has to cross the river Ganges and he has to cross the second Hooghly bridge to reach to Shatragachi, and police barricadings are intensely placed there in front of the second Hooghly bridge. That's why Suvendu Adhikari's convoy may get stalled before reaching out to Shatragachi. And Dilip Ghosh, who is National Vice President of BJP and who is to lead the procession from College Square, there is apprehensions that Dilip Ghosh might also not be able to reach that place, because Dilip Ghosh in the morning was there at the Shialda station to welcome the BJP workers who are coming to Kolkata, but after welcoming them for some hours, Dilip Ghosh has got back to his place, that is also in Newtown, and now apprehensions are surfacing that Dilip Ghosh will be also blocked in front of his apartment. So we have to see that in how much time these three leaders, the three main leaders of BJP West Bengal, can reach the spots fixed for them.
So as you're pointing out, Ishan, we're expecting a big confrontation between the BJP and the TMC today, as the BJP workers are set to make their way to Nabanna. Thank you very much for the moment, Ishan, for joining us. And moving on, here's a look at what else is making news this morning. The Bharatiya Janata Party is all set to take out the Nabanna March, a rally in protest against the corrupt practices of the Mamata Banerjee-led government. Notably, the West Bengal police has denied permission for the Saffron Party's Nabanna Abhiyan. The president of the Bengal BJP, Shukanta Majumdar, has attacked the TMC government led by Mamata Banerjee. Shukanta Majumdar has said that the Chor government will be thrown out of Bengal.
ये तो पुलिस करेगी, उनका काम है. हम लड़ेंगे, डेमोक्रेटिक वे से लड़ेंगे और ये गणतांत्रिक सरकार को, चोरों की सरकार को उठा के फेंकेंगे.
Ahead of the mega BJP march in West Bengal, a clash between the police and BJP workers broke out in Raniganj railway station. The police allegedly tried to stop the BJP workers at the railway station while they were leaving for Kolkata. At least 8 people were killed and several were injured after a fire broke out at a hotel in Secunderabad late on Monday night. According to the Hyderabad police, the fire broke out at a charging unit of the electrical scooter showroom on the ground floor of the building. The Anti-Corruption Department has raided the former AIADMK Minister SP Velumani's house. According to sources, the DVAC raids are underway at over 26 locations across Tamil Nadu. Following the raids, the AIADMK workers gathered in front of the house of the former AIADMK Minister SP Velumani in Coimbatore. Senior advocate Mukul Rohatgi is slated to be appointed as the next Attorney General of India after KK Venugopal. This will be Rohatgi's second time as the AG after his first stint between 2014 and 2017. KK Venugopal had recently indicated to the Supreme Court that he might not be in office after the 30th of September. Well, the CBI is conducting raids at over a dozen locations in Jammu. The case is against 33 people who are accused, including the medical officer, the BSF Frontier Headquarters, as well as several other people of the Jammu and Kashmir Police. The allegations are regarding malpractices during examinations. The Jammu and Kashmir government had constituted an inquiry committee to look into this. It was alleged that the accused entered into a conspiracy and caused gross irregularities in conduct of written examinations for the post of sub-inspectors. Now, the CBI, of course, is conducting these raids under several people who've been accused in this case. This is a case that the CBI is investigating. About 33 people accused in this. So these raids underway in Jammu. These raids are linked to the SI recruitment scam. The allegation, of course, is that there was malpractices that were reported in the recruitment of SIs in the police force. Let me go across to Gursimran. He has more details on this. Gursimran, tell us more about what's happening. We are now learning, of course, that raids are being conducted against 33 people who've been accused in the SI recruitment scam.
Yes, over 33 locations are being raided. That is what we are getting to know. And if we speak of Jammu, only more than 14 locations are presently being raided by the Central Bureau of Investigation. And this is with regards to the paper leak that has taken place, especially in case of the Jammu and Kashmir Police Sub-Inspector recruitment that has taken place, and now the researches are on at the various locations. We are getting to know that some cops of Jammu and Kashmir Police who were involved in this, they too are being raided by the Central Bureau of Investigation. Multiple teams are carrying out the raids in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir.
All right, Gursimran bringing us those details. Thank you for joining us. So the raids linked to the SI recruitment scam. Now, in the aftermath of massive waterlogging in Bengaluru, the city's municipal body, the BMP, has started a demolition drive. The BBMP teams have reached 2 locations in Bengaluru and are demolishing illegal structures. The demolition team started their work at the AECS layout with parts of Ragam megastore construction on the stormwater drain being cleared. So the BBMP beginning with their demolition drive today as well. The civic body, of course, had started a demolition drive yesterday after the havoc that had been caused by rains triggering floods across the city. Now, according to what the BBMP has said in the past, at least 15 places have been identified.
ನಾನು ಮೊದಲನೇ ದಿವಸ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾಗಿ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ, ಯಾರು ರಾಜಕಾಲುವೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಕಟ್ಟಡ ಕಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಯಾರು ರಾಜಕಾಲುವೆ ನೀರು ಹರಿಯೋದಕ್ಕೆ ತೊಂದರೆ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಮತ್ತು ಕೆಲವರು ತಮ್ಮ ಲೇಔಟಲ್ಲಿ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ರಾಜಕಾಲುವೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮನೆ ಕಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಇನ್ನು ಕೆಲವರು ರಾಜಕಾಲುವೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಸಣ್ಣದು ಮಾಡಿ ಕಟ್ಟಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಕ್ಲೋಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿದೆ. ಅದು ಏನೇ ಇದ್ದರೂ ಕೂಡ ನ್ಯಾಚುರಲ್ ಡ್ರೈನ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆ, ರೈನ್ ವಾಟರ್ ಡ್ರೈನ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆ, ಯಾವುದೇ ಅಡ್ಡಿ ಬಂದರೆ ಅವುಗಳನ್ನು ತೆಗೆಯೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾದ ಸೂಚನೆಯನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವುದೂ ಭೇದ ಭಾವ ಮಾಡೋ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆನೇ ಇಲ್ಲ.
ಸರ್, ITBT ಅವರು ಒತ್ತುವರಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿರೋ ಆರೋಪಗಳು ಇರುವಂಥದ್ದು
ಯಾರಾದರೂ ಇರಲಿ, ನಮಗೆ ಪ್ರವಾಹ ಬಂದಾಗ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ತೊಂದರೆ ಆಗಿದೆ. ITBTವ್ರಿಗೂ ತೊಂದರೆ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಜನಸಾಮಾನ್ಯರಿಗೂ ತೊಂದರೆ ಆಗಿದೆ, ರಸ್ತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಯಾಣ ಮಾಡೋರು ತೊಂದರೆ ಇದೆ, ತಳಹಂತದಲ್ಲಿ ಮನೆ ಇದ್ದರೂ ತೊಂದರೆ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಅದು ಹೋಗಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಈ ತೆರವುಗೊಳಿಸುವಂಥದ್ದು ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಇದೆ. ನಾನು ಮೊದಲನೇ ದಿವಸನೇ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೇನೆ, ಇದು ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಆಗಿದೆ, ನಿಲ್ಲೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. ಅದನ್ನ ಪೂರ್ಣ ಪ್ರಮಾಣದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು
ಆಕ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ. ಬಟ್ ಸ್ಟೇ ತಂದಂಥ
ಅಲ್ಲ, ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಹಲವಾರು ಕೇಸ್ಗಳು ಕೋರ್ಟ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಡೈರೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಪಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಕೋರ್ಟಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಭಾಳ ಸೀರಿಯಸ್ ಆಗಿ ಇದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಮಾಹಿತಿಯನ್ನು ಕೊಡ್ತೇವೆ. ಮತ್ತು ಕೋರ್ಟು ಕೂಡ ಈ ಇರೋ ಪ್ರಭಾವದ ಒಂದು ಕೇಸನ್ನು ಅವರು ಇದು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ಸೀರಿಯಸ್ ಆಗಿ ಇದು ಮಾಡಬೇಕನ್ನುವಂಥ ಉದ್ದೇಶ ಇದೆ. ಸಲವು ಡೈರೆಕ್ಷನ್ಸ್ ಕೂಡ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ಈ ಬಾರಿ ಭಾಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಪ್ರಮಾಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಅತಿಕ್ರಮಣ ತೆಗೆಯುವಂಥ ಕೆಲಸ. ನಾನು ಮೊದಲನೇ ದಿವಸ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾಗಿ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ, ಯಾರು ರಾಜಕಾಲುವೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಕಟ್ಟಡ ಕಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಯಾರು ರಾಜಕಾಲುವೆ ನೀರು ಹರಿಯೋದಕ್ಕೆ ತೊಂದರೆ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಮತ್ತು ಕೆಲವರು ತಮ್ಮ ಲೇಔಟಲ್ಲಿ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ರಾಜಕಾಲುವೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮನೆ ಕಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಇನ್ನು ಕೆಲವರು ರಾಜಕಾಲುವೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಸಣ್ಣದು ಮಾಡಿ ಕಟ್ಟಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಕ್ಲೋಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿದೆ. ಅದು ಏನೇ ಇದ್ದರೂ ಕೂಡ ನ್ಯಾಚುರಲ್ ಡ್ರೈನ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆ, ರೈನ್ ವಾಟರ್ ಡ್ರೈನ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆ, ಯಾವುದೇ ಅಡ್ಡಿ ಬಂದರೆ ಅವುಗಳನ್ನು ತೆಗೆಯೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾದ ಸೂಚನೆಯನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವುದೂ ಭೇದ ಭಾವ ಮಾಡೋ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆನೇ ಇಲ್ಲ.
ಸರ್, ITBT ಅವರು ಒತ್ತುವರಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿರೋ ಆರೋಪಗಳು ಇರುವಂಥದ್ದು
ಯಾರಾದರೂ ಇರಲಿ, ನಮಗೆ ಪ್ರವಾಹ ಬಂದಾಗ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ತೊಂದರೆ ಆಗಿದೆ. ITBTವ್ರಿಗೂ ತೊಂದರೆ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಜನಸಾಮಾನ್ಯರಿಗೂ ತೊಂದರೆ ಆಗಿದೆ, ರಸ್ತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಯಾಣ ಮಾಡೋರು ತೊಂದರೆ ಇದೆ, ತಳಹಂತದಲ್ಲಿ ಮನೆ ಇದ್ದರೂ ತೊಂದರೆ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಅದು ಹೋಗಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಈ ತೆರವುಗೊಳಿಸುವಂಥದ್ದು ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಇದೆ. ನಾನು ಮೊದಲನೇ ದಿವಸನೇ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೇನೆ, ಇದು ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಆಗಿದೆ, ನಿಲ್ಲೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. ಅದನ್ನ ಪೂರ್ಣ ಪ್ರಮಾಣದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು
ಆಕ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ. ಬಟ್ ಸ್ಟೇ ತಂದಂಥ
ಅಲ್ಲ, ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಹಲವಾರು ಕೇಸ್ಗಳು ಕೋರ್ಟ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಡೈರೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಪಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಕೋರ್ಟಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಭಾಳ ಸೀರಿಯಸ್ ಆಗಿ ಇದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಮಾಹಿತಿಯನ್ನು ಕೊಡ್ತೇವೆ. ಮತ್ತು ಕೋರ್ಟು ಕೂಡ ಈ ಇರೋ ಪ್ರಭಾವದ ಒಂದು ಕೇಸನ್ನು ಅವರು ಇದು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ಸೀರಿಯಸ್ ಆಗಿ ಇದು ಮಾಡಬೇಕನ್ನುವಂಥ ಉದ್ದೇಶ ಇದೆ. ಸಲವು ಡೈರೆಕ್ಷನ್ಸ್ ಕೂಡ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ಈ ಬಾರಿ ಭಾಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಪ್ರಮಾಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಅತಿಕ್ರಮಣ ತೆಗೆಯುವಂಥ ಕೆಲಸ.
All right, let's go across to Nabanna, in fact, who's joining us from the Delhi newsroom now. Nabanna, there are several locations where the BBMP actually wants to carry out demolitions, including certain residential areas. Obviously, there is going to be a certain amount of dissent coming in from there. So give us an overall picture of what's happening there. What we are given to understand is that about 700 structures are what the BBMP is targeting.
That's right, Nupur. Now, one has to understand that this move has come after the fact that Bangalore definitely saw, incessant rainfalls, and we did see how these storm water drainage systems, or rather known as the Raju Kalways, have been built in particular areas where the water, of course, was overflowing, causing flood-like situations. Now, what the government decided to do right after the rainfall did recede in Bengaluru is the fact that they've wanted to carry out these demolition drives across the city. Now, Chief Minister of Karnataka, Basavaraj Bommai, like he just stated, that it does not matter, which property or where it's built, because in terms of the one section, that is the outer ring road, was the most impacted by these particular rains. So of course there will be buildings, commercial buildings, or whether residences as well, where these Raju Kalways have been built. Around that, of course, these buildings will be demolished. We can also see in those visuals how, of course, the rain did cause havoc for citizens. Now the reason why they would want to carry out this particular demolition drive is also so that they can ensure that there's better infrastructure. If at all rainfalls like this happen again, then they're just better prepared. There are different areas in Bengaluru where this will be carried out. Number one, of course, the Marathali or the Mahadevpura constituency, which is the most impacted. On the other hand, even in Koramangala as well, this demolition drive will take place. Sarjapur, Malleshwaram. These are some of the areas across which...
But Nabanna, what I wanted to quickly ask you was that obviously these buildings were constructed after having requisite permissions in place, and obviously the BBMP was aware that they were encroaching upon these stormwater drains. So what is the explanation that's been given by the government over that?
Exactly, that is the other side of the story, which is why a lot of residents, were questioning this move. In fact, last week we did see one person even approach the BJP MLA of the Mahadevpura constituency, Arvind Limbavali, regarding the same thing, because these particular buildings, which are being demolished right now, were given permission earlier regarding, building of these, whether it's commercial properties, residences, whatever, according in terms of the survey that the residents would have carried out before building these properties. So, of course, residents are once again being impacted, but the BBMP has, the executive engineer who was also carrying out this particular demolition drive stated that they were only following orders that came in from Karnataka Chief Minister Basuraj Bommai.
All right, Nabanna bringing us the latest from Bengaluru. Thank you very much for joining us. We'll, of course, continue to track that story. You are watching Republic TV. On the other side, we bring you more news, including the DVAC raids across 26 locations in Tamil Nadu. 2 former AIADMK ministers have been raided.
Good evening and welcome, viewers. It's great to see you this Monday. Tonight, viewers, I will prove that not only is Asaduddin Oasi fear-mongering, I will prove that he is outrightly lying with a singular intention of provoking the Muslim community in India on what is a simple and clear verdict on the Muslim side's plea in the Gyanvapi case. Asaduddin Owaisi has to be stopped from lying. Viewers, Owaisi has to be stopped from lying because he's making comparisons to Babri, when in this case, neither legally and certainly not illegally, formally or informally, voluntarily or involuntarily, is there a slightest possibility of any structure being demolished. So there is no comparison to Babri possible. My dear viewers, all that the Hindu side is asking for is respect. Only respect. Respect for their deities. Respect for their devotion to their gods. Respect for their right to worship. Is this respect? Just respect too much to ask for in a country that claims to be secular? Viewers, has a single Hindu in this case asked for anything more than restoring the right to pray that they had and that they have had? Nothing new. Where's the logic here? If they could pray to their gods for decades and centuries, then what is the logic in taking away that right overnight? Do gods disappear? Do deities vanish? And viewers, does devotion that stems from your heart for your own gods evaporate? It doesn't. It never does, and it never will. So this case, in my view, is a test of Indian secularism. For all those who claim to be secular should first ask themselves whether the practice and not just the definition of Indian secularism excludes the equal rights of the Hindu community. So tonight, viewers, please join me as I expose the malicious malintent of politicians like Owaisi, for whom the law is an inconvenience when it doesn't suit his politics. That is not secular, viewers. It's not even pseudo-secular. Mr. Oasi, that's plainly opportunistic. And if you have the courage, Mr. Oasi, face me on a one-on-one. Then we'll talk.
Commerce and Industry Minister Piyush Goyal will chair a key meet of the Board of Trade.
The most renowned speakers, the most acclaimed legal eagles, the most distinguished academicians, and the biggest newsmakers come together on the most esteemed stage. Watch the unmissable Ram Jethmalani Memorial Lecture on September 17th, only on Republic TV.
The headlines at this hour. All eyes on the volatile situation in Bengal as the BJP declares challenge march. Big focus on nation's hottest political story. It's the BJP versus TMC march fight now. DVAC raids across 26 locations in Tamil Nadu. 2 former AIA-DMK ministers raided. Massive embarrassment for Vadra Congress. Shoes and slippers hurled at Rajasthan minister's rally.
जाता है जी विक्रम वाला कोई ऐसा हमारे विभाग में अंग नहीं है जो चोरी नहीं करता.
Open corruption admission by Bihar minister on tape. Is Jungle Raj back in Bihar? And breaking news coming in now at the very beginning of this edition of Live and Breaking. As you can see, these are visuals from Howrah, Birbhum, Sialdah and Raniganj. The BJP, has hired 7 trains to bring its party members and supporters from different parts of West Bengal to join Nabanna Abhijan, the march to the Secretariat, a rally to be taken out in protest against alleged corrupt practices of the TMC government. These are visuals of what's happening in the state. Let's listen in to know more at some reactions.
Shukanto Mojumdar is with us. Shukanto, I would like to get to know from you that how many workers and BJP supporters are being obstructed in many parts of West Bengal.
See, till now we don't have any accurate data, but in every station, police is stopping and they are trying to create a kind of hegemony there, and our workers are fighting, and they are, after winning the battle with the police, they are coming to Howrah to join the Howrah as well as the Sialdah. These are the main 2 stations. The trains are coming and people are coming in huge number, and they will ready to Ghirao the Nabanna.
Just one more question, because you have many more schedules, because Shukanto, you have welcomed many of your workers here, but the police is still barricading many streets in Kolkata. How do you think that your program is going to be successful? How much?
See, this is the condition is such that police is behaving in such a way that some kind of terrorist attack will happen, and they are behaving like that we are the terrorists. And the first time in the history of the country, police is making barricade, preparing the barricade by digging the road, and they are preparing the concrete barricade. So this is the amount of fear they have in their mind, and we are liking it, we are loving it.
So we were hearing Mr. Shukanto Majumdar, the state BJP president, and he was saying that police is taking abnormal steps regarding this program of BJP, and he mentioned that how police has started digging the streets to instill permanent barricades so that those barricades could not be broken by the BJP supporters who want to march towards the Nabanna. So this is an abnormal picture according to the state BJP president.
And joining us now is our reporter Suvendu from Gurup. Well, Suvendu, what's happening around you? Give us a sense of the kind of situation you see. BJP workers, we believe, have hired 7 trains. They are being barricaded, they're being blockaded at every stop. But as we were just listening in to BJP leader speaking to our correspondent, speaking to Republic just now, they have been able to overcome most of the hurdles before them. But what's happening now? Give us the latest update.
Exactly, Rukma, what Ishan was told with the state BJP president Sukanto Majumdar. He has told that what the state police has organized already. We have seen that the barricades has been made to block the protest march or the Nabanna vision of the BJP workers. There have been a lot of security arrangements have been made. They have been told, and since the morning, as you told, that already 7 trains have been hired from the North Bengal and South Bengal for the BJP leaders, and the BJP MLAs are marching towards Kolkata. And they have already reached Kolkata, Shialda station and Howrah station early in the morning, and they are on to the way to that's march to Nabanna, or the Nabanna vision. They will attend Dilip Ghosh, Shukanto Majumdar and Suvendu Adhikari. The 3 top BJP leaders will start the protest rally or the march against the TMC government corruption towards the Nabanna, the secretariat, and the state police, and already the police commissioner had been given much opportunity. They had been not the permission of this march. So that's why they have been made several arrangements regarding around Nabanna, and the several doors like Howrah Bridge and the second Hooghly Bridge, as well as other roads have been blocked. Several police, for almost 4,000 police officials has been arranged there. And I'm here. The Naka checking has been also been made in the several areas in the national highway, the road way towards the Kolkata, and the people who are the BJP workers who are coming, because as we have seen that the BJP has been made it's an open challenge. They are desperately protesting on regarding the corruption issues which has been seen in the last few months in West Bengal as well as they have made an open challenge, and they are desperately doing this kind of a march to Nabanna, the Nabanna vision, because of this. And as we have seen that Dilip Ghosh already reached the Shialda station early in the morning to welcome their BJP workers, and who will start his rally from College Square around 1 o'clock, and Suvendu Adhikari will start his rally march to Nabanna from Satragachi, as well as Sukanto Majumdar. His rally will start from the Howrah Maidan. So 3 top BJP leaders are going to make it a huge impact on the Bengal politics, and that's why they have been started this kind of this protest rally, and this has been organized before this protest rally. Several state leaders have been already went to the different parts of Bengal, and they have make an announcement, make an arrangement. They have talked to their BJP workers and to attend this kind of a protest rally. That's why they are doing such kind of and already we have seen that on the National Highway 41 there are several BJP workers have been been blocked by the police official, not to lead towards their spot. They are wanted to go to Nabanna as their program has been already scheduled, but several police arrangements have been made to block this all kinds of BJP protest rally that was leading towards Nabanna. Ukma.
Right, Sukanta, we'll be back with you. But now joining us is Bhaskar from Howrah railway station. Bhaskar, well, special trains booked by the BJP in order to bring their workers for this mega protest, for this mega march that they have planned into the Secretariat. Well, what is the scene like there at one of the busiest railway stations in all of India, if not in the world? Bhaskar, if you can hear me. Well, Bhaskar, our correspondent, is there at Howrah railway station. 7 trains, 3 from North Bengal, 4 from South, will reach Sialdah and Santragachi respectively. Also, much movement there at Howrah railway station. We're trying to connect with our correspondent Bhaskar, who's there. Bhaskar, if you can hear me. So lots of movement there at railway stations across West Bengal. The BJP hiring 7 trains to bring its party members and supporters from different parts of the state to join the Nabanna Abhijan, the march to the Secretariat. A rally to be taken out in protest against many corrupt practices that the TMC have been accused of, many allegations of corruption against the TMC government. And 7 trains, 3 from North Bengal, 4 from South, also expected to reach various railway stations in West Bengal. In our next top story of the hour, DVAC raids. Well, latest inputs coming in of 7 AIADMK leaders detained. And we believe that raids are being conducted against a number of former ministers, all top AIADMK leaders. Former Minister SP Velumani, Vijay Bhaskar, and these raids are being conducted across Tamil Nadu. There are allegations against SP Velumani of issuing tenders by abusing power to companies of his close associates and incurring losses for the government amounting to nearly 500 crore rupees. Raids happening in around 26 places since reports last came in. And joining us now is our correspondent Varshini, who's covering this story. Well, it's over to you to take us through what's happening. We believe that there are raids now, Varshini, in across 26 locations. Can you confirm that number? Also, a number of names, particularly arising in this entire allegation, in this entire situation that has arisen out of allegations and scam and accusations of a scam.
Well, absolutely, yes. There are raids happening across the state and particularly against 2 AIADMK ministers, SP Velumani and Vijay Bhaskar. SP Velumani was the Minister for Rural Development during the previous AIADMK regime, whereas Vijay Bhaskar was the previous Health and Family Welfare Minister. And these raids are currently happening at 26 locations which are related to SP Velumani and 13 locations which are related to Vijay Bhaskar. Therefore, all around the state, almost 39 locations, these raids are happening. Right now, we are standing in front of former Minister Vijay Bhaskar's house, which you can see in this towers is there on the 9th floor, and there's heavy police security deployed right in front of the house where the raids are happening to make sure that there's no law and order situation or AIADMK cadres do not gather in front of the house and make a ruckus out here. And we also saw almost 8 to 10 officials from the DVAC department who went into the building early in the morning, and they have taken some Xerox machines and other kind of machines inside to conduct this raid inside of Vijay Bhaskar's house. And we also know that this raid is happening against an FIR that has been filed against former Minister Vijay Bhaskar regarding him giving an essentiality certificate to Wales Medical College and Hospital. So while he was the former health minister, he has given a certificate which, without verifying about the condition of the hospital, he's given that certificate that every facility is available in the hospital, whereas it was not, and it was an illegally given certificate. And that is exactly why this raids are happening at former health minister Vijay Bhaskar's residence. Similarly, there are raids that are happening at former minister SP Velumani's residence and in Coimbatore, and also his associates' residence and offices in Chennai and Coimbatore and other Tirupur and other districts as well. And that is related to a tender that SP Velumani during his tenure as the minister has given to his very close associates for a rural development project in which street lights were supposed to be turned into LED lights. And we also are confirmed by the FIR which says that almost 500 crore rupees has been a loss to the Tamil Nadu government while this particular project was approved by the minister when they were in power. And that is exactly why around 26 locations all around the state related to former minister SP Velumani, these raids are happening. It's definitely huge raids that's going on in the state, whereas the AIADMK cadres did gather around SP Velumani's residence in Coimbatore, and they also involved in a protest where the police had to remove them from the location, and few of the AIADMK cadres were also detained. It's definitely the situation is going higher, and the AIADMK High Command has not yet given an official statement on this. But the previous times, these kind of raids that happened in previous minister houses, it's always been a stand taken by the AIADMK saying that it is political vendetta by the DMK government. We'll bring you more updates about this raids that's going on all around the state against the former AIADMK ministers after a small break.
Roundup of news and brief from across the country. TMC leader Abhishek Banerjee's sister-in-law was grilled by the Enforcement Directorate for 7 hours in connection with a money laundering case. She was stopped at the Kolkata airport after she allegedly tried to travel abroad. France Minister for Europe and Foreign Affairs Catherine Colonna will be on a 3-day visit to India, during which she will hold talks with her counterpart S. Jaishankar on bilateral, regional and international issues of mutual interest.
बड़ा फैसला ज्ञानवापी को लेकर सामने आया है, यानी इस पूरे विवाद पर सुनवाई जारी रहेगी।
मुस्लिम पक्ष अब इस पूरे मामले को लेकर हाई कोर्ट का रुख करेगा।
People who are coming here to offer prayers are saying that very soon their sentiments would be respected and a grand temple would be constructed.
Commerce and Industry Minister Piyush Goyal will chair a key meet of the Board of Trade to discuss ways to bolster country's exports today. A special court is set to hear Satyendra Jain's bail plea today. Delhi Cabinet Minister Satyendra Jain is in the dock in graft charges. As BJP is gearing up for making its Nabanna March a success, a massive row between the BJP and TMC has erupted in West Bengal. Meanwhile, the police has declared 3 major rallies that are by the BJP or top BJP leaders as illegal. In a big development, the Ministry of Home Affairs has recommended CBI probe into Sonali Phogat's murder case. The MHA's move comes after Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant wrote to Union Home Minister Amit Shah seeking a probe by the CBI into the matter.
देखो, हमें ये प्रॉपर्टी और फाइनेंशियली मर्डर लग रहा था और साथ में राजनीतिक मर्डर लग रहा था। प्रॉपर्टी और फाइनेंशियली हम लोगों ने खुद गोवा पुलिस के आने से पहले ही चेक कर लिए थे।
West Bengal BJP
leaders, BJP workers are gathering around, and they started for Kolkata. Huge number of police personnel had been deployed in Shatragachi as well as in College Square and Howrah Maidan. Dilip Ghosh, Vice President of BJP, he will lead a march from College Square.
You're watching Live in Breaking, and breaking news coming in now, this time from Jammu, where we're hearing of CBI raids at over a dozen locations. And cases have been lodged against 33 accused. So 33 people accused in these particular raids, and they include then Medical Officer, BSF Frontier Headquarters, Palura, then member JKSSB, then Under Secretary, then Section Officer, both of JKSSB, ex-official of CRPF, ASI of Jammu and Kashmir Police, and owner of a coaching center in Akhnur, private company based at Bangalore. So, well, there's an entire list of names there, of companies, of people in important positions, and Gursimran to take us through all that's happening. Gursimran, we're hearing of mega CBI raids that are linked. Among the names that you are getting, many of them belong to the Jammu and Kashmir Police Force, others to the CRPF and so on. Take us through what's happening. What are the latest updates you have for us?
CBI is carrying out raid at 33 locations across the country, and if in Jammu only 14 locations are being raided by the Central Bureau of Investigation to keep the secrecy of this operation. The details of the operations have not been even shared with the Jammu and Kashmir Police as of now. These are the operations started at around 8 in the morning when the raids began, and they are on at the 14 different locations, including in Jammu, Akhnur and in the Khod area. Important to mention that this is pertaining to the case that was registered by the Central Bureau of Investigation on the recommendation by the J&K government for the gross irregularities in the examination of Jammu and Kashmir Police Sub-Inspector recruitment, where the majority of the youth were selected from the Jammu, Rajouri and the Samba district, after which there were protests, and that led to an inquiry initiated by the J&K government, which has found that the gross irregularities have taken place, after which the CBI probe was recommended, and the CBI has registered FIR against 33 persons that include the company that carried out the examination of the Jammu and Kashmir Police Sub-Inspector, as well as the officials and the medical officer of the Border Security Force that was deployed at the Frontier Headquarters in Jammu. He was raided last time, and now the raids are underway at their close associates. This is what we are getting to know, and there are subsequent raids that will follow. This is what the officials are telling us. However, the locations of the raids are kept secretive due to the importance of this operation, because they want to get as many as the details and the digital evidences as possible.
Well, Gursimran, what more details about the alleged scam do you have? When was the exam held? Also, how many students were selected? Are the results out? What can you tell us about the scam in particular? Details about the scam.
The results were declared in the 6th month of this year, and during the results, what came into force that many of the siblings, they were selected for the post, and the examination, their merit was way beyond the merit they have achieved in the previous examination, which led to suspicion, and many of the students who have not qualified have given a proposal, a memorandum to the Union Territory government for the high-level probe, after which the inquiry was initiated, and these mega raids are underway in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir as well as in other parts of the North India. For more, stay tuned to Republic TV right after this short break.
Responding to the approval of CBI probe into Sonali Foghat's death case, Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant said that the Goa police will hand over the investigation to the CBI and cooperate with the investigation.
हमें उस केस में यानी हमारे पुलिस के ऊपर पूरा भरोसा है और डेफिनेटली दे बहुत अच्छी तरह से इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहा है, बहुत अच्छे क्लूज़ भी उनको मिले हैं, लेकिन लोगों के डिमांड ध्यान में रखते हुए और उनकी बेटी की कंटिन्यूसली डिमांड ध्यान में रखते हुए मैंने प्रेस मीडिया में भी बाकी भी मुझे रिक्वेस्ट की है कि वो सीबीआई के पास दे देना चाहिए, तो फिर आज हम वो केस सीबीआई के पास दे रहे हैं।
Sonali Fogart case, state government has decided to hand over the case to Central Bureau of Investigation.
जैसे जैसे यहाँ पर वक्त बढ़ता जा रहा है, हलचल वाराणसी कोर्ट के बाहर बहुत तेज होती जा रही है।
उत्तर प्रदेश के सभी 75 जिलों को आज आने वाले फैसले को लेकर के अलर्ट पर रखा गया है।
Roundup of news and brief from across the country. TMC leader Abhishek Banerjee's sister-in-law was grilled by the Enforcement Directorate for 7 hours in connection with a money laundering case. She was stopped at the Kolkata airport after she allegedly tried to travel abroad. France Minister for Europe and Foreign Affairs Catherine Colonna will be on a 3-day visit to India, during which she will hold talks with her counterpart S. Jaishankar on bilateral, regional and international issues of mutual interest.
बड़ा फैसला ज्ञानवापी को लेकर सामने आया है, यानी इस पूरे विवाद पर सुनवाई जारी रहेगी।
मुस्लिम पक्ष अब इस पूरे मामले को लेकर हाई कोर्ट का रुख करेगा।
People who are coming here to offer prayers are saying that very soon their sentiments would be respected and a grand temple would be constructed.
Commerce and Industry Minister Piyush Goyal will chair a key meet of the Board of Trade to discuss ways to bolster country's exports today. A special court is set to hear Satyendra Jain's bail plea today.
Here on Republic, and breaking news coming in now from Karnataka, where a mega row has broken out over the celebration of Hindi Divas. Former JDS leader H.D. Kumaraswamy has written a letter to Karnataka Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai, urging Bommai's government not to celebrate Hindi Divas by utilizing the taxpayers' money. And Kumaraswamy has written this letter, and the details are with our correspondent Nivedana, who's joining us from New Delhi. And Nivedana, tell us more about this letter. It's a major row that has erupted in Karnataka. Basavaraj Bommai being requested by the former Chief Minister H.D. Kumaraswamy not to celebrate Hindi Divas. What are the points he has put forward, and where do you see this going from here?
Rukmasi, first of all, we'd have to point out the fact that Hindi in the South Belt, usage of Hindi rather, is always a debatable, aspect, because after all, it is not the mother tongue of most of the states that, of course, that are down south. Now, that is exactly what he is emphasizing on in that particular letter that he has written in Kannada to Chief Minister of Karnataka, Basavaraj Bommai. Now, what Kumaraswamy states in that particular letter, one of the first points is the fact that he has stated that there are 560 languages in the country, which is, obviously an indication of beautiful diversification of the country. But to emphasize on using of one language and celebrating Hindi Divas on the basis of Karnataka's, taxpayers' money would be injustice. So he believes that there is no reason to be celebrating Hindi Divas for the Karnataka, people of Karnataka, because that would mean that you are imposing one language on people who obviously talk another language which is practiced in Karnataka. On the other hand, of course, Kumaraswamy has also stated that on the other hand, there would be outrage, especially from pro-Kannada organizations, to be celebrating Hindi Divas in Karnataka. We'll continue to be tracking this story and all the other stories on the other side of this short break. Stay tuned.
Rahul Gandhi
has started his yatra all the way from Kanyakumari, has now reached Thiruvananthapuram.
ये काशी विश्वनाथ मंदिर का 4 नंबर गेट है। लगातार सिक्योरिटी यहाँ पर बढ़ती जा रही है।
Big victory for the Hindu side because the court has said that this particular petition by the Hindu side is maintainable.
Responding to the approval of CBI probe into Sonali Fogart's death case, Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant said that the Goa police will hand over the investigation to the CBI and cooperate with the investigation.
हमें उस केस में हमारे पुलिस के ऊपर पूरा भरोसा है और डेफिनेटली दे बहुत अच्छी तरह से इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहा है। बहुत अच्छे क्लूज भी उनको मिले हैं, लेकिन लोगों के डिमांड ध्यान में रखते हुए और उनकी बेटी की कंटिन्यूसली डिमांड ध्यान में रखते हुए मैंने प्रेस मीडिया में भी बाकी भी मुझे रिक्वेस्ट की है कि वो सीबीआई के पास दे देना चाहिए, तो फिर आज हम वो केस सीबीआई के पास दे रहे हैं।
Sonali Fogart case, state government has decided to hand over the case to Central Bureau of Investigation.
जैसे जैसे यहाँ पर वक्त बढ़ता जा रहा है, हलचल वाराणसी कोर्ट के बाहर बहुत तेज होती जा रही है।
उत्तर प्रदेश के सभी 75 जिलों को आज आने वाले फैसले को लेकर के अलर्ट पर रखा गया है।
Roundup of news and brief from across the country. TMC leader Abhishek Banerjee's sister-in-law was grilled by the Enforcement Directorate for 7 hours in connection with a money laundering case. She was stopped at the Kolkata airport after she allegedly tried to travel abroad. France Minister for Europe and Foreign Affairs Catherine Colonna will be on
Sonali Fogart case, state government has decided to hand over the case to Central Bureau of Investigation.
जैसे जैसे यहाँ पर वक्त बढ़ता जा रहा है, हलचल वाराणसी कोर्ट के बाहर बहुत तेज होती जा रही है।
उत्तर प्रदेश के सभी 75 जिलों को आज आने वाले फैसले को लेकर के अलर्ट पर रखा गया है।
All eyes are on the volatile situation in West Bengal as the BJP declares challenge march. Mega focus on the nation's biggest political story. It's the BJP versus the TMC march fight now. The DVAC raids across 26 locations in Tamil Nadu. 2 former AIADMK ministers are raided. The SI recruitment scam gets bigger. Multi-location CBI raids are underway in Jammu.
जो चौथे बड़े व्यक्ति हैं, शीर्ष व्यक्ति हैं, राष्ट्रीय
Massive embarrassment for the Congress party. Shoes and slippers are hurled at a Rajasthan minister's rally.
डेढ़ 200 करोड़ रुपए यह भी खा जाता है डिविजन वाला। कोई ऐसा हमारे विभाग में अब नहीं है जो चोरी नहीं करता।
Open corruption admission by a Bihar minister on tape. Is Jungle Raj back in Bihar? Good morning and thank you very much for staying with us on Live and Breaking on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. We begin with news that's coming in from Jammu. We are told that the CBI is raiding over a dozen locations in the SI recruitment scam. In fact, even as we speak, raids are being carried out against the 33 accused in the SI recruitment scam. These raids are taking place in Akhnur and Jammu both. Now, the allegations, of course, have been that there have been vast amount of malpractices in the recruitment of SIs in Jammu and Kashmir. It is further alleged that there were abnormally high number of selected candidates from the Jammu, Rajouri and Samba districts in the sub-inspector's recruitment for the Jammu police. Let's go across to Zeenat, who's joining us. Also joining us right now is Gursimran. Zeenat, to you first. Give us an overall sense of what the allegations are. Now, we are given to understand that several people who were in posts where they could have influenced this examination, the criteria for it and the selection process are being raided currently.
See, as far as the J&K's sub-inspector recruitment scam is concerned, we are saying that the J&K government already initiated an internal inquiry and then a committee was also formed. Later, the request had come from the J&K government to the CABI to look into the matter where exactly the things have gone wrong. And since, although the result of this examination was declared in the month of June, I guess the 2nd of June was the date when the results were out, and there were the irregularity as far as the marks of the certain candidates were concerned. They abruptly shoot up. As far as the internal this board is concerned, they feared that the people who have this multi company from the Bangalore is also involved in setting up the question papers, because they have seen the abnormal rise as far as the marks of these candidates is concerned. And since then we have been seeing the raids taking place in the Jammu and Kashmir and other places of the country. Earlier, the 3 officials from the BSF, from the board and other people who were involved in the medical examination of the candidates to have been arrested by the investigative agency. And since now today we are again seeing the raids in some parts of the Jammu and also in Srinagar to see what more details or what more documents can be recovered by the investigating agency. Although we have been seeing time and again Manoj Sinha LG, Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir, saying that if there is a corruption and other things, nothing will be tolerated in Jammu and Kashmir, because J&K is working on the path of free corruption system. But we are seeing the scam, the results that were out in the month of June. Now everything has been cancelled and that probe has been taken over by the Central Bureau of Investigation as far as the sub-inspector police recruitment scam of Jammu and Kashmir is concerned, of which the result was out in the month of June this year.
All right, stay with us. Let me also go across to Gursimran. Now, Gursimran, coming to you on the specifics of these raids that are taking place. We are told some of them are taking place in Jammu, some in Akhnur, and largely it's the Rajouri and the Samba districts which have been the focus of the investigation.
See, the raids are underway at multiple locations, including the controller of the examination, Ashok Kumar, in Jammu and in various parts of the Akhnur region, where the raids are currently underway. And important to mention that these people, they were directly involved in the irregularities that have taken place during the recruitment of the sub-inspector recruitment that has taken place in this year. When the result came out, there were serious allegations of the gross irregularities, after which the J&K government ordered an internal probe headed by the Home Secretary, which submitted its report that the recruitment be quashed and a high-level probe be ordered, after which the J&K government recommended for the Central Bureau of Investigation probe that register the FIR against 33 persons, including the top officials of the JKSSB as well as those who were involved in the recruitment process. Even some of the library owners were too named in the FIR, and now the raids are underway at the multiple locations.
Right, absolutely. As you're pointing out, raids currently underway at multiple locations now. We are also given to understand that there is a private company that's based out of Bengaluru, which is also under the scanner. This company was given the task of essentially setting the examination papers. Zeenat, can you tell us more about that?
See, the role of the company based in Bangalore is under scrutiny. That is why we are seeing some of the employees of the company were also raided earlier. That raid that took place a few weeks back, and where the arrests were made by the CBI. Some 33 people were arrested in that raid also, and incriminated material and other things were recovered then. And now it seems that after questioning those people who are under custody, now we are seeing the more raids that are taking place in the Jammu as well as the Kashmir. In many parts of the valley we are seeing the raids. Needs to be seen that how many more people will be arrested in today's raids, as multiple locations are being raided by the investigating agency. It has been made clear by the LG administration no corruption will be tolerated. At the same time, we are seeing the political leaders of the Jammu and Kashmir training guns towards the LG administration that no such scam was reported in their tenure, whether it was the tenure of former Chief Minister Omar Abdullah, or we talk about the tenure of Mehbooba Mufti. Recently in one of the conclave, Mr. Abdullah also said that they should look and search the tenure that were done by the Omar Abdullah, and no such scam were registered. Even that time the guns were also trained at the governor of Jammu and Kashmir, Satyapal Malik, who said in many of his speeches that there were the scams, but he could not take those scams to the logical
Right. Zeenat as well as Gursimran, thank you very much, both of you, for joining us with those details. Now, in fact, the DMK MP A. Raja has made a controversial statement against Sanatan Dharma, essentially stoking a fresh row. He has made a statement against Hindus, and it has been criticized heavily by the BJP, which has hit back at A. Raja, saying that these statements that have been made by him are condemnable. Let's listen into what he said. All right, so the BJP essentially tweeting a controversial video of the DMK MP. What we're given to understand is that he was making certain statements about Hinduism. This is something that has been reacted, that the BJP has reacted to. It has not just tweeted that controversial DMK MP video, but it's also said that these comments that he's made are condemnable. Let's listen into what he said.
ஆனால் உச்சநீதிமன்றம் சொல்லுகிறது இல்லை, நீ கிறிஸ்தவனாக இல்லை என்றால், நீ இஸ்லாமியாக இல்லை என்றால், நீ பர்சியனாக இல்லை என்றால், நீ இந்துவாகத்தான் இருக்க வேண்டும் என்று உச்சநீதிமன்றம் சொல்லுகிறது. இப்படிப்பட்ட கொடுமை வேறு எந்த நாட்டிலாவது உண்டா? இந்துவாக இருக்கிற வரை சூத்திரன், சூத்திரனாக இருக்கிற வரை நீ விபச்சாரியின் மகன்.
This Varshini, that's a statement that obviously is stoking a great deal of controversy. Give us more details about the kind of reactions it's getting.
Well, definitely the DMK MP A. Raja has definitely sparked a controversy with this very, very controversial speech about the Hindu religion, how the Supreme Court has also made statements, and how this is the only country that these kind of things will take place, and how only the Dravidian parties will be able to destroy the roots of the Sanatan Dharma that is prevailing in the country, and that is exactly what his speech was. And the BJP has definitely, are agitated with these kind of statements made by the DMK MP, and even the BJP Tamil Nadu President K. Annamalai put out a tweet condemning the statements made by the DMK MP, and he's also spoken about how the Dravida Munnetra Kazhagam party is spewing hatred in the state, where they talk about social justice and Dravidian model and equality to everyone. And this is the kind of statements the leaders of the party go and make on public appearances, which is definitely making things very worse in the state. And this is definitely has not gone well with the Bharatiya Janata Party, and not alone Bharatiya Janata Party. A lot of people also feel that it is definitely hurting the sentiments of the Hindu people. It is definitely, there are a lot of Hindu population in the state, and that is definitely, hurting the religious sentiments of the people living in the state. Therefore, we'll have to see how the DMK government, how the Chief Minister reacts to that. Though Chief Minister M.K. Stalin is not very vocal about reacting about his ministers or his MPs' speeches, but this one is also, an expectation is also prevailing about how the DMK High Command would react to this.
All right, Varshini, details from Chennai. Thank you very much for joining us. Varshini, of course, breaking down the story that's coming in from Chennai over a controversial statement that's been made by Diva. Raja.
ஆனால் உச்சநீதிமன்றம் சொல்லுகிறது இல்லை, நீ கிறிஸ்தவனாக இல்லை என்றால், நீ இஸ்லாமியாக இல்லை என்றால், நீ பர்சியனாக இல்லை என்றால், நீ இந்துவாகத்தான் இருக்க வேண்டும் என்று உச்சநீதிமன்றம் சொல்லுகிறது. இப்படிப்பட்ட கொடுமை வேறு எந்த நாட்டிலாவது உண்டா? இந்துவாக இருக்கிற வரை சூத்திரன், சூத்திரனாக இருக்கிற வரை நீ விபச்சாரியின் மகன், இந்துவாக இருக்கிற வரை நீ பஞ்சமன், இந்துவாக இருக்கிற வரை நீ தீண்டத்தகாதவன். எத்தனை பேர் விபச்சாரி மகனாக இருக்க விரும்புகிறீர்கள், எத்தனை பேர் தீண்டத்தவனாக இருக்க விரும்புகிறீர்கள் என்கின்ற கேள்வியை உறக்க சொன்னால்தான் அது சனாதனத்தை முறியடிக்கின்ற அடிநாதமாக அமையும் என்பதை விடுதலையும் முரசொலியும் திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகமும் திராவிடர் கழகம் எடுக்க வேண்டிய காலம் வந்துவிட்டது. ஆனால் இல்லை, நீ கிறிஸ்தவனாக இல்லை என்றால், நீ இஸ்லாமியாக இல்லை என்றால், நீ பர்சியனாக இல்லை என்றால், நீ இந்துவாகத்தான் இருக்க வேண்டும் என்று உச்சநீதிமன்றம் சொல்லுகிறது. இப்படிப்பட்ட கொடுமை வேறு எந்த நாட்டிலாவது உண்டா? இந்துவாக இருக்கிற வரை சூத்திரன், சூத்திரனாக இருக்கிற வரை நீ விபச்சாரியின் மகன், இந்துவாக இருக்கிற வரை நீ பஞ்சமன், இந்துவாக இருக்கிற வரை நீ தீண்டத்தகாதவன். எத்தனை பேர் விபச்சாரி மகனாக இருக்க விரும்புகிறீர்கள், எத்தனை பேர் தீண்டத்தவனாக இருக்க விரும்புகிறீர்கள் என்கின்ற கேள்வியை உறக்க சொன்னால்தான் அது சனாதனத்தை முறியடிக்கின்ற அடிநாதமாக அமையும் என்பதை விடுதலையும் முரசொலியும் திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகமும் திராவிடர் கழகம் எடுக்க வேண்டிய காலம் வந்துவிட்டது.
All right, so that's the controversial statement that has been made by A. Raja, in fact, and it's obviously gathering a lot of political traction right now. We're still awaiting as to how the DMK essentially reacts to this statement. But what we know so far is that the BJP actually tweeted a video of his statement and thereafter has condemned this statement. Now, the BJP's condemnation, of course, largely revolves around the fact that they believe that the DMK is targeting Hinduism. We are, of course, still awaiting a reaction to come in from the DMK. Now, A. Raja's statement, of course, is being seen as one against Hinduism, as one against Sanatan Dharma, and that is why this is believed to be hurting religious sentiments of various Hindus. Now, I'm going to go back to Varshini on this one. Varshini, all right. As we were talking earlier to Varshini, we are awaiting a reaction to come in from the DMK. Will they defend this? Will they stick to what their leader has said? Let me go back to Varshini on this one. Now, Varshini, obviously the BJP says that this is an attack on Hinduism. This is an attack essentially on Hindus across the country.
Well, absolutely, yes. That is exactly the kind of reaction that we are receiving from the Bharatiya Janata Party as of now. After this speech, video of the DMK MP A. Raja has now gone viral. And this speech about how, if you're not a Christian or a Muslim or a Persian in this country, then you are a Hindu. And these kind of statements that he's made. And he's also made statements like, until you're a Hindu, you are a Shudra. Until you're a Shudra, you're a prostitute's son. And until you're Hindu, you are a Dalit and you are an untouchable, are the kind of words that he's used in this public speech that he's recently made. And apart from that, he's also spoken something very seriously about how DMK and the Dravida Munnetra Kazhagam and the Dravida Kazhagams and these Vidudalai and these kind of Dravidian parties are the ones which will be able to, speak out loud about this and will be able to destroy the roots of the Sanatan Dharma. And Sanatan Dharma, speaking about Sanatan Dharma will definitely hurt the feelings of the people who follow the Hindu religion. And talking about that, in the state of Tamil Nadu, there are a greater number of people who follow the Hindu religion. It's definitely hurt the religious sentiments of these people, and that's exactly what the Tamil Nadu Bharatiya Janata Party President K. Annamalai has stated. He has said that this is definitely spewing hatred among the people in a state where there is a lot of harmony prevailing, but these kind of statements will definitely create a communal issue in the state is what he is giving out as a statement in regard to this matter. And this is how the Bharatiya Janata Party is reacting to this statement as of now.
All right, and interestingly, of course, Varshini, he was speaking at a function of the DMK itself. And this is not the first time, really, that we've heard him talk in this manner. He's done so before. I think even when he was a cabinet minister, he did say certain things against the Hindu religion.
The current sitting MP, A. Raja, has been always, he's been famous for his controversial speeches. He's been given a lot of controversial speeches in the past also, particularly talking about, the Hindu religion. Anti-religious statements have always been one of his trademarks. We could say he's been given very frequently these kind of statements, and that is why a statement coming from him will also be reaching a greater number of people, and that is why this issue is now being taken up by the Bharatiya Janata Party. And the situation is definitely, very, not in a very good manner, because these kind of speeches are now becoming a regular thing that is happening in the state. The DMK, be it the DMK party leaders or be it their allies, even recently we saw leader speaking like this, and even before that we saw another DMK minister. So it's not just the DMK party now.
Varshini, do stay with us. I'm going to come back to you in just a bit. Mr. R.P. Singh on the phone line with me. Mr. R.P. Singh, how do you see these statements that have been made by A. Raja? This is not the first time, of course. All right, we don't have Mr. Singh with us. We're going to try and get him back. But as Varshini is pointing out, of course, this is not the first time that he's made these controversial statements. What remains to be seen, of course, Varshini, at the moment is whether the DMK is going to speak about this at all. In the past, we haven't really seen M.K. Stalin come out and, speak about these kind of controversial statements that have been made either by his MPs or his MLAs.
Well, definitely, as M.K. Stalin has never come out and spoken about any of these kind of statements being made by the MPs and the ministers, cabinet ministers in Tamil Nadu. And having said that, there have been very many number of recent statements being made by the DMK leaders, and let alone the chief minister, even the party office bearers do not even give a reaction to these kind of statements being made, while the AIADMK party is constant. AIADMK party, the opposition party, and the Bharatiya Janata Party keep pointing out to such statements being made by the different senior leaders of the DMK party. The DMK party does not even stand up for their leaders, and they do not come out with an explanation also. And similarly, in this situation also, it's highly doubtful that the chief minister would come in support of A. Raja and give out an official statement regarding his speech. But at the same time, the kind of opposition that is arising for his speech is also growing. The kind of people who are against these kind of remarks being made by the MP is also extremely high. Therefore, we'll have to see whether the DMK reacts at least this time or not.
Oh yes, absolutely. Varshini, of course, continuing to bring us the latest on the statement that was made by A. Raja at essentially a function of the DMK itself. Let's quickly listen into what he'd said at that function.
ஆனால் உச்சநீதிமன்றம் சொல்லுகிறது இல்லை, நீ கிறிஸ்தவனாக இல்லை என்றால், நீ இஸ்லாமியாக இல்லை என்றால், நீ பர்சியனாக இல்லை என்றால், நீ இந்துவாகத்தான் இருக்க வேண்டும் என்று உச்சநீதிமன்றம் சொல்லுகிறது. இப்படிப்பட்ட கொடுமை வேறு எந்த நாட்டிலாவது உண்டா? இந்துவாக இருக்கிற வரை சூத்திரன், சூத்திரனாக இருக்கிற வரை நீ விபச்சாரியின் மகன், இந்துவாக இருக்கிற வரை நீ பஞ்சமன், இந்துவாக இருக்கிற வரை நீ தீண்டத்தகாதவன். எத்தனை பேர் விபச்சாரி மகனாக இருக்க விரும்புகிறீர்கள், எத்தனை பேர் தீண்டத்தகவனாக இருக்க விரும்புகிறீர்கள் என்கின்ற கேள்வியை உறக்க சொன்னால்தான் அது சனாதனத்தை முறியடிக்கின்ற அடிநாதமாக அமையும் என்பதை விடுதலையும் முரசொலியும் திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகமும் திராவிடர் கழகம் எடுக்க வேண்டிய காலம் வந்துவிட்டது.
All right, so that was the comment that was made, and it's now been tweeted by the BJP. Now, Varshini, give us a sense of the comments that we are getting from the BJP over this. Of course, they were the ones who tweeted this video in the first place, and thereafter, of course, they say that Mr. Raja, of course, is in the habit of making these type of statements against Hindus.
Well, absolutely. The BJP president K. Annamalai in Tamil Nadu has the first one who has come out and made an official statement about how angry he is regarding this speech made by A. Raja. Particularly, his tweet reads that the political discourse in Tamil Nadu is at a very sorry state, and the MP has yet again, he's mentioned very clearly that once again he's spewed hatred against one community with the sole aim of appeasing others, and he's also spoken about how unfortunate the mindset of these political leaders who think they own Tamil Nadu is, and this is the kind of stand that the Bharatiya Janata Party is taking at this point. BJP chief Annamalai's tweet very clearly says that it is a very, a speech was made solely to appease other community members by defaming and demeaning one particular community members, and that is exactly the kind of feelings that the people here attach to as well. And the AIDMK opposition party is yet to react on this, and we will have to wait and see how the DMK itself react to this, because even in the past there has been no such reactions from the DMK party itself when its leaders speak about any of these functions. They speak such controversial statements, and at the same time we can see that the Bharatiya Janata Party is of course very, very upset with this speech made by A. Raja, and since we know that it's not the first time that this kind of a speech is made, it's definitely making us, creating a spark, and a huge, verbal fight can also be expected between the parties. And following that, if at all A. Raja is giving out a reaction to his statement, a clarification to his statement, then definitely more outcome to this controversy can be expected from this whole scenario.
Right. Also, Varshini, if you can give us details of where these comments were made. I'm going to come back to you for that one. Let's once again quickly listen into the comments that A. Raja has made at an event that was organized by the DMK.
ஆனால் உச்சநீதிமன்றம் சொல்லுகிறது இல்லை, நீ கிறிஸ்தவனாக இல்லை என்றால், நீ இஸ்லாமியாக இல்லை என்றால், நீ பர்சியனாக இல்லை என்றால், நீ இந்துவாகத்தான் இருக்க வேண்டும் என்று உச்சநீதிமன்றம் சொல்லுகிறது. இப்படிப்பட்ட கொடுமை வேறு எந்த நாட்டிலாவது உண்டா? இந்துவாக இருக்கிற வரை சூத்திரன், சூத்திரனாக இருக்கிற வரை நீ விபச்சாரியின் மகன், இந்துவாக இருக்கிற வரை நீ பஞ்சவன், இந்துவாக இருக்கிற வரை நீ தீண்டத்தகாதவன். எத்தனை பேர் விபச்சாரி மகனாக இருக்க விரும்புகிறீர்கள், எத்தனை பேர் தீண்டத்தகவனாக இருக்க விரும்புகிறீர்கள் என்கின்ற கேள்வியை உறக்க சொன்னால்தான் அது சனாதனத்தை முறியடிக்கின்ற அடிநாதமாக அமையும் என்பதை விடுதலையும் முரசொலியும் திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகம், திராவிடர் கழகம் எடுக்க வேண்டிய காலம் வந்துவிட்டது.
And Varshini, can you give us more details in terms of where this speech was made? Obviously, these comments that are now being seen as being against Hinduism were made at an audience of DMK leaders.
Well, definitely, yes. It was a family function of a DMK functionary where the DMK leaders were present, and that is when...
All right, I'm going to have to interrupt you there. I'm just going to come back to you. Kobai Satyan of the AIADMK on the phone line with me. Kobai Satyan, good morning. Thank you for speaking to us. Now, how do you see these comments that have been made by A. Raja? This is, of course, not the first time that he has essentially spoken about the Hindu religion, and in a derogatory manner.
No, if one has to understand the intensity of A. Raja's talk, they should recall the history. For DMK and its leaders and its ideology revolves around concubine, extramarital affairs, degrading women, having as many affairs as polygamy. These are all there in the blood of DMK. It is a part of the Dravidian decay, Dravidian party's ideologies. They encourage. So Mr. Raja tagging the same line is not new.
Right.
It's their culture. It's their in the blood. It's their culture.
Right. Also, Mr. Satyan, don't you think that, someone who's from the ruling party in Tamil Nadu should essentially desist from making comments like this one? Because at the end of the day, the DMK is in government over there.
I say the point, ma'am. Everybody in TN understands the DK ideology, Dravidian, the parent party of DMK. Everybody understands. He says Hindu beliefs in Hindu religion. defaming or degrading women, talking about polygamy, extramarital affairs. This is there in the blood. You cannot expect decorum, decency, or social responsibility from DMK leaders. Certainly not. And their leader will not have the spine to even condemn it. Mr. M.K. Stalin should have come out open and condemned this statement. Well, so far he has not done. He will not do. Even M.K. Stalin does not have the spine to condemn these kinds of statements made out in public.
All right, Mr. Satyan, appreciate your speaking to us on Republic TV. So that's the AIADMK leader saying that we are not perhaps going to hear from the DMK either, condemning this statement that's been seen to be made against Hindus. You are watching Republic TV. We slip into a very short break. On the other side, we're bringing you more news, including reactions that are now coming out to the comments that have been made by A. Raja.
In a big development, the Ministry of Home Affairs has recommended CBI probe into Sonali Phogat's murder case. The MHA's move comes after Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant wrote to Union Home Minister Amit Shah seeking a probe by the CBI into the matter.
देखो, हमें ये प्रॉपर्टी और फाइनेंशियली मर्डर लग रहा था और साथ में राजनीतिक मर्डर लग रहा था। प्रॉपर्टी और फाइनेंशियली हम लोगों ने खुद गोवा पुलिस के आने से पहले ही चेक कर लिए थे। प्रॉपर्टी और फाइनेंशियली दोनों चीज़ें सोनाली जी की सेफ हैं, तो ये पॉलिटिकल मर्डर ही है और इस वजह से ये सीबीआई को हैंडओवर नहीं कर रही थी गोवा पुलिस। जी सर्व खाप पंचायत जो हुई है सर्व जाति की, उसका बहुत ज़्यादा सरकार के ऊपर प्रभाव पड़ा है।
आप क्या मानते हैं?
जी, हमें पूरी उम्मीद है इसमें बहुत बड़े चेहरे उजागर होंगे अगर गोवा पुलिस ने सबूत नहीं मिटाए होंगे तो।
Rahul Gandhi has started his yatra all the way from Kanyakumari, has now reached Thiruvananthapuram.
ये काशी विश्वनाथ मंदिर का 4 नंबर गेट है, लगातार सिक्योरिटी यहाँ पर बढ़ती जा रही है।
Big victory for the Hindu side because the court has said that this particular petition by the Hindu side is maintainable.
Responding to the approval of CBI probe into Sonali Phogat's death case, Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant said that the Goa police will hand over the investigation to the CBI and cooperate with the investigation.
हमें उस केस में यानी हमारे पुलिस के ऊपर पूरा भरोसा है और डेफिनेटली दे बहुत अच्छी तरह से इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहा है। बहुत अच्छे क्लूज भी उनको मिले हैं, लेकिन लोगों के डिमांड ध्यान में रखते हुए और उनकी बेटी की कंटिन्यूसली डिमांड ध्यान में रखते हुए मैंने प्रेस मीडिया में भी बाकी भी मुझे रिक्वेस्ट की है कि वो सीबीआई के पास दे देना चाहिए, तो फिर आज हम वो केस सीबीआई के पास दे रहे हैं।
Sonali Phogat case, state government has decided to hand over the case to Central Bureau of Investigation.
जैसे जैसे यहाँ पर वक्त बढ़ता जा रहा है, हलचल वाराणसी कोर्ट के बाहर बहुत।
You're watching Live and Breaking, and in the headlines at this hour, open attack on Hinduism. DMK MP stokes fresh controversy, says destroy root of Sanatan Dharma. BJP hits out at DMK's appeasement. All eyes on the volatile situation in Bengal as the BJP commences challenge march. From Howrah to Durgapur, mega focus on nation's biggest political story. It's the BJP versus the TMC march fight now. DVAC raids across 26 locations in Tamil Nadu. 2 former AIADMK ministers raided. SI recruitment scam gets bigger. Multi-location CBI raids underway in Jammu. It's the mega political story of this hour. The BJP hiring 7 trains to bring its party members and supporters from different parts of West Bengal to join what it has termed Nabanna Abhijan, the march to the Secretariat. And these are visuals of what's happening there across the state, across various locations, visuals from many railway stations as the BJP hires 7 trains to bring its workers and supporters for the Nabanna Abhijan, a rally to be taken out in protest against allegations of corruption against various members of the TMC government. And joining us now is our correspondent. We have with us Ishande, who's joining us from West Bengal. Ishande, give us a sense of what's happening. We are getting so many visuals from different railway stations. Earlier we spoke about how police and various other authorities trying to block that mega march of the BJP.
Well, I'm standing in front, I'm standing right now at the Howrah railway station. You know, the Howrah railway station is always a very busy railway station, but today, this Tuesday, Howrah railway station is even busier because you know that from several districts of West Bengal, different parts of West Bengal, the BJP supporters and workers are coming to this Howrah railway station through different trains. You can see the BJP supporters, booth level workers, the BJP's Mandal presidents, and these types of grassroots level workers are here thronging in front of the camera of the public TV, and they are shouting slogans in front of in favor of the Nabanna Cholo Abhijan. You can see they are saying that Chor Dharo Jail Bharo, that means catch the thieves and fill up jail, fill up the correctional homes, the prisons. This is the slogan by shouting which these BJP workers are coming to Howrah station. They are gathering here, and from here they will move to Howrah Maidan area, and Suvendu the state BJP president, who is now waiting at this railway station's guest house, he will lead the procession. These people who are thronging here, I would request my VJ, Wasim Ahmed, to show you something else, because the BJP supporters who are coming from different districts from the morning, very early in the morning, they have started from their districts. That's why we never know whether they have got anything for their breakfast. That's why before going to the march, going to take part in the march, they are now having their lunch here at the Howrah railway station. The local BJP leadership, they have arranged this lunch for them, and you can see the shal leaves. They have got the plates on their hands made with shal leaves, and there is rice, there is vegetables, and there is dal. And with this, they are having their lunch right now. After this lunch, these BJP workers, and there was a long standing queue here, just where we are standing right now. Now the queue has come to a little shorter length, but few minutes ago also there was a long standing queue here, because BJP workers are now leaving the Howrah station towards Howrah Maidan to take part in the procession, in the march towards Nabanna. That's why the crowd is becoming lighter here, but you can still see that how many BJP supporters and workers from different parts of West Bengal have already come here, and still they are crowding this railway station. And I would like to tell you that there will be 3 processions towards Nabanna, and 3 processions, 3 marches will be led by 3 topmost BJP leaders of West Bengal. One from Howrah Maidan will be led by Suvendu, the BJP state president. The second procession will be led by Suvendu Adhikari, the leader of opposition, and that will start from Shatragachi, which is also very close to this Howrah station. And another procession will be led by Dilip Ghosh, the national vice president of BJP, who will lead his procession from College Square, which is at central Calcutta. So you can see that how much elated, how much interest and all the BJP supporters have taken part here. And you can see the badges on their chest. The BJP supporters are wearing these badges on their on their chest. Here it is written that Nabanna Chalo. Nabanna Chalo means let's march towards Nabanna, the state secretariat. So this is the situation here with intense interest and all. The BJP supporters, workers from many parts of West Bengal have come to Howrah. The same picture is there at Shialdah railway station, and though we are showing from yesterday evening that from at many parts of West Bengal, that is in North Bengal, in the Western Bengal, in Midnapur, in Alipurduar, in Coach Bihar, in Tuffanganj, in many areas, police is creating pickets, police is putting up barricades to stop the BJP supporters to board the special trains meant for this Nabanna Abhijan. Police is stopping the BJP the vehicles borne with BJP supporters and workers. At many parts there are police barricading, but breaking all those barricades, breaking through all those obstacles, the BJP supporters and workers have thronged in Howrah station in large numbers, you can see, and all the supporters who have come here all are not present right now here because many have left for the spot from where the marches will start. But this is the situation here in West Bengal, and as Shukanto Mujumdar a little while ago were exclusively saying to us that the Nabanna Abhijan was only Kolkata centric, but the non-cooperation and the obstructions by the police and administration has scattered it throughout West Bengal, in every district of West Bengal, in every block of West Bengal. The police and the administrative officials are being gheraoed by the BJP supporters, BJP workers. So the Nabanna Abhijan is a grand success. This is the claim of the BJP leadership in West Bengal right now. But officially at 1 p.m. the processions, the marches are to be started from 3 different points. One led by Shukanto Mujumdar, one led by Dilip Ghosh, another led by Suvendu Adhikari. So we have to see how many of these BJP supporters and workers who are coming from different districts can reach out to those 3 spots. That is Howrah Maidan, that is Satragachi, and that is Collins Square in Kolkata. How many can reach them? How many can gather them? And from those spots, from those gathering points, how long, how far they can march ahead towards Nabanna? We have to see this because inside Kolkata also there is huge number of police deployment, huge number of police picketings, and almost permanent picketings, permanent structure-like picketings, barricades are being also put up because digging the streets, police is putting up the barricades there so that those barricades cannot be broken at any circumstances. So what happens next? How far these BJP supporters can march ahead? We have to see these, and we can apprehend from these pictures that there might be a big showdown between the BJP workers and the police because the BJP workers are determined to march ahead towards Nabanna, and police is even more determined to stop them beforehand. So what happens? We are always watching on the situation, and we are going to give you minute-to-minute update. Back to the studio.
Well, Ishan Dev, we'd like to hear from the supporters themselves. Even as we are hearing the kind of slogans that they are shouting, we'd like to hear about their understanding of the protests that they are holding, of the march that they are holding. It's one of the biggest political face-offs today, the Nabanna Abhijan, as you're telling us. We'd like to hear from them, from the voices of the people there, voices of party workers. What are their demands?
There is huge noise here. You can see, and I did not get your question properly. So if you could repeat your question precisely once more.
Right, Ishan Dev, if you can hear me now.
If you could repeat your question precisely once more.
Ishan Dev, what are the BJP party workers saying about their protest? How do they look at this protest? How do they look at the allegations of corruption? What do they understand about the Nabanna Abhijan?
They are saying that chor bharo, jail bharo. That means Exactly. They are saying that they're shouting slogans in favor of BJP. They are saying "Samne kara BJP, pichone kara BJP." That means who are at the front of this movement against TMC, that is BJP. Who are at the backward? They are at the BJP. At every side there is BJP, and BJP is going to lead this movement against corruption and scam in West Bengal. They're shouting these slogans, and you can see the badges on around their neck. They're calling for Nabanna Chalo. This is the He is also coming from a district, and here is a badge at his neck. Nabanna Chalo, chor dhurte awaj tolo. So they are saying that to catch the thieves, shout high pitch, catch the thieves, shout high in high pitch voice, and move towards Nabanna. They are shouting that chor dharo jail bharo. That means catch the thieves and fill the prisons. And they are shouting slogans against Pishi and Bhaipo. That means Pishi means Mamata Banerjee and his nephew Abhishek Banerjee. So these are the slogans being shouted here by BJP supporters, BJP workers, and you can see how much energetic they are. You know that throughout West Bengal we have shown those visuals that throughout West Bengal these BJP workers and supporters were being obstructed. But they have found out different streets, different avenues. Some through lanes, through by-lanes, they have evaded the police barricadings. Some have reached the railway stations or bus stoppages by crossing the paddy fields, the agricultural fields, and thus they have starting from the early morning. They are now at the Howrah station, and still they are not tired. Still they are shouting in a very energetic way. They are shouting slogans in a very energetic way. And they are now ready to march ahead towards Howrah Maidan, because all the processions which are coming to this Howrah station, they will go and gather at Howrah Maidan. And the state BJP President Suvendu will lead this procession towards Nabanna. And from both the sides of Nabanna, two processions are coming. One from Satragachi, one from Howrah Maidan. The Howrah Maidan led by Sukanto Mujumdar, and the Satragachi procession will be led by Suvendu Adhikari, the leader of opposition. And from central Kolkata, another procession led by Dilip Ghosh, the national vice president of BJP, will march ahead towards Nabanna. But everywhere in Howrah and Kolkata, police barricadings are there, police pickets are there. As you know, that the Howrah Police Commissionerate has already declared this program as illegal. So they are in no way in any mood to allow these BJP workers and supporters to march ahead towards Nabanna. So police barricades and pickets are put up everywhere. So how much they can go forward, how long, how far this march will go forward, these positions will go forward, there is many kinds of apprehensions regarding that, but that is not making any kind of dent in the energy level of this BJP workers. You can see here.
Commerce and Industry Minister Piyush Goyal will chair a key meet of the Board of Trade to discuss ways to bolster country's exports today. A special court is set to hear Satyendra Jain's bail plea today. Delhi Cabinet Minister Satyendra Jain is in the dock in graft charges. As BJP is gearing up for making its Nabanna March a success, a massive row between the BJP and TMC has erupted in West Bengal. Meanwhile, the police has declared three major rallies that are by the BJP or top BJP leaders as illegal. In a big development, the Ministry of Home Affairs has recommended CBI probe into Sonali Phogat's murder case. The MHA's move comes after Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant wrote to Union Home Minister Amit Shah seeking a probe by the CBI into the matter.
देखो, हमें ये प्रॉपर्टी और फाइनेंशियली मर्डर लग रहा था और साथ में राजनीतिक मर्डर लग रहा था। प्रॉपर्टी और फाइनेंशियली हम लोगों ने खुद गोवा पुलिस के आने से पहले ही चेक कर लिए थे। प्रॉपर्टी और फाइनेंशियली दोनों चीज़ें सोनाली जी की सेफ हैं, तो ये पॉलिटिकल मर्डर ही है और इस वजह से ये सीबीआई को हैंडओवर नहीं कर रही थी गोवा पुलिस। जी जी जी, सरोफ खाप पंचायत जो हुई है सर्वजाति की, उसका बहुत ज़्यादा सरकार के ऊपर प्रभाव पड़ा है।
आप क्या मानते हैं?
जी, हमें पूरी उम्मीद है इसमें बहुत बड़े चेहरे उजागर होंगे अगर गोवा पुलिस ने सबूत नहीं मिटाए होंगे तो।
Rahul Gandhi has started his yatra all the way from Kanyakumari, has now reached Thiruvananthapuram.
ये काशी विश्वनाथ मंदिर का 4 नंबर गेट है, लगातार सिक्योरिटी यहाँ पर बढ़ती जा रही है।
Big victory for the Hindu side because the court has said that this particular petition by the Hindu side is maintainable.
Responding to the approval of CBI probe into Sonali Fogart's death case, Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant said that the Goa police will hand over the investigation to the CBI and cooperate with the investigation.
हमें उस केस में यानी हमारे पुलिस के ऊपर
from several districts of West Bengal.
And these are visuals from Howrah railway station. As we've been telling you since the story broke, the BJP has hired 7 trains to bring its party members and supporters from different parts of West Bengal to join its Nabanna Abhijan, the march to the Secretariat, Nabanna Cholo. And joining us now is Ishan De from Howrah railway station, who's covering this story. Ishan, you were telling us and showing us those visuals of the crowds of party workers and supporters at Howrah railway station. It's over to you once again to take us through the atmosphere there and what party workers feel about this campaign against corruption that the BJP is waging right now in West Bengal.
Exactly, this is the situation here. You can see the BJP supporters. They are shouting slogans. They are saying Bharat Mata Ki Jai. They are shouting Chor Dharo, Jail Bharo. Rajans catch the thieves and fill the prisons. So you know that this Nabanna Chalo, Nabanna Abhiyan has been called by BJP against the election scams and several corruption cases in West Bengal. There is a poll scam. There is a there is a teachers recruitment scam. There are many in West Bengal right now. On the buzz around this scam, allegations. So BJP has called for this Nabanna Abhijan against these scams, against these allegations, and the BJP supporters are coming to the city through this Howrah station, through Salalah station, and through from many other areas to vehicles. Though the vehicles are being stopped at many districts allegedly, and we have shown those visuals also that BJP supporters are being obstructed by the police to board the trains at different stations. BJP supporters with their vehicles are being obstructed by the police, but still many of them, in thousands in numbers, they have reached the Howrah station, reached the Salalah station, and they are now marching ahead towards the Howrah Maidan, from where the Shukanto Mujumdar, the BJP state president, will lead the procession. I would like to inform you.
Roundup of news and brief from across the country. TMC leader Abhishek Banerjee's sister-in-law was grilled by the Enforcement Directorate for 7 hours in connection with a money laundering case. She was stopped at the Kolkata airport after she allegedly tried to travel abroad. France Minister for Europe and Foreign Affairs Catherine Colonna will be on a 3-day visit to India, during which She will hold talks with her counterpart S. Jaishankar on bilateral, regional and international issues of mutual interest.
बड़ा फैसला ज्ञानवापी को लेकर सामने आया है, यानी इस पूरे विवाद पर सुनवाई जारी रहेगी।
मुस्लिम पक्ष अब इस पूरे मामले को लेकर हाई कोर्ट का रुख करेगा।
People who are coming here to offer prayers are saying that very soon their sentiments would be respected and a grand temple would be constructed.
Commerce and Industry Minister Piyush Goyal will chair a key meet of the Board of Trade to discuss ways to bolster country's exports today. A special court is set to hear Satyendra Jain's bail plea today. Delhi Cabinet Minister Satyendra Jain is in the dock in graft charges. As BJP is gearing up for making its Nabanna march a success, a massive row between the BJP and TMC has erupted in West Bengal. Meanwhile, the police has declared 3 major rallies that are by the BJP or top BJP leaders as illegal. In a big development, the Ministry of Home Affairs has recommended CBI probe into Sonali Phogat's murder case. The MHA's move comes after Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant wrote to Union Home Minister Amit Shah seeking a probe by the CBI into the matter.
देखो हमें ये
So you can see here the BJP supporters from the Howrah station. They are marching ahead. They are marching ahead towards Howrah Maidan. We are in front of this procession. Such processions are a very, very familiar thing today since morning at Howrah station. You know this Howrah station is a very busy railway station. This Howrah station is a very busy railway station. And today this station is even more busier because these BJP supporters and workers from several parts of West Bengal, from different districts of West Bengal, they are coming to Howrah. So they are shouting slogans. They are saying Bharat Mata ki Jai. They are saying the Chor Bharo, Jail Bharo, and they are determined. They are saying that they are determined to move towards Nabanna. The barricadings were everywhere. The police picketings were everywhere. But BJP workers are determined to reach to the spots designated to start marches towards Nabanna. And you know there are 3 major rallies to be organized by this BJP leadership. 3 topmost leaders of BJP, Sukanto Majumdar, Suvendu, Adhikari and Dilip Ghosh, will lead these processions, and Sukanto Majumdar will lead the procession from Howrah Maidan. So those workers who are coming to this Howrah station, they will go directly to Howrah Maidan. And those coming from Midnapur West, Midnapur East and from Jhargram districts, those workers are gathering there at Satragachi. Suvendu Adhikari will lead the procession from Satragachi. So this is the situation here, you can see. So this is the situation here, and I would like to inform you that Sukanto Majumdar, the state BJP president, He is staying here at the railway guest house here, and I would like to tell Wasim Ahmed, my VJ, to show that here is the guest house, and you can see the security arrangements around it at the third floor of this guest house. So we are coming back to all updates, to minute updates of this situation. But before that, we'll move into a short break. After the short break, we are coming back to the minute updates of this BJP program, which is going to stall whole West Bengal today.
Responding to the approval of CBI probe into Sonali Foghat's death case, Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant said that the Goa police will hand over the investigation to the CBI and cooperate with the investigation.
हमें उस केस में यानी हमारे पुलिस के ऊपर पूरा भरोसा है और डेफिनेटली दे बहुत अच्छी तरह से इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहा है। बहुत अच्छे क्लूज़ भी उनको मिले हैं, लेकिन लोगों के डिमांड ध्यान में रखते हुए और उनके बेटी की कंटिन्यूसली डिमांड ध्यान में रखते हुए मैंने प्रेस मीडिया में भी बाकी भी मुझे रिक्वेस्ट की है कि वो सीबीआई के पास दे देना चाहिए, तो फिर आज हम वो केस सीबीआई के पास दे रहे हैं।
Sonali Foghat case, state government has decided to hand over the case to Central Bureau of Investigation.
जैसे जैसे यहाँ पर वक्त बढ़ता जा रहा है, हलचल वाराणसी कोर्ट के बाहर बहुत तेज होती जा रही है।
उत्तर प्रदेश के सभी 75 जिलों को आज आने वाले फैसले को लेकर के अलर्ट पर रखा गया है।
Roundup of news and brief from across the country. TMC leader Abhishek Banerjee's sister-in-law was grilled by the Enforcement Directorate for 7 hours in connection with the money laundering case. She was stopped at the Kolkata airport after she allegedly tried to travel abroad.
West Bengal BJP leaders, BJP workers are gathering around, and they started for Kolkata. Huge number of police personnel had been deployed in Shatragachi as well as in College Square and Howrah Maidan. Dilip Ghosh, Vice President of BJP, he will lead a march from College Square.
It's an open attack on Hinduism. The DMK MP stokes a fresh controversy, says destroy the root of Sanatan Dharma. The BJP hits out at the DMK, says stop the appeasement. Protests, detentions and a showdown, all eyes are on the volatile situation in West Bengal. From Howrah to Durgapur, mega focus on the nation's biggest political story as the BJP roars, Nabanna, chalo. Massive crackdown on corruption. 2 former AIADMK ministers in 26 locations are raided. Good afternoon. You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. We head straight across to the situation that's unfolding in West Bengal as the political standoff between the BJP and the TMC reaches a fever pitch. We are bringing you pictures from 4 locations currently: Durgapur, Birbhum, Sialda and Howrah. Now, these are locations from which a large number of BJP workers are participating in the rally, which will culminate at Nabanna, which of course is the main hub of the West Bengal government in Kolkata. Now, it is of course a very big day in West Bengal as the BJP and its leaders and workers are marching in large numbers to the state secretariat in a bid to build pressure on the ruling TMC. They say the BJP, of course, alleges that there is widespread corruption in the TMC, and this rally is being seen largely as an anti-corruption rally that's being held by the BJP. Let me go across to Bhaskar, who's bringing us the latest on this. Bhaskar, good afternoon. Bhaskar, give us a sense of the overall situation. Now, there were 3 vantage points and 3 rallies which were actually supposed to converge on to the Secretariat. How is that going? And we're, of course, hearing of a large number of detentions that are already happening. I'm going to come to you, Bhaskar, but also joining us right now is Ishan. He's at Howrah as well. Bhaskar, to you first.
Well, Nupur, good afternoon. And right now I'm in Satragachi, from where one of the 3 rallies would begin to end towards the Nabanna. But in Satragachi, as we can see, there is a huge barricade set up by the police, as the Howrah City Police, Howrah Police Commissioner and Kolkata Police denied permission to this Nabanna Abhijan, which is against the corruption organized by the main opposition party in Bengal, BJP. And now also on the other side, at one side there is a huge barricade, and on the other side I would like to show you with my video journalist Mohit that there is a huge deployment of police personnel, and water cannons had been brought here by the police personnel, and anti-riot vehicle was also set by the police personnel to ensure that no BJP workers should cross this barricade and march towards the administrative headquarters Nabanna. And from the very beginning, we are showing live images from various parts of West Bengal, and the BJP leaders, they also alleging that the police personnel are detaining illegally BJP workers in various parts of West Bengal, be it Kuch Bihar, be it Purulia, be it Jhargram, or be it in North 24 Parganas.
All right.
In various
I'm
parts,
going to have to interrupt you, Mr. Dilip Ghosh, on the phone line with us. Mr. Ghosh, do you feel perhaps there is disproportionate use of force that's being done even as we speak? Because the attempt seems to be to stop essentially any sort of protest. And at the end of the day, protest is something that should be allowed for in a democracy. Don't you feel that?
देखिए, लोकतंत्र में प्रोटेस्ट डेमोन्स्ट्रेशन ये आम बात है, और लोकतांत्रिक ढंग से कोई अभियान आंदोलन कर सकता है, हम वही कर रहे हैं। यहाँ जो सरकार है, सरकार ऊपर से नीचे तो भ्रष्टाचार से लिप्त है, उनके नेता मंत्री एमएलए सब डूबे हैं भ्रष्टाचार। लोग इसके लेकर के दुखी हैं, बंगाल के लोग शर्मिंदगी महसूस कर रहे हैं, और इसीलिए इस सरकार को हटाना जरूरी है। और जो लोकतांत्रिक पद्धति में होता है, लोकमत को लेकर के आंदोलन करना, वही हम कर रहे हैं। लेकिन सरकार इतनी घबराई हुई है, काल से हमारे लोगों को घर से उठा रहा है, रास्ता से उठा रहा है, बस स्टैंड से उठा रहा है, स्टेशन में जाने से रोक रहा है, और स्टेशन में ट्रेन में चढ़ने से पहले उनको रोक रहा है। हम लोगों ने ट्रेन बुकिंग की है, उसमें भी चढ़ने नहीं दिया जा रहा है। स्टेशन को पूरा कब्जा कर लिया है। रेलवे का इलाका में राज्य पुलिस जा करके दादागिरी कर रही है। तो इतने डरने की क्या कारण है? इसके कारण कि ये सरकार भ्रष्टाचार में लिप्त हो गया है, डरता है, और इसीलिए जबरदस्ती कर रही है हमारे ऊपर।
जी, आपको क्यों लग रहा है कि सरकार इतना फोर्स यूज कर रही है आपके वर्कर्स को रोकने के लिए? क्योंकि जो पिक्चर्स हम देख रहे हैं उनमें ऐसा लग रहा है कि वेस्ट बंगाल पुलिस सारी उतर आई है सब सड़कों पर बीजेपी को रोकने के लिए।
मुझे तो लगता है कि झारखंड बिहार से भी पुलिस लाए हैं, क्योंकि यहाँ तो पुलिस मिलता ही नहीं है। थाने में एक रिपोर्ट लिखाने के लिए पुलिस नहीं है, कोई फोन करेगा, कोई गड़बड़ हो गया तो पुलिस फोर्स नहीं है। यहाँ इतनी हजारों ट्रक्स में इलीगल कोल, गाय, बालू जा रहा है, पत्थर, कभी इसको रोकते हुए नहीं देखा। गुजरात से आकर के पुलिस यहाँ ड्रग माफिया को पकड़कर 200 करोड़ का ड्रग ले जाता है। पंजाब का गैंगस्टर को यहाँ से उठा कर ले जाता है, पुलिस कभी दिखता नहीं है, उनका कोई कार्रवाई नहीं होती है। ये सरकार डर रही है कि पब्लिक अगर एक बार जो डरा हुआ है, महसूस कर रहा है, वो अगर निकल जाए रास्ता में तो सरकार चलना मुश्किल हो जाएगा। इसीलिए किसी भी कीमत पर उनको रोको।
All right, Mr. Ghosh, appreciate you speaking to us on Republic TV. Dilip Ghosh over there from the BJP saying that he believes that a huge amount of force is being used to stop this anti-corruption rally that the BJP is spearheading. Let me also bring in Ishan right now. He's reporting from Santragachi in Howrah. Ishan, one of the allegations essentially that we are seeing come in from the BJP side is that there seems to be a huge disproportionate amount of force that's being used. They say that at the end of the day, this is an anti-corruption rally. This is against the government. But, governments should essentially allow for protest. Okay, I'm going to come back to you. news just coming in. We are now learning that Mukul Rohatgi is set to be the next AG of the country. The senior advocate Mukul Rohatgi is set to be appointed as the 14th Attorney General of India. This, of course, is his second term as the Attorney General. The first stint of Mukul Rohatgi, of course, was from June 2014 to June 2017. So news just coming in, Mukul Rohatgi being appointed as the Attorney General of India. This is the second time that he has been appointed to this position. Rhythm Anand Bhardwaj on the phone line with us. Rhythm, tell us more. This, of course, is going to be his second stint as the government's senior most law officer.
Absolutely. Nupur, this is, like you said, Mukul Rohatgi for the second time going to be appointed as Attorney General. We remember his first stint between 2014 and 2017 when he had been the Attorney General. This is also happening after KK Venugopal, the current Attorney General at the age of 90, has expressed his inability to continue when his third extension at the helm gets over, 91. Remember, Rohatgi was the Attorney General in the BJP-led NDA alliance between 2014 and 2017. And he's also the son of Delhi High Court Judge Justice Rohatgi, who practiced under Yogesh Sabharwal, former Chief Justice in the High Court before starting his own legal practice. Rohatgi himself completed law at Government Law College in Mumbai. He started practicing right after college. He was designated a senior in 93. He was also the Additional Solicitor General in 99. Today at 67, he's all set after being and representing several high-profile and crucial clients in court. He is all set to be the Attorney General yet again.
All right. So as you're pointing out, of course, this is going to be his second stint as the government's top lawyer. But apart from that, of course, Rhythm, he does have an illustrious career, that has spanned many decades. All right, we seem to have lost that connection with Rhythm Anand Bhardwaj. We're just going to get her back in a bit. But senior lawyer Mukul Rohatgi, of course, has been appointed as the Attorney General of India, the government's top lawyer. He's set to return to the post for a second time. Do remember that earlier, I think between June of 2014 and 2017, he was the Attorney General at that time. Now, Mukul Rohatgi, of course, stepped down as the Attorney General in June 2017, and KK Venugopal had taken over from him. Now, Mukul Rohatgi will begin his second stint on the 1st of October. That's what we are learning. And, of course, we are also given to understand that one of India's most high-profile lawyers, of course, Mr. Rohatgi, has several important cases to his credit, including the Gujarat riots case in which he represented the Gujarat government. This is just giving you a bit of a background about the government's topmost law officer. Rhythm, I was going to come back to you now. I was asking you earlier, of course, Rhythm, that he does have an illustrious career, as he gets ready to take on the offices of the government's top officer.
Oh, yes, absolutely, Nupur. He has earlier also, as one of the top lawyers and also specifically criminal lawyers in the country. There are several cases that he's already been working on. And today, whether he's been on some high-profile cases, whether it's been in other cases, he is undoubtedly one of the top 5 lawyers in the country today, and not the first time he's been appointed the Attorney General. Even earlier, he was the Attorney General in 2014, and the government had already appointed others at that time when there was a convention and he had been appointed. Like I said, he's also done some very important cases, Gujarat cases. He's a sought-out corporate lawyer. He represented Anil Ambani in the tech court in the gas dispute between the Ambani brothers. He also represented, I remember, the Italian embassy in the apex court. He's also, I was just trying to see if there'll be a reaction from him, though, I was just trying to message him. Just a minute, I'm just messaging. Give me a second.
All right, Rhythm, do stay with us. As Rhythm is saying, we're just trying to get a reaction from him, just to tell our viewers that the senior lawyer Mukul Rohatgi will return as the Attorney General of India, the government's top lawyer. Mukul Rohatgi, of course, 67 years of age, had just stepped down as the Attorney General in June 2017. KK Venugopal took over after him, and Mr. Venugopal's extended tenure, of course, ends on the 30th of September. He served as the centre's top law officer for about 5 years. And we are given to understand that Mukul Rohatgi will begin his second stint on the 1st of October. He's also, of course, served, as we were earlier pointing out, as the Additional Solicitor General of India in the past. His last tenure, of course, ended in 2017. It was from 2014 to 2017 when he was the Attorney General. Now, sources, of course, are also telling us that he is set to take over on the 1st of October. That's what we are given to understand. Mukul Rohatgi, of course, this is the second time he's been appointed as the government's top law officer. His earlier tenure was about 3 years long. All right, we are now going back to the big story. All right, we're now going to straight head back into the big story. We're tracking out of West Bengal as the political face-off between the TMC and the BJP over there intensifies. We're getting you pictures from all across West Bengal as the BJP's Nabanna Chalo protest call is gathering steam. Pictures on your screen are from Durgapur, Birbhum, Sialda, Havra, Santragachi, Raniganj, as well as Nandigram. Let me go across to Bhaskar and Ishan Dev. Both of them continue to be with us. Ishan, you know, earlier on, I was asking you, of course, that the allegation that the BJP is making against the TMC government is that this is essentially disproportionate use of force. Because just looking at the sheer number of policemen who are deployed on the streets across West Bengal, it does seem that the government over there wants to make sure that they can stop this rally at all costs.
Will you please repeat your once more? It was not clear to me.
I was saying, Ishan, that you are, of course, surrounded by a lot of those BJP workers, but there appears to be a large number of police presence at various points, and the allegation that the BJP is making is that this perhaps is disproportionate use of force.
Exactly so. The apprehension of the BJP leadership in West Bengal is this, that the BJP workers who are gathering here at Howrah station or at Sialda station or in many other meeting points in Kolkata, from the meeting points of the highways and the streets which are coming to Kolkata, which are entering Kolkata, that people are coming from several districts, breaking through many obstructions put up by police and administration. But those who are at the end of the day able to reach out to these places, will they be able to go to the designated points from where the marches are going to be start? You know that there are 3 main points. From those 3 points, 3 major rallies will start. One from Howrah Maidan, led by Sukanto Majumdar, State BJP President. Another from Santragachi, led by Suvendu Adhikari, the opposition leader in West Bengal. And the third from College Square, that is in central Calcutta. That procession will led by Dilip Ghosh, the National Vice President of BJP. But as from yesterday evening, as from yesterday afternoon, we are showing pictures that BJP supporters are being blocked by the police and the administration at many districts, be it in the North Bengal, be it in the western part of Bengal, be it in Midnapur, that is Suvendu Adhikari's own district, be it in Sukanto Majumdar's own district, South Dinajpur. Everywhere there were pictures from there, everywhere pictures were coming in that BJP supporters are being blocked, they are being obstructed. This morning also we have shown pictures, the visuals have come from several parts of Bengal, in which we have shown that police has put up barricades and police is intercepting the vehicles which are bearing BJP supporters towards Kolkata. Even police.
All right, Ishan. Ishan, stay with us. I'm also going to go across quickly to Bhaskar to get in a word in terms of what's happening where he's reporting from. Bhaskar, there are, of course, a large number of BJP workers who have been detained so far, and we are seeing similar visuals as the BJP tries to reach Nabanna. Now, that's a tweet of Suvendu Adhikari that's just coming in, where he says they're trampling upon fundamental rights of the citizens of India. He's talking about the scenes that are playing out at various locations across West Bengal. So there you can see it. Security personnel over there trying to make sure that they can, in a sense, stop these workers from reaching Calcutta. That is where these three rallies essentially culminate. Let me go back across to Bhaskar. I think he's reporting from Howrah as well. Bhaskar, earlier we were speaking about the situation that's being reported from across West Bengal. Now, give us a sense of what's happening around you, and how determined is the BJP to still go ahead with the march, despite the fact that the police says that this gathering is illegal?
Well, Nupur, the senior BJP leaders are claiming that at least 1.5 lakh people, at least 1.5 lakh BJP workers had been detained by the police over various parts of West Bengal, and now I am in Satragachi, as I was showing my video journalist Mohit is now getting us closer to the barricade, which barricade is kind of exceptional in West Bengal, because iron structures had been put up and also they were conjugated to form a stronger barricade ahead of BJP's Nabanna Chalo Abhijan, which is an anti-corruption rally called by BJP, the opposition party in West Bengal. And on the other hand, I would like to take you to the water cannons, where at least 3 water cannons had been put up by the police personnel, and one anti-riot vehicle is there to stop the BJP workers. And as the senior BJP leaders are claiming that at least more than 1 lakh people, at least more than 1 lakh BJP workers had been detained from yesterday, and the democracy is now being killed by the Trinamool Congress government. But the BJP leaders, they will try, as they are saying, they will try to reach Nabanna, and they will try to ensure that this anti-corruption protest is right on the streets. And if police stops, and if police continuously detains BJP workers, then there will be protest all across in West Bengal. And now let's see, within a few minutes the anti-corruption rally will begin, and let's see if all the BJP top leaders of all the senior leaders is being able to join the march towards the administrative headquarters Nabanna or not. Nupur.
All right, Bhaskar, do stay on with us. I'm going to get in a quick word from Ishan as well. Now, Ishan, any comments that we are getting from the TMC? Now, the BJP, of course, says that this is an anti-corruption rally, and also alleges that everybody within the TMC, from the top brass to the foot soldier, is involved in corruption, and that is what they are protesting. So any comment that we are getting at the moment from the TMC?
TMC has hired its speech against this BJP program from yesterday evening, because yesterday in the afternoon, when Kunal Ghosh, the TMC spokesperson, he was holding a press conference, he has mocked this BJP program in a very vehement manner, and they are alleging against BJP that this BJP government at the center and the BJP's top leadership in West Bengal, they themselves are corrupt politicians. That's why they don't have they have not got any moral rights to organize any rally against corruption issues. But these are the allegations of TMC. Whether this has got any connection with the public perception, common public perception or not in West Bengal, that is a different question. And at the same time, TMC's MP, Rajya Sabha MP Shantanu Sen, he was also saying that this is a very apt and judicious decision by the Howrah Police Commissionerate to declare this program as illegal, because the BJP leadership was issuing threats openly from several preparatory meetings for this program. They were quoting Dilip Ghosh again and again, but because Dilip Ghosh made some statements in which he advised the workers of BJP to have bamboo sticks in their hands for defensive purposes. condolences. But Shantanu Sen yesterday, he was quoting on behalf of Trinamool that these comments, these remarks made by Dilip Ghosh, these are very insightful comments and incite violence. At the same time, when earlier BJP Yuva Morcha organized this kind of Nabanna, there was a severe law and order problem, law and order breach, and that's why this program again should not be allowed, and police has taken a very judicious step by declaring it illegal. But after police's declaration that this program is illegal, you have seen that how in every district, every part of West Bengal, police and administration is barricading the BJP supporters from coming to Kolkata. But still, many BJP supporters have reached here, and you can see the excitement among them. You can see how much energetic they are from early in the morning, from several parts of West Bengal, from very remote districts of West Bengal. They have started for Kolkata, and they are now in Kolkata. And I would like to know from them directly, কখন আপনাদের মিছিল শুরু হবে, এখান থেকে বেরোবেন কখন?
অনেক আমাদের মিছিল শুরু হবে 1:30টার মধ্যে শুরু হবে এই স্বৈরাচারী মমতা ব্যানার্জিকে।
So they are saying that by 1:30 they will start their procession from here, and they will move from this Howrah station to Howrah Maidan, from where Shukanto Mojumdar will start his procession towards Nabanna. But again and again, repeatedly I am saying that there are huge number of police deployment inside Kolkata, inside Howrah. There are permanent structure like barricadings on the streets, because they have, the police was digging the streets to make it very permanent structure like barricadings. And as many such number of police deployment, such number of picketing and barricading is an abnormal situation in Kolkata, as BJP leadership is claiming. So how far they will be able to march forward towards Nabanna, that is a question still.
Absolutely. Ishan, if you can hear me, I know there's a lot of noise around you, but would you say that perhaps the TMC government is a little rattled by what's happening? Because, several of their senior leaders are facing agencies over corruption charges. Even Mamata Banerjee's nephew is in the dock over allegations in a scam. So would you say that this force that's being used by the TMC to stop these protesters from coming forward shows a sense perhaps of being rattled by the sheer number of protesters that they're seeing?
Actually so, because the BJP leadership and the whole opposition is saying so. They are claiming that the current dispensation is in West Bengal. They are afraid of the situation, as so many corruption issues have surfaced recently. The cattle smuggling case, the coal scam, the teachers recruitment scam, and many other scams. So many issues of corruption have surfaced in West Bengal together recently, that the government is perturbed. The current dispensation in West Bengal, they are very much afraid of the situation, and that's why they are trying to stop this program by BJP. You know that Suvendu Adhikari, the leader of opposition, he has given a clarion call for the left parties and to the Congress, that everyone should come forward. All the parties who are the part and parcel of the opposition.
एडुकेटेड यूथ को रोका जा रहा है पूरा प्रदेश भर में। आप देखिए क्या तांडव मचा रखा है। ये तो पीसफुल एजिटेशन है। कोई जोर जबरदस्ती नवान्न को जाकर पावर ले सकता है? हमारी कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में ये है। ये तो ऑपोजिशन पार्टी का फर्ज बनता है। ये मुद्दा है करप्शन का मुद्दा, ये मुद्दा अनएम्प्लॉयड का मुद्दा है। जो मेरिड वाला लड़का लड़की है, एडुकेटेड अनएम्प्लॉयड यूथ है, उसका सर्विस को ये लोग बेच दिया, सेल कर दिया। इसका खिलाफ है पूरा स्टेट में। कोल काऊ से लेकर सैंड से लेकर स्टोन से लेकर पूरा जितना करप्शन के खिलाफ है, ये करप्शन के खिलाफ मोर्चा निकालना का तो हम लोग का यही है। पहले बैरिकेड तोड़ा जाएगा, सेकेंड बैरिकेड में ये लोग रोकेगा, वहाँ प्रदर्शन थोड़ा होगा, खत्म हो जाएगा। यही तो आदत है।
पुलिस का जो रवैया देखा जा रहा है, ट्रेन में चढ़ने नहीं दे रहे, जो टिकट है उसमें
ममता जी का साथ आदमी नहीं है, बंगाल का जनता नहीं है। इसलिए जैसे नॉर्थ कोरिया में करता है तानाशाही, इस तरीके से बंगाल में भी तानाशाही कर रहा है। इस तरीके से जैसे अपोजिशन को रोका जाए, पुलिस का एटीट्यूड बहुत खराब है। जो पुलिस काल से आज तक ये सब काम किया उसको भुगतना पड़ेगा। बीजेपी आ रहा है, बीजेपी के कोई रोक नहीं सकता।
आप लोग जो है आप सातरागाछी पहुंचने वाले हैं, अभी देखा जा रहा है रास्ते में मीडिया को भी रोक दिया जा रहा है, कहीं नहीं जाने दिया जा रहा है।
आप पूछ लीजिए यहाँ का जो डीजी है, सीपी है, उसको पूछ लीजिए। ये तो ममता जी का घर का सर्वेंट है ना, पीछे पीछे घूमता है और ममता जी मीटिंग में बोलता है मेरा डीजी उत्तम कुमार है।
144 धारा भी है
लगा।
So we were bringing to you the minute-to-minute update of this situation in West Bengal, and Suvendu Adhikari he has made a very big allegation. He has mocked the DG of West Bengal Police in a very high-pitched manner. We are bringing back all the minute-to-minute updates of this BJP's Nabanna march to you, but as of now we are moving into short break. After the break we are coming back to you shortly.
At Amity, we believe students should have an all-round exposure. The Study Abroad program gives students the option to do 5 weeks or more at any of the Amity campuses across the world in cities like New York, San Francisco, London, Melbourne, Dubai, Singapore, etc. A truly unique opportunity only at Amity.
Rahul Gandhi has started his yatra all the way from Kanyakumari, has now reached Thiruvananthapuram.
ये काशी विश्वनाथ मंदिर का 4 नंबर गेट है, लगातार सिक्योरिटी यहाँ पर बढ़ती जा रही है।
Big victory for the Hindu side because the court has said that this particular petition by the Hindu side is maintainable.
Responding to the approval of CBI probe into Sonali Phogat's death case, Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant said that the Goa police will hand over the investigation to the CBI and cooperate with the investigation.
हमें उस केस में हमारे पुलिस के ऊपर पूरा भरोसा है और डेफिनेटली दे बहुत अच्छी तरह से इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहा है। बहुत अच्छे क्लूज भी उनको मिले हैं, लेकिन लोगों के डिमांड ध्यान में रखते हुए और उनकी बेटी की कंटिन्यूसली डिमांड ध्यान में रखते हुए मैंने प्रेस मीडिया में भी बाकी भी मुझे रिक्वेस्ट की है कि वो सीबीआई के पास दे देना चाहिए, तो फिर आज हम वो केस सीबीआई के पास दे रहे हैं।
Sonali Phogat case, state government has decided to hand over the case to Central Bureau of Investigation.
जैसे जैसे यहाँ पर वक्त बढ़ता जा रहा है, हलचल वाराणसी कोर्ट के बाहर बहुत तेज होती जा रही है।
उत्तर प्रदेश के सभी 75 जिलों को आज आने वाले फैसले को लेकर के अलर्ट पर रखा गया है।
Roundup of news and brief from across the country. TMC leader Abhishek Banerjee's sister-in-law was grilled by the Enforcement Directorate for 7 hours in connection with a money laundering case. She was stopped at the Kolkata airport after she allegedly tried to travel abroad. France Minister for Europe and Foreign Affairs Catherine Colonna will be on a 3-day visit to India, during which she will hold talks with her counterpart S. Jaishankar on bilateral, regional and international issues of mutual interest.
बड़ा फैसला ज्ञानवापी को लेकर सामने आया है, यानी इस पूरे विवाद पर सुनवाई जारी रहेगी।
मुस्लिम पक्ष अब इस पूरे मामले को लेकर हाई कोर्ट का रुख करेगा।
People who are coming here to offer prayers are saying that very soon their sentiments would be respected and a grand temple would be constructed.
Commerce and Industry Minister Piyush Goyal will chair a key meet of the Board of Trade to discuss ways to bolster country's exports today. A special court is set to hear Satyendra Jain's bail plea today. Delhi Cabinet Minister Satyendra Jain is in the dock in graft charges. Top headlines headlines at 12:30. Protests, detentions and showdown. All eyes on the volatile situation in Bengal. From Havra to Durgapur, mega focus on nation's biggest political story. BJP roars, Nabanna chalo. Open attack on Hinduism. DMK MP stokes fresh controversy, says destroy root of Sanatan Dharma. And starting straight up with breaking news coming in, a Republic exclusive on this story coming in, exclusive report on biggest Bengaluru violators. That's the update coming in. We are told that Congress leader's property has been named Republic's exclusive on the Bengaluru violators. Well, we'll try and go across to Nabanna as well to get us more details, but properties of top BJP and Congress leaders have been named in this particular breaking news coming in. And this is in the aftermath of massive waterlogging in Bengaluru that has been reported. The visuals on your screens as well. The aftermath, the massive, the havoc that the rains have wrought in Bengaluru. We understand that too. The BBMP teams have also reached 2 locations as well. And that properties of top BJP and Congress leaders have also been named. Nabanna is joining us for more details. Nabanna, if you could give us more details on what really led to the Bengaluru flooding, and we understand that top BJP and Congress leaders who are also under scanner.
Exactly. So what we have understood from this demolition is that the Brihat Bengaluru Mahanagar Palike had said that they would be carrying out this demolition drive in 9 particular zones. That is the East, West, South, Koramangala Valley, as well as the Mahadevpura New, Bommanalli New, as well as in other sections of Yalahanka, Dasrali and Rajarajeshwari Nagar. But one particular area that we saw was the most affected during these flood-like situations was the Mahadevpura constituency, better known as the IT corridor. Now, what we have accessed in this particular report, if we can see over here, is the fact that Congress person Nalapad's name has been listed in this particular report that has been released by the Brihat Bengaluru Mahanagar Palike. Now, his property is in Chalagatta and under survey numbers 66, 67, 68, 69 and 70. On the other hand, in this particular, of course, IT corridor, one of the biggest tech parks in Bengaluru is the Bagmane Tech Park, the village name, of course, being Mahadevpura, the constituency which was most affected, and the survey numbers under which they have violated or rather encroached. We can also see Wipro as well as EcoSpace, apart from the other places that have encroached this particular areas as well, which is why this demolition drive is being carried out. The Karnataka Chief Minister Basuraj Bommai had made it very clear that they are going to come down hard on anybody, does not matter who it is. This demolition drive will be carried out because this the occupancy of this storm drainage water system was what actually led to the flood-like situation in Bengaluru. We also saw lives being lost. There was absolute, it was a nightmare for citizens during this particular situation. But to shift focus once again on the Bagmane Tech Park, what we understand is that they have asked for a resurvey after the fact that their name had come out in this particular report. And on the other hand, Priyank Kharge, Congress MLA, has also stated that it does not matter who the property belongs to. In reference to Nalapad as well, action will be taken. In fact, the Revenue Minister of Karnataka, R. Ashoka, also echoed the same opinion that it does not matter who these properties belong to, all of them that have been named in this report. Because after all, Bengaluru is known as the IT capital of the country, and these are pretty huge names that we see once again, whether it's Bagmane Tech Park, Wipro, EcoSpace, because all those visuals that we saw coming out of Bengaluru last last week was predominantly from the IT corridor section. Number one. Number two, on the other hand, the BJP MLA of the Mahadevpura constituency, Arvind Limbawali too, has stated that it does not matter who these properties belong to, big or small. This is a huge crackdown that they're going to be doing. But the biggest thing coming out of this, of course, is that these properties belong to top BJP and Congress leaders that have been named in this particular report, Samiksha.
Yes, so Nivedna, so the big part, the operative part here being that the buildings that are linked to these netas, beg your pardon. On that note, stay with us. Let's also listen into what R. Ashok, the minister, had to say on this whole situation that has been unraveling in Bengaluru.
We are not small, big, poor, rich, middle class. Will no bother about anything. The Bangalore people in the flood, they suffered, the Bengaluru people. Next, at least next rain season, we have to clear all the demolition. It is a regular process in the corporation. We will not stop another 10 days, 5 days. We will not stop. It will be continue. That is the government decision. That is the CM decision.
On day one, we saw only small houses being demolished.
Yes.
Big villas and big apartments.
All. You saw the in Haryana also big building demolition.
Yes.
In
Noida.
Noida.
So what about the officials who gave permission to these places in the first place? Years together they have been thriving here. Suddenly now, only action against the builders. Why not the officials?
Yeah, both. Who given permission and who built the building. Both are punishable. That's why in the assembly also today the discussion is going on the flood and Bangalore also. So I think for this reason in the flood, Bangalore flood, the mainly Bangalore is just like a saucer. The Kempegowda built Bangalore. That time only lakes. The water consumption from the lakes only. So last governments, 2005, before 2005, more than 12 to 15 lakes, our government made a layout.
এখানেই থাকবো আপনি কিসের ভয় চলো আমার ফোন দাও হাইকোর্টে মুভ করতে এক্ষুনি হাইকোর্টে মুভ করুন
এই মুহূর্তে দাঁড়িয়ে গুরুত্বপূর্ণ বিষয় একটা তথ্য উঠে আসছে এই যে আটকানা সিকিউরিটি কমিশনের সদস্য শুভেন্দু অধিকারী এলাকা আটকানা এবং এই বিষয়টা নিয়ে হাইকোর্টের দ্বারস্থ হতে চলেছেন রাজ্য বিরোধী দল নেতা কি বলবেন এই বিষয়টা নিয়ে
আরে এটা পারে না করতে মেম্বার অফ পার্লামেন্টকে লিডার অফ অপোজিশনকে রাস্তাকে আটকাতে পারে নাকি
আপনি সিকিউরিটি কমিশনের মেম্বার না কেন সিকিউরিটি কমিশনের মেম্বার
আপনারা আমরা যাব বেশি লোক যাবে না আমাদের সাধারণ
আমাদের কে আছে সিকিউরিটি
আরে এই পেছন দিকে যাবে
আপনারা আমাদেরকে দিয়ে চলুন কেউ যাবে না আপনারা নিয়ে চলুন
করেছে দেখুন ভয় পেয়েছে মমতা
জেনে গেছে জনতা
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 বন্ধুবাবু আপনার এরপরে কি ভূমিকা থাকবে একটু যদি বলেন সিকিউরিটি কমিশনের মেম্বার আপনি সিকিউরিটি কমিশনের মেম্বার
আইপিএস গুলোকে পুছুন লিজিয়ে না
So a showdown there in Kolkata where Suvendu, as you can see, and as well as other BJP workers who are being stopped by the police there. So that's the face-off that has erupted between the BJP and the Bengal police, where the Bengal police trying to give a very stiff resistance and trying to stop that protest march, which is being staged by the BJP workers. We have Ishan also joining us, for Kishle joining us for live updates on that. Kishle, if you could give us more updates. We understand that the clashes there happening as we speak, which also turned violent in several areas of Bengal. Kishle.
Well, exactly. In different parts of Bengal, we showed how BJP workers were stopped, and now we see live visuals, exclusive visuals. He says right now he has been stopped from going towards Nabanna. Suvendu Adhikari, right now we are seeing that live visual. Suvendu Adhikari has been stopped by barricades and police is trying to prevent him from marching towards Nabanna. With Suvendu Adhikari, Locket is also there. Locket, Suvendu Adhikari and other BJP leaders trying to march towards Nabanna from Hastings side of Kolkata has been stopped by police, and there is a ruckus in that area. Since morning we saw that how in different areas of Bengal BJP workers were stopped. BJP workers were stopped even from taking trains towards Kolkata. And right now we see that Suvendu Adhikari, the leader of opposition in West Bengal, has been stopped by the police, and the BJP, whole BJP rally has also been stopped by the police. The road towards Nabanna has been completely barricaded. Rahul Sinha has been taken in a prison van, and Rahul Sinha, one of the important BJP leaders in West Bengal, who was also present with Suvendu Adhikari at that spot, has been taken in prison van, and we can see there is a ruckus clearly, and also a huge number of BJP supporters or BJP workers are also present in that area, and also Locket Chatterjee has been taken in prison van as well. Kolkata police have barricaded the whole area so that no one from the BJP rally can advance towards Nabanna. Locket Chatterjee right now we can see from inside the prison van, she is trying to taken away. Locket Chatterjee, Suvendu and Rahul Sinha, all of them were stopped by Kolkata police, and now they are being taken away in prison van. First on Republic we are showing live visuals, full drama from Kolkata, and this whole visual is coming from Hastings, PTS area quite close to the second Howrah bridge, from where they planned to was march towards Nabanna. So from a considerable distance from Nabanna, this whole rally has been stopped, which was led by Suvendu, and we can right now see Suvendu.
আপনি তো অ্যারেস্ট ডিক্লেয়ার করেছেন, আপনি আমার গায়ে হাত দিয়েছেন, আর দেবে না, যা করেছে ঠিক আছে।
আমি ইনস্ট্রাকশন দিলাম আপনার সামনে,
কেন ও গায়ে হাত দেবে কেন আমার?
অ্যারেস্ট করার জন্য
কেন হাত দেবেন? আপনি হাত দেবেন না, লেডি কেন গায়ে হাত দেবেন?
লেডি পুলিশ হয়
নো নো নো,
পুলিশের তো পুলিশ দাদা,
নো
লেডি জেন্টস হয় না।
ঠিক আছে, ছবিগুলো থাকলো, থাকলো, হ্যাঁ ঠিক আছে, থাকলো থাকলো। জয় শ্রীরাম, জয় শ্রীরাম।
now we can see Suvendu Adhikari, leader of opposition, has been taken away in prison van by Kolkata police when he was trying to march towards Nabanna. Before this, we saw Loket Chatterjee, BJP leader, and as well as Rahul Sinha was taken away. And now dramatic visuals coming on Republic First, on exclusive Republic, full coverage of the BJP rally towards Nabanna, and Suvendu Adhikari, leader of opposition, has been taken away in the prison van by Kolkata police. And we can see quite a ruckus in that whole area where BJP supporters and workers are being barricaded and stopped by the Kolkata police from marching towards Nabanna, and leader of opposition detained by police and now being taken away in the prison van, and he's trying to speak to the press. Police is just behind and trying to prevent him from speaking to the press as well. And behind that we can see how there is a large number of BJP supporters also present. Suvendu Adhikari, the leader of opposition, who tweeted this morning that Kolkata police is trying their best to stop all the democratic processes in West Bengal, right now being taken away by Kolkata police. That's a live visual we're showing live and exclusive on Republic Network, 360-degree coverage of this BJP Nabanna Chalo rally, BJP Nabanna Abhijan. And we can see there Suvendu Adhikari, he is being taken away in the prison van by Kolkata police. The press is trying to speak to him, however, they are not allowed. Now he's being taken away. Top BJP leaders are being detained by Kolkata police, including Loket Chatterjee, now Suvendu Adhikari, the leader of opposition in Bengal. And before that, we saw Rahul Sinha taken away as well. So this is the drama being unfolded on the day when BJP decided to march towards Nabanna against various atrocities that's happening against BJP workers, and also all the corruptions that are taking place in West Bengal. And then we saw that how police had also stopped workers, BJP workers, from entering from the districts towards Kolkata. BJP workers who are also stopped from taking trains towards Kolkata. That's what we saw. And there were clashes. We were showing exclusive visuals, 360-degree coverage we were doing. And now we can see the leader of opposition. This is the prison rally. Adhikari is right now there. Police took him away. The police, Kolkata police, has taken him away, detained him, taken him out of the prison.
বিরোধী দলনেতার সঙ্গে কি আচরণ করছে?
Right now he's saying, Suvendu Adhikari is saying that you all can see what is the treatment that is given to the leader of opposition. That's what Suvendu Adhikari just said to the media from inside the prison van, that you all can see what is the treatment in West Bengal given to the leader of opposition, and then he's now being taken away in the prison van after he tried to march towards Nabanna.
মমতা ভয় পেয়েছে মমতা সুদে
Mamata is scared. He's saying bhoy peche Mamata, which means Mamata Banerjee is scared of BJP, is scared of the opposition. That's what he's saying before he's being taken away by the police in the prison van. So Suvendu Adhikari has been stopped from marching towards Nabanna. Rahul Sinha detained first, then Loket Chatterjee taken away in prison van, and now Suvendu Adhikari as well has been taken away. And when he was going, he was talking to the press, and he said that Mamata Banerjee is scared, and then he said, you all can see what is the treatment given to the leader of opposition in West Bengal. That's what Suvendu Adhikari just said. We saw previously how workers from various districts of West Bengal, including Birbhum, including other districts like North 24 Parganas, South 24 Parganas, and the North Bengal areas were being stopped from entering West Bengal. They were stopped from taking the trains towards West Bengal. And now we see top BJP leaders, including Loket Chatterjee, including Suvendu Adhikari and Rahul Sinha. They are being detained and taken away in prison vans. And Suvendu Adhikari clearly attacked Mamata, saying that she's scared, that's why she's doing this. And he also said that this is the treatment that is given to the leader of opposition in West Bengal. Back to the studio.
Kishore, stay with us. If you could talk to us more about these protests. The police has, of course, called it as illegal, but the bigger question being that on what grounds has it been called illegal? Because at the end of the day, everybody has the right to protest.
Well, exactly, Samiksha. When they were asking for permission to this whole protest rally, and they had written to Howrah Police, so Howrah City Police denied permission, seeking security grounds. So when the permission was denied, police started saying that this is illegal rally that they are holding, and therefore we can see today how police stopped BJP workers from entering West Bengal through train routes. This is something unprecedented because we did not previously see any such example where political workers are being stopped from taking trains from their hometown towards the city. That is their democratic right to travel, to move. But today we saw and we showed exclusive visuals in Republic Network that how various BJP workers from places like the other districts like North 24 Parganas, South 24 Parganas, Bolpur and other areas, Birbhum and other areas, they were being stopped from taking trains, and there were clashes between BJP workers and the police in districts as well. So they were stopped from entering Kolkata. However, there were a number of BJP workers, BJP supporters in Kolkata as well who are gathered for this rally today, and there was huge deployment of security forces around Nabanna, and a radius of about 10 kilometers was sanitized with barricades, police force and water cannons, etc. And now we saw how Suvendu Adhikari, who was trying to enter the way towards Nabanna through Hooghly Bridge from Hastings side, has been stopped by a barricade. He had been stopped by the police, Kolkata police, and then with him was Rahul Sinha and Ognimitra and Locket Chatterjee, and all of them were stopped and now being detained by police, taken away in prison van. Suvendu Adhikari sharply attacked the government and the chief minister, saying Mamata Banerjee is scared, therefore she is doing this. She's scared. Mamata bhoy peche. Mamata Banerjee is scared. That's what he said before leaving, before he was being taken away. And also he said that you all can see how the leader of opposition is being treated here in West Bengal. So that's the background of this protest rally, and that's what you asked that why this is called illegal by the police. Well, police did not give permission to this rally, therefore they are calling it illegal. However, it is unprecedented how in different districts BJP workers are being stopped from taking trains and moving freely. Samiksha.
Yes, and Kishore, this will only bolster the resolve of the BJP leaders when we talk about fighting against corruption or the atrocities there for which they are staging a protest. If you talk to us more about the situation unfolding in other areas as well, we understand that several workers were detained in Raniganj area as well.
Well, exactly. In Raniganj, we saw that how the BJP workers were stopped, and you were asking about the other BJP leaders as well. So we saw that Shukanto Majumdar is also trying to. He went to Shialda station. He went to Howrah station actually, and he tried to welcome the BJP workers who were coming from that side. And right now, what we know is that he is also heading a rally towards Nabanna. He will be heading a rally towards Nabanna. However, we do not know that exactly through which route he will come and whether he'll be stopped or not. We are keeping a track on that. However, we saw that how the leader of opposition himself, Suvendu Adhikari, he was being stopped by the police from entering towards Nabanna, from going towards Nabanna. Apart from that, the areas that you were talking about, Raniganj, Borakor, all these areas are right now being deployed with a huge number of police force, because BJP workers who were trying to come from these areas towards Kolkata had almost a clash with the police, because police was trying to avoid, trying to stop them from coming. Samiksha.
In a big development, the Ministry of Home Affairs has recommended CBI probe into Sonali Phogat's murder case. The MHA's move comes after Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant wrote to Union Home Minister Amit Shah seeking a probe by the CBI into the matter.
देखो, हमें ये प्रॉपर्टी और फाइनेंशियली मर्डर लग रहा था और साथ में राजनीतिक मर्डर लग रहा था। प्रॉपर्टी और फाइनेंशियली हम लोगों ने खुद गोवा पुलिस के आने से पहले ही चेक कर लिए थे। प्रॉपर्टी और फाइनेंशियली दोनों चीज़ें सोनाली जी की सेफ हैं, तो ये पॉलिटिकल मर्डर ही है और इस वजह से सीबीआई को हैंडओवर नहीं कर रही थी गोवा पुलिस। जी सर्व खाप पंचायत जो हुई है सर्व जाति की, उसका बहुत ज़्यादा सरकार के ऊपर प्रभाव पड़ा है।
आप क्या मानते हैं?
जी हमें पूरी उम्मीद है इसमें बहुत बड़े चेहरे उजागर होंगे अगर गोवा पुलिस ने सबूत नहीं मिटाए होंगे तो।
Rahul Gandhi has started his yatra all the way from Kanyakumari, has now reached Thiruvananthapuram.
ये काशी विश्वनाथ मंदिर का 4 नंबर गेट है, लगातार सिक्योरिटी यहाँ पर बढ़ती जा रही है।
Big victory for the Hindu side because the court has said that this particular petition by the Hindu side is maintainable.
Responding to the approval of CBI probe into Sonali Phogat's death case, Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant said that the Goa police will hand over the investigation to the CBI and cooperate with the investigation.
हमें उस केस में हमारे पुलिस के ऊपर पूरा भरोसा है और डेफिनेटली दे बहुत अच्छी तरह से इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहा है। बहुत अच्छे क्लूज़ भी उनको मिले हैं, लेकिन लोगों के डिमांड ध्यान में रखते हुए और उनकी बेटी की कंटिन्यूसली डिमांड ध्यान में रखते हुए मैंने प्रेस मीडिया में भी बाकी भी मुझे रिक्वेस्ट की है कि वो सीबीआई के पास दे देना चाहिए, तो फिर आज हम वो केस सीबीआई के पास दे रहे हैं।
Sonali Phogat case, state government has decided to hand over the case to Central Bureau of Investigation.
जैसे जैसे यहाँ पर वक्त बढ़ता जा रहा है, हलचल वाराणसी कोर्ट के बाहर बहुत तेज होती जा रही है।
उत्तर प्रदेश के सभी 75 जिलों को आज आने वाले फैसले को लेकर के अलर्ट पर रखा गया है।
Roundup of news and brief from across the country. TMC leader Abhishek Banerjee's sister-in-law was grilled by the Enforcement Directorate for 7 hours in connection with the money laundering case. She was stopped at the Kolkata airport after she allegedly tried to travel abroad. France Minister for Europe and Foreign Affairs Catherine Colonna will be on a 3-day visit to India, during which she will hold talks with her counterpart S. Jaishankar on bilateral, regional and international issues of mutual interest.
बड़ा फैसला ज्ञानवापी को लेकर सामने आया है, यानी इस पूरे विवाद पर सुनवाई जारी रहेगी।
मुस्लिम पक्ष अब इस पूरे मामले को लेकर हाई कोर्ट का रुख करेगा।
People who are coming here to offer prayers are saying that very soon their sentiments would be respected and a grand temple would be constructed.
Commerce and Industry Minister Piyush Goyal will chair a key meet of the Board of Trade to discuss ways to bolster country's exports today. A special court is set to hear Satyendra Jain's bail plea today. Delhi Cabinet Minister Satyendra Jain is in the dock in graft charges. As BJP is gearing up for making its Nabanna march a success, a massive row between the BJP and TMC has erupted in West Bengal. Meanwhile, the police has declared 3 major rallies that are by the BJP top BJP leaders as illegal. In a big development, the Ministry of Home Affairs has recommended CBI probe into Sonali Phogat's murder case. The MHA's move comes after Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant wrote to Union Home Minister Amit Shah seeking a probe by the CBI into the matter.
देखो, हमें ये प्रॉपर्टी और फाइनेंशियली मर्डर लग रहा था और साथ में राजनीतिक मर्डर लग रहा था। प्रॉपर्टी और फाइनेंशियली हम लोगों ने खुद गोवा पुलिस के आने से पहले ही चेक कर लिए थे। प्रॉपर्टी और फाइनेंशियली दोनों चीज़ें सोनाली जी की सेफ हैं, तो ये पॉलिटिकल मर्डर ही है और इस वजह से सीबीआई को हैंडओवर नहीं कर रही थी गोवा पुलिस। जी सर्व खाप पंचायत जो हुई है सर्व जाति की, उसका बहुत ज़्यादा सरकार के ऊपर प्रभाव पड़ा है।
आप क्या मानते हैं?
जी हमें पूरी उम्मीद है इसमें बहुत बड़े चेहरे उजागर
You're watching Live and Breaking here on Republic, and the top story of the hour is the big political story from West Bengal. As you see in those visuals, protests erupting across Kolkata, and as the BJP attempts to march in its Nabanna Cholo Abhijan. And joining us is Kishle to tell us what's happening there in Kolkata and across West Bengal. Kishle, it's over to you. We are seeing BJP workers and party supporters there trying to break down the barricades, even as we had heard earlier, and we can see now there's heavy police deployment. Give us more details.
Well, exactly, Rukma. The latest update is that leader of opposition in West Bengal, Suvendu Adhikari, he was trying to march towards Nabanna along with other senior BJP leaders, including Lokesh Chatterjee and Rahul Sinha, and a huge number of people, huge number of BJP supporters. And all of them were stopped with a barricade and by the police. Huge police force was there, quite far away from Nabanna itself, on the way, on half of their way itself. And they were asked to go back, go away, and then they were detained by the police. They were being taken away by the prison van when they did not want to go back and wanted to continue with their Nabanna Cholo or Nabanna Abhijan. I will remind you that this whole Nabanna Cholo Abhijan is about all the atrocities that has been committed towards the BJP workers since election, and also the corruptions that's taking place in West Bengal, including the big scams like the SSC scam, like the teachers recruitment scam, like the coal scam, and the cattle scam also. So therefore, we are trying to track all the updates in West Bengal, what's happening, and we saw that how in Barakor and in other parts of
Kishle, clearly, well, dramatic scenes there unfolding on the streets of Kolkata. We can see party workers there being bundled into vans there, even as we speak. And Ishan Dev now also joining us. Ishan Dev, we were just speaking with Kishle, and he was telling us about, the way that police were rounding up people, party workers and supporters. And well, what's the scene there? Are you still at Howrah station?
Exactly, so I am still at Howrah station, and I am just standing in front of the main gate of the new complex of Howrah station. My video journalist Wasim Ahmed will show you that we are standing just under the guest house where the state BJP president Sukanto Majumdar is stationed from last night, and a huge crowd coming from several districts of West Bengal have gathered in front of this guest house, because that three major processions were meant to march towards Nabanna, one from Satragachi, one from this place, this Howrah Maidan, and the other from College Square. But we have seen that at Satragachi, Suvendu Adhikari and many other leaders of BJP, top leaders, have been taken into custody by police. They have been taken into the prison van. So the BJP supporters and workers are now waiting for this procession to start, because the state president is here. The opposition leader in West Bengal is already into police's custody. He has been taken into the prison van. So the BJP supporters and workers, they have got the news, got the information that Suvendu Adhikari has been taken into the prison van. So they are even more outrageous than before. Even before the procession, the march starts. How and why the opposition leader was taken into the prison van by the police, and you can see how people are hugely energetic here. They were obstructed, they were being stopped by police personnel from several districts to come to Howrah station or come to Kolkata. From early morning, from several districts and remote places in West Bengal, they have started their journey towards Kolkata to take part here. And I would like to get here Subhash Sarkar, Dr. Subhash Sarkar, Union Minister, Dr. Subhash Sarkar, Wasim bhai, Subhash ji hai hamare saath, Dr. Subhash Sarkar. You know that at Satragachi, Suvendu Adhikari has been already taken into custody. The police has taken him into the prison van before even the march started. Now you are live on Republic TV. what are you going to do? Because you are a union minister, and Sukhanto Majumdar is also here. He is an MP. You are going to take another procession towards Nabanna from Howrah Maidan. Do you think that police is going to allow you to march ahead?
Police will allow or not, it is in the discretion of CM. CM is utilizing the police in his political party's favor. So we will struggle for it. We will struggle for it. And people is with us. And that's why CM is afraid of it. And CM is spending crores and crores money for protection of this Abhiyan. Why they have prepared so three-tiered protection boundary. They have digged the roads and they have so many loss of public money, loss of government money they are doing. But even after preventing in all the districts, in all the police stations, you are seeing how many people have come, and at every police station and every district level, our karyakartas, our workers, they are there. They are in every police station, in every subdivision, in every district. You think if all the people would come, what would be the situation? And they are afraid of it. They will reach the Nabanna and police cannot protect them.
But Dr. Sarkar, as you know that Suvendu Adhikari, before starting the march, he has been taken into the prison van. Don't you think that you and Sukhanto Majumdar and all others who are going to lead this rally from Howrah Maidan will see the same face? You will also be taken into custody.
Let us see what happens. But what they have done,
if you are stopped, will you confront?
What they have done, it is illegal. But definitely we will fight politically.
Will you confront with the police if you are stopped?
It is political. Politically we will confront. Politically we will confront.
So it was Subhash Sarkar, the Union Minister for Education, Dr. Subhash Sarkar is here, and Dr. Subhash Sarkar, who is an MP from Bankura and Union Minister for State for Education. He is now approaching the guest house where Sukhanto Majumdar is stationed. So Subhash Sarkar, another State General Secretary of BJP, Agnimitra Paul, Sukhanto Majumdar, everyone will start from here, and the people here who are waiting for the rally to start and move towards Howrah Maidan and then towards Nabanna. They are outrageous. Though they were stopped at several places, several districts, though they have started early in the morning and still they are struggling to reach their goal, but they are still outrageous and extremely energetic. They are determined, they are saying they are determined to make their rally, their program successful against this scam. Back to the studio.
So these are the scenes from Howrah railway station. Ishan Dev, our correspondent there on the spot. BJP party workers and supporters there protesting in loud voices, even as on the other side we're hearing of BJP top leader in West Bengal being taken into custody. Ishan, we are seeing, what are their plans now of marching out? We have been, you have been with the party workers and supporters for quite some time now. Are they deliberately here, or is there something keeping them at this particular spot just outside Howrah railway station? Are they waiting for more workers and supporters to join them, or is there something else that's keeping them here? When is the march actually likely to begin from here? What is the plan?
According to the BJP top sources, they have changed their plan a little bit, because as the processions are being stopped at many places, as the march which was about to start from Satragachi has been stopped before it will start. So Sukhanto Majumdar, the state BJP president, is about to start his rally right from here. He will reach Howrah Maidan, and from there he will take others who have gathered for this program. But before that, he will start his rally from here, as BJP top sources are saying, and the BJP supporters and workers who are thronging here with saffron flags in their hands in huge number, who have come from different districts, from remote places of West Bengal, from from many parts who have broken through the obstructions put up by the police personnel. They are now waiting here for Sukanto Majumdar to come out, and as we are getting the visuals, Sukanto Majumdar is coming down. Sukanto Majumdar has come down, the state BJP president. He is here with us, in front of us. Majumdar is approaching towards his convoy, and huge number of BJP supporters and workers.
He is going to lead his rally from our station.
He is going to lead his rally from this Howrah station. This is now clear that Sukanto Majumdar, Jyotirmoy Singh Mahato, Lakshman Ghorui, Subhash Sarkar, Ognimitra Paul, all are here. The rally starts here. Jai Shri Ram! Jai Shri Ram! Bharat Mata ki Jai! Sukanto da Suvendu Adhikari has already been taken into custody. He has been taken into prison.
গণতন্ত্রকে পূর্ণরূপে ধ্বংস করে দিয়েছে, গণতান্ত্রিক কোনো রীতিনীতি মানছে না, বিরোধী দলনেতাকে এবং আমাদের সাংসদ লকেট চ্যাটার্জিকে যেভাবে গ্রেপ্তার করা হলো, এটা অনৈতিক, গণতন্ত্র মেনে নেওয়া যায় না।
You are starting your rally, your procession right from here.
खड़ा करे भाई,
You are starting your procession right from here, from Howrah station. You are starting your rally from here.
Yeah, we are starting our rally from the Howrah station. From Howrah station, we will proceed towards the Howrah Maidan, and then from Howrah Maidan, we will proceed towards Nabanna.
And if police obstructs your way, how will you confront?
We will fight democratically and peacefully, not with the violence.
People are apprehending a showdown between the BJP workers and the police. People are apprehending a showdown between the BJP workers and police.
Let's see what will happen, but the law and order situation, if it deteriorates, the police and the Mamata Banerjee's, the administration, they will be solely responsible for any kind of deterioration in the law and order.
So this was Sukanto Majumdar exclusively with Republic TV. He has warned the police and administration. He has warned the administration that if the law and order situation deteriorates, then the administration led by Mamata Banerjee will be solely responsible. So Sukanto Majumdar starts his rally from here, from Howrah station. He has declared that from Howrah station, this rally will move towards Howrah Maidan. You can see how the march is going ahead. Sukanto Majumdar, the BJP state president, is leading. He has started the rally from Howrah railway station. And he is now moving towards. He is now moving towards. From Howrah Maidan. Even to Howrah Maidan or not, we have to see. All the streets. So they're getting around all the ways, all the streets. So whether Sukanto Majumdar will be able to reach or not, that is yet to be seen. He has boarded. BJP State President Sukanto Majumdar has boarded a mini truck. And from this mini truck, he will lead the procession from ahead. You can see placards are being held up. Placards are being held up by the BJP supporters from the mini truck. गली गली में शोर है, बंगाल का मुख्यमंत्री चोर है. This is written here on the placards. With a hand mic in his hand, Sukanto Majumdar is now delivering a short speech here.
Being reported. These are visuals there. It's still not clear what's actually happening, even as Bengal is in the midst of a huge political march led by the BJP amidst massive back-to-back allegations of corruption against the TMC government, against many of its senior ministers. These are visuals we're getting you from Mednipur. And Bhaskar joins us on the phone line to give us more details. Bhaskar, what's happening in Mednipur? We are hearing of clashes there and police trying to take control of the situation. What's happening? Give us more details. So news coming in of clashes in East Mednipur. Even as in Howrah railway station, we just showed you those visuals of top leader of the BJP, Sukanto Majumdar, boarding the truck, the mini truck that on which he will be leading the rally that the BJP has, BJP workers and supporters of West Bengal have planned for today. They've named it Nabanna Cholo, which means Nabanna Cholo Abhijan, which means March to the Secretariat. A protest rally, a march against allegations of corruption against the TMC.
As of now, while in one hand, the leader of opposition in West Bengal, Suvendu Adhikari, was arrested by the police while he was trying to reach Saptagaki. And on the other hand, in Midnapur, there is a clash erupted between the BJP workers and the ruling party workers, Trinamool Congress workers. And right now, what we are showing on Republic, first and exclusive, that the clash erupted between BJP and TMC workers in Midnapur, and not only in Midnapur, but in various parts of West Bengal, they have been reportedly, the BJP workers were reportedly detained by the police personnel illegally, as the BJP leaders are claiming. And on the other hand, a huge security setup has been done in various locations in Kolkata and in Howrah, from where the BJP workers were about to march towards the administrative headquarters in Nabanna. But as of now, in one hand, Suvendu Adhikari, the leader of opposition in West Bengal and senior leader, he has been arrested by the police, and on the other hand, clashes erupted between TMC and BJP workers in Midnapur. And now, as Suvendu Adhikari said, that he will move to court against this kind of police atrocities, and now, and on the other hand, clashes erupted between TMC and BJP. And on the other hand, BJP senior leaders already said that if this kind of situation happens, then there will be a massive protest across the state. And in the upcoming days, BJP will again hit the roads, take the streets to protest against corruption and this kind of police atrocities. And this is kind of killing of democracy, as the senior BJP leaders are claiming. Over to you.
Well, Bhaskar telling us about the clashes. On the one hand, you see the clashes in Mednipur. On the other, you see the BJP march that has begun and at Howrah railway station, the march to the secretariat. We have with us our correspondents, Ishan Dev at Howrah, and Bhaskar reporting on the clashes in Mednipur. Clashes, of course, related to the protests and heavy police deployment across the capital of West Bengal. We're trying to get in touch with our reporters, but as you see, massive crowds there, a lot of noise and a lot of... And Bhaskar, once again, Bhaskar, we're seeing one particular person there, being beaten up and, well, being harassed and heckled by those around him. What can you tell us about that? It doesn't look like a protest of two groups of people. Rather, we see one person being chased.
Yes, and what we are getting, what we are showing the live visuals from various parts of Kolkata and Howrah, that the anti-corruption rally against the Trinamool government, and also on the other hand, there has been reported clashes between BJP and TMC workers in Midnapur in West Bengal, and of course this is a major face-off between the Trinamool and BJP workers, and now as what we are getting from sources that BJP is likely to move to the higher court, to High Court, against this kind of police atrocities as they are claiming, and now clashes, reportedly clashes in various parts of West Bengal are now being reported.
Joining us now, we'll be coming back to you, Bhaskar. Stay with us. But right now we have on the phone line BJP leader Priyanka Tibrawal. Priyanka ji, what are your reactions to these visuals that we are bringing you through Republic? Earlier, we had been reporting to our viewers about the constant developments here, the heavy police deployment, the barricading of the refusal to grant permission, followed by the barricading of BJP workers and party supporters at every stop. Your reactions?
Nothing but a complete hypocrisy by the government there in West Bengal. And I will tell you the biggest mockery of democracy here in India, which we are witnessing. See, this is the same Mamata Banerjee and her Bhaipo who go to Delhi, they protest outside the Gandhi Murti, and there they feel that they have freedom of speech. Yes, of course, it is there. It is a central government who ensures that you have your right to protest. But here in West Bengal, when the people are wanting to protest, and that to a peaceful procession, you do not allow them. You do not allow them to step out on the street just because they will remind you of the misdeed of which your government is responsible of. You have been doing thefts and, you've been robbing and stealing people of West Bengal. High amounts of cash which have been recovered. Nobody will forget that. And this government knows very well that more people are on the streets, the more it will remind everyone all around India that what this government is doing and that it has a black face and that they're tainted. So they have ensured that none of them can sit down on the street. This is nothing but, once again, I'll say that the fundamental right, the right to protest, which has been guaranteed to us under the Constitution, has been smashed by this government.
And what in Well, Priyanka ji, many thanks for joining us and for sharing all those thoughts with us. And joining us now is Kishle from the Republic Bangla newsroom. Kishle, we are seeing some very brutal pictures of of a clash, we believe, that has erupted, of clashes that have erupted in Mednipur rather. What can you tell us about them? Even as on the other side, we are seeing about, the march to Nabanna and the crowds there following the BJP leaders, BJP top leaders, Sukanto Mozumdar now, who is, we believe, leading. So give us a roundup of all that's happening, particularly the clash in Mednipur.
Well, Rukma, yes, we are showing exclusive visuals of, at one hand, how Suvendu Adhikari, he was being taken away, and on the other hand, there are clashes at different parts of West Bengal, including there are some clashes between the police and BJP, and now we see that local Trinamool Congress workers have been clashing with the BJP workers on this whole Nabanna Abhijan issue. We have seen that since morning how there are different BJP workers from the districts have been stopped from coming to West Bengal by the police. There are instances where we saw that they were being stopped at stations, train stations, where they were stopped from boarding the train. So it is unprecedented at one hand, where BJP workers or any political party workers are being stopped from freely moving around the state, or from coming from the districts to the city. And now we have also got the news, and we are showing live visuals and exclusive visuals how local Trinamool workers have clashed with BJP workers on this whole Nabanna Abhijan issue. We have also shown how Suvendu Adhikari, who is the leader of opposition in West Bengal, has been detained by the police. He's been taken away in the prison van before he tried to enter. He tried to march towards Nabanna, and in the midway he was stopped by Kolkata police, and along with him was also leaders like Rahul Sinha and Locket Chatterjee, who are also being taken away. So brutal visuals of clash among Trinamool Congress and BJP workers from the district of Mednipur, where previously also we saw such clashes happening. And now the issue of the clash is the whole Nabanna Abhijan, where BJP workers from Mednipur were trying to enter towards Kolkata. They were trying to travel to Kolkata. However, local Trinamool workers have stopped them. That's what we have seen. So we will be coming back with all these news, and we have more information, exclusive information about the Nabanna Abhijan.
And more breaking news, breaking inputs here from the Delhi High Court. The Delhi High Court has thrown out Aam Aadmi Party's and Sisodia's proxy PIL seeking relief for liquor licensees and with the withdrawn excise policy. The petition wanted continuation of business by the scam-ridden liquor vendors. The court has termed the PIL as baseless and an abuse of the process of law, terms the allegations as vague and absurd. The High Court has dismissed a petition with a heavy fine of 1 lakh rupees to be paid within 30 days. And joining us now for more on this is Niranjan, our senior executive editor. Niranjan, well, coming to you on this major breaking story, the Delhi High Court throwing out the petition. Take us through this breaking development. Throwing out the petition in the Liquorgate scam of the Aam Aadmi Party.
Well, it wasn't really the Aam Aadmi Party's petition in this particular case, Rukma. It was certainly a proxy petition. The Delhi High Court has thrown out the proxy PIL, which essentially sought relief for liquor licensees and has withdrawn the excise policy. Nabanna Bharadwaj, our legal editor, will also be joining us on the phone line now. She was just gathering the details, and she should be joining us live any second now. This petition basically wanted the continuation of business by scam-ridden liquor vendors. The court has termed the PIL as baseless and abuse of process of law. It's also termed the allegations as vague and absurd. The High Court has also dismissed the petition with a heavy fine of rupees 1 lakh to be paid within 30 days. So that's the breaking news update coming in. And this is a big setback, of course, to the petitioners, and also those who wanted the liquor licensees, They wanted the relief for these liquor licensees. They wanted a relief from the excise policies, and basically they wanted the continuation of business by the scam-ridden liquor vendors, and that PIL has been termed as baseless and abuse of process of law. And this, according to the critics, was made with the sole aim of diverting attention from the corruption in the excise scam, which is carried out by allegedly people in the government. And the petition, many experts feel, was frivolous, which also had the Lieutenant Governor as a respondent, and it had gone to the extent of praying that a direction be issued to the Lieutenant Governor to identify persons who are causing harassment to 186 liquor vendors. And the petitioner had also not named a single officer of the CBI or ED who had supposedly harassed a single liquor vendor, and based upon so-called press releases of statements, and also wanted a roving inquiry to be done by the court based upon vague and absurd allegations. Now, we'll try and go across to Nabanna Bardwaj, who will be joining us on the phone line as well. She's joining us on the phone line now. I'm just going to get her. And through this petition, it was urged before the court that the Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi has, and I'm just trying to get you some more details. The petition had also urged that the Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, Sisodia, had certified that the investigating agencies have been harassing private liquor vendors, and such action of the central agencies have also caused monetary loss to the Kejriwal government. And further defending the controversial liquor policy of Kejriwal government, it was urged in court that people were earlier getting beer at a discounted price and Scotch whisky with an offer of buy one and get one free, etc. And it was stated that through the said policy, the Aam Aadmi Party government made it convenient to buy liquor for the people as spacious air-conditioned shops were located in various markets spread throughout Delhi. And of course, the liquor policy, which turned out to be scandalous, was also defended in the petition based on the reasoning given by ministers in the Delhi government, etc. So these are some of the updates that we had. I'm handing it back to you for now. We'll come back with the details. Back to you for now.
So that's a breaking update coming in at this hour. The plea that sought relief for liquor licensees has now been dismissed by the High Court. In fact, the High Court there terming the PIL as baseless. That's a breaking news coming in with the Delhi High Court throwing out AAP's and Sisodia's proxy PIL that sought relief for the liquor licensees and the withdrawn excise policy. In fact, more details that are now coming in that the petition wanted continuation of business by the scam-ridden liquor vendors. The court has also termed the PIL as baseless and abuse of process of law, terming the allegations as vague and absurd. HC has also dismissed the petition with a heavy fine of 1 lakh rupees that has to be paid within 30 days time. That's the news coming in. The HC, they're dismissing the PIL that sought relief for the liquor licensees. A massive setback there coming in for the And these are onto a big news break that we are tracking from West Bengal. Massive showdown there as BJP continues to be up in arms. The protests coming, the visuals coming in right now of the clashes as well that have been reported in several parts of Bengal. In fact, just a short while back, we also got you visuals of how Suvendu Adhikari has been detained by the Bengal police. As you can see, the BJP workers, they're totally up in arms trying to cross over those barricades as well. So the visuals there coming in right now. We'll try and go across to our Bangla newsroom as well to get us more details on coming in. Now, this is in relation to the to BJP's Nabanna Abhijan march that they intended to carry out over corruption and the atrocities there in West Bengal. As you can see there, the water cannons being used to fire upon the protesters there. Water cannons being used, lathi charge being used by the Bengal police as the BJP continues to be up in arms. And that's the big political showdown that is taking place in Bengal at this point in time. We'll try and go across to Ishan as well to get us more details. But that's the news break coming in this hour. Dramatic visuals coming in of water cannons being used to disperse the crowd, but BJP there continuing up in ante against the Bengal government. Now this is in relation to the corruption charges that is facing several, that is that is with several Bengal ministers under radar with regard to corruption allegations. And not just that, the protest is also being staged over the atrocities as well. As you can see in those visuals, the presence of large number of protesters who've gathered to protest against the Bengal government. Remember, no permission has been granted by the Bengal police there, who have termed the protest march as illegal. We have Kishle also joining us to give more details. Kishle, we see that the protest is only getting, in fact, the protest there is only escalating from what it appears. Water cannons, they're being used to disperse the crowd there. All right, we seem to have lost that connection with Kishle, but as you can see, the visuals that are coming in right now of water cannons being used to disperse the BJP protesters there. Remember, a leader of opposition in West Bengal, Suvendu Adhikari, was detained just a short while back, was trying to visit the Santragachi during BJP's protest march to the state secretariat. In fact, not just Suvendu Adhikari, BJP MP Lokit Chatterjee and party leader Rahul Sinha have also been detained by the West Bengal police. We have Kishle back with us. Kishle, over to you. Give us more updates. All right, we'll try and connect with Kishle again. But massive political showdown there in West Bengal. There, the visuals on your screens of the water cannons being used by the police there to disperse the protesters. In fact, the situation unfolding in West Bengal has become the biggest ever political face-off, as BJP has now taken to streets to protest over the corruption charges being faced by several TMC leaders. We have Kishle back with us. Kishle, over to you.
Right now, live visuals are coming from Howrah, very near to Nabanna, and we can see that how the police is using water cannons to stop BJP workers from entering towards Satragachi. Dramatic live visuals coming directly from Howrah in Satragachi, where police is trying to stop the protester BJP workers who were trying to march towards Nabanna. We have seen before this how BJP has been trying to enter towards Nabanna from various areas, and this is one of the area, Satragachi area near Howrah, where BJP workers, a huge rally of BJP workers were trying to enter towards Nabanna. They were trying to march towards Nabanna, and Howrah police is using water cannons to disperse the crowd. They are using water cannons, dramatic visuals, water cannons towards BJP workers in Satragachi, in Howrah, and the BJP workers are being stopped not only by barricades but by water cannons as well. Almost a battlefield there near Howrah, almost a battlefield there near Satragachi area, quite close to Nabanna, the state secretariat here in West Bengal. The BJP has been taking different routes, and different rallies of BJP has been taking different routes towards Nabanna. Previously, we saw that Suvendu Adhikari, the leader of opposition, had been stopped by the Kolkata police towards Hastings side, and he was being detained and taken away in the prison van. Now we can see dramatic visuals from Satragachi area where they have been the rally has been dispersed by the police using water cannons. A huge number of people, a huge number of BJP workers and protesters have gathered in Satragachi who were trying to enter towards Nabanna, trying to march towards Nabanna, the state secretariat. However, live exclusive visuals only on Republic Network, where we can see water cannons are used widely across this whole rally towards the protesters to stop them from entering towards the state secretariat. This whole rally, this whole protest was about the atrocities that had been committed towards the BJP workers after the West Bengal assembly polls, and also the corruption that happened in the various scams, including the SSC scam, including the cattle scam and coal scam. Therefore, the BJP workers and leaders decided to march towards Nabanna, the state secretariat office of the Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, in order to protest against all these. But Howrah police had previously denied permission to this rally. They did not give permission, and therefore now the police is using all methods to stop rallies from going towards Nabanna, getting any closer to Nabanna. Nabanna, which is very close to Satragachi and even visible from certain areas of that part of the state, is quite close to this area. Therefore, these BJP protesters and workers, if they start to march more close towards Nabanna, there can be a security breach. Therefore, BJP workers, therefore the police is trying to stop this whole rally. The people, the BJP workers, from marching any forward, from marching any closer towards Nabanna, and they are using water cannons. We can see that the crowd is already dispersed. We can see that the BJP workers and protesters are being, we can see the police personnel taking away BJP workers. We can see that how BJP workers, BJP protesters are being taken away by the police personnel, by the security personnel in that area. So first of all, water cannon has been used in order to disperse the crowd, and now we can see that the police personnel are using lathis in order to stop the protesters, and now taking away all the protesters from that area and taking them away in prison vans. We saw previously Suvendu Adhikari, the leader of opposition, who was trying to march towards Nabanna with a huge number of people. He was stopped. They were stopped, and there was a barricade, and then he was being taken away in a prison van. There, Suvendu Adhikari spoke to the media, he spoke to Republic, and he said that Mamata Banerjee is afraid, therefore she has arranged so much security, therefore she has arranged so much of police personnel to stop BJP. Therefore, he said that Mamata Banerjee is afraid, the state government is afraid, and he also said that this is the way that the leader of opposition is being dealt with, is being treated in West Bengal, and that West Bengal, we can see live visuals, a huge number of BJP workers running towards the barricades, running towards Nabanna. Live visuals, live coverage only on Republic, and 360-degree coverage of this whole BJP Nabanna Abhijan. And we can see how a huge number of BJP protesters are running towards the barricades, and previously water cannons were being used. We can see police personnel trying to stop them. This is the police personnel, these are the police personnel trying to stop all the BJP workers. They are all fully equipped with all kind of sticks and helmets and gears that they need to stop all these BJP workers. So they were all well prepared before they reached that area, and BJP workers running away from the police from the barricade. And we can see that our reporter is there at the spot, showing us the whole coverage, showing us the whole area, and we are trying to understand that whether these people are marching towards Nabanna or marching away from Nabanna. We are also getting exclusive visuals of this whole area, which is being covered by barricade, so that no one can get any closer to Nabanna. However, the police personnel had to use water cannons in order to stop the whole rally of BJP protesters and BJP workers who had come from the different districts. Also, in an unprecedented way, we saw how BJP workers had been stopped in different districts from boarding the trains from their district towards the city. This is unprecedented because previously no political party, no political workers had been stopped from moving freely within the state. Police was trying to stop BJP workers in Borakor, in other areas like Shantiniketan, in Bolpur, in North 24 Parganas, in other areas as well, from boarding trains. And there was a clash as well between BJP and TMC in some areas of West Bengal. And now dramatic live visuals coming directly from West Bengal, and Republic Bangla, Republic Network leading the whole coverage of BJP Nabanna Chalo Abhijan. And we can see how the police personnel are trying to sanitize the area by using water cannons. And also we can see smoke. That's tear gas probably. That's tear gas probably. We can see smoke in that area as well. So no methods left by the police. All of the possible equipments, all of the possible things that they could use are being used. We can see leaders are being detained. Leaders are being taken away, escorted away by the police personnel, and they are being taken away in prison vans and towards different areas away from Nabanna. We can see tear gas, we can see water cannons, we can see lathi charge, sticks, we can see police using other methods. All out the police has gone in order to stop this Nabanna Abhijan of BJP. That's what we are watching live on Republic and Republic Bangla and Republic Network, leading this coverage of this whole Nabanna Abhijan of BJP, which is mainly directed towards all the atrocities that had been committed. This is protest against all the atrocities that had been committed against BJP workers in West Bengal after the assembly elections, and also the different scams and corruptions that happened, including the teachers recruitment scam, including the coal scam, including the cattle smuggling scam, and all these are being protested by the BJP workers. We can also see live visuals of how a number of BJP workers are right now there, protesters are right now there, and police have, there's a presence of police personnel as well, and use of tear gas. We can see there's a smoke in that area. The police is using tear gas. That's a live visual there, and we can see BJP workers falling down sick, and police personnel around them resorting to lathi charge, resorting to all kinds of methods that they can use, including water cannons, including tear gas, including lathi charge, and everything that they could use in order to stop this whole rally from entering Nabanna, from entering the way towards Nabanna. So no way BJP could, any BJP rally, any BJP workers could enter Nabanna. That's what the police wants to ensure, and we can see how they are going all the way out in this towards that. We can see a leader being escorted away by police personnel wearing a helmet and fully geared up for this particular protest rally. Suvendu Adhikari previously also said that Mamata Banerjee is like Kim Jong-un. That's what he said, quote unquote. Therefore, he's trying to indicate that a dictatorship is happening in West Bengal. Back to the studio.
Yes. Kishle, stay with us. If you could talk to us more about the situation unfolding. We see these dramatic visuals from Havra, but if you could give us more details as to any such situation unfolding in other areas as well, where tear gas shells are being fired, lathi charge is being done by the Bengal police, as well as water cannons that are being used that are being used in Havra.
Live visuals from the epicenter of this whole protest rally. Dramatic live visuals. We can see exclusive visuals from the protest area, and how BJP workers are being detained, are being taken away.
All right, we'll try and go across to Kishle again, but as you can see, big showdown there unfolding in West Bengal, and several such scenes being seen not just in Havra but in several parts of West Bengal. You can see there the police presence in large numbers, how they are trying to stop the protesters from marching ahead. In fact, water cannons being used, tear gas shells being fired. The visuals on your screens of the tear gas shells being fired at the BJP workers as they continue to protest. The corruption that several TMC leaders are facing at this point, and not just corruption, this protest is also being staged over the atrocities that are being inflicted upon several leaders, is what we are given to understand. But a massive showdown there that is unfolding, unprecedented scenes being seen not just in Havra but in several places across West Bengal. Tear gas shells being fired upon these protesters, water cannons being used, as well as lathi charge being done there by the Bengal police. So the police deployment in large numbers as BJP workers who have gathered in large numbers to protest against the Bengal government. In fact, that is the aerial view on your screens of the protest taking place in Howrah at this point, where you can see the people there, the protesters who have gathered in large numbers, thousands of BJP workers there who are staging a protest against the Bengal government. And we'll go across to our reporters as well, but that is in fact the live visual that is coming in right now. The visuals coming in from Howrah at this point as the situation remains tense. Big political showdown, as you can see in the visuals, several of the BJP workers who are being detained by the Bengal police there after those tear gas shells were fired and water cannons that were also used on these protesters. And Kishle joining us live from that very location where the protests are taking place. Kishle, over to you. Well, not Kishle, we have Ishan Dev also joining us from that very location where tear gas shells were fired and water cannons were also used. Kishle, over to you. Ishan, over to you. Give us more details.
We are at standing in front of the Howrah court. At one side there is the Howrah court and at the other side there is the Howrah Municipal Corporation, and you can see the state BJP President Suvendu Majumdar is now delivering his speech from a stage. A stage has been built here, makeshift stage has been built here for the Nabanna Abhiyan of BJP, and this procession, this march led by Suvendu Majumdar has been successful in entering the Howrah city. And you know that which was led by Suvendu Adhikari, the opposition leader, that started from Shatragachi area. That procession was not successful to even march an inch ahead, because before the procession starts, police has taken Suvendu Adhikari into prison van, Loket Chatterjee into prison van, Rahul Sinha into prison van. But Suvendu Majumdar, who was about to start his rally from Howrah Maidan, he changed his plan a little bit and started his rally from Howrah railway station itself. So Suvendu Majumdar, along with other BJP leaders like Jyotirmoy Mahato, he is a General Secretary and MP. Agnimitra Paul, she is also General Secretary and MLA, and other leaders. He started his rally, his march towards Nabanna from Howrah railway station itself. Police was not able to stop his rally. They crossed a flyover, they sneaked into, they entered into the Howrah city, and now at this moment they are holding a rally in front of the Howrah court, Howrah Municipal Corporation, and this is to some extent a success story for this BJP's program, because police and administration was not willing to let the BJP leadership march even an inch ahead towards Nabanna. But Suvendu Majumdar's rally has entered Howrah city, and now you can see that he, along with other state BJP leaders, he is holding a rally, he is delivering his speech from here in front of Howrah court. From this location, Suvendu Majumdar will lead this rally, will try to lead this rally, I should rather say, towards Nabanna. But I request Wasim Ahmed, my BJ, to show that how many people have heard from the streets at the stage around this dais on which Suvendu Majumdar is delivering his speech. Wasim bhai, please dikhaiye. How many people have gathered? To which extent this crowd has been extended? So, BJP will lead this rally from here towards Nabanna, and you can see on the stage. Not only Suvendu Majumdar, but Shamik Bhattacharya, the chief spokesperson of state BJP, Jyotirmoy Singh Mahato, the Purulia MP, Sanjay Singh, a very veteran leader, Lakshman Ghodoi, the Durgapur MLA, Anup Saha, MLA from Dubrajpur, which is the district of Anubrata Mandal, Birbhum. All are present there on the stage, and they are waiting for the commander's command.
ভারতীয় জনতা পার্টি সবে তো খেলতে নেমেছে, আপনারা বলছেন খেলা হবে,
So the live visuals coming in right now from Havra, as you can see, tear gas shells that were fired upon, water cannons that were used on the BJP workers who've gathered in large numbers to protest corruption and atrocities in West Bengal. These are the live visuals that are coming in right now from Havra of the lathi charge that has also been inflicted, that has happened by the Bengal police. The visuals right now of the tear gas shells that were fired upon in Havra, and these are scenes that are being seen across Bengal where BJP workers have gathered in huge number to protest against the TMC government. So big political showdown that is unfolding in West Bengal, and BJP workers there who continue to be up in arms. Remember, several BJP leaders, including the likes of Suvendu Adhikari as well as Loket Chatterjee, who've also been detained as they continue to stage a protest, with the Bengal police having termed these protests as illegal and haven't granted really a permission per se for the protest to be carried out. But BJP workers there who've gathered, of course, in large numbers from all corners to protest the corruption as well as atrocities that have been taking place in the state of West Bengal.
ব্যারিকেডের উপর উঠে বিজেপি নেতা কর্মীরা অন্তত এটাকে একটা জঙ্গি আন্দোলনের রূপ দেওয়ার চেষ্টা করছে। তারা চেষ্টা করছেন যে নবান্ন যেদিকে তাদের যাওয়ার কথা ছিল সেদিকে যাতে যাওয়া যায়।
So Suvendu Adhikari, Loket Chatterjee, who've also been detained on their way to BJP's protest march. They were trying to protest. They were trying to march towards the state secretariat, Nabanna, just a short while back, after which they were detained by the police forces there. As you can see, the presence of the police in large numbers to protest, to stop the BJP from staging a protest. Hundreds of thousands of BJP workers, from what it appears, have gathered in large numbers. Dramatic visuals coming to light from West Bengal, and this particular visual coming in from Havra, where the workers have gathered in large numbers. Just a short while back, the police also detained BJP leaders, including Leader of Opposition Suvendu Adhikari, Rahul Sinha, and BJP MP Loket Chatterjee as well. We have Ishandev live with us. Ishandev, if you could talk to us more about the BJP leaders who have also been detained by the Bengal police as they try to stage protest and try to march towards Nabanna.
Yes, as I was telling you that the BJP leadership has planned 3 processions, and one from this Howrah Maidan, another from Santragachi, and the other from College Square. So you have already seen that Suvendu Adhikari, who was about to procession from Santragachi area, has been taken into the prison van, and Santragachi rally, Santragachi march that has been obstructed by the police possible there. Other processions which are yet to march towards Nabanna. One is this one where I am standing here in Shukanto Majumdar. He has started his rally from Howrah station, and I would like to show you that the crowd which has gathered around this dais of Shukanto Majumdar. Shukanto Majumdar has started his rally. Started his rally from Howrah railway station. He has entered Howrah city. And now, after completion of the street corner here in front of the Howrah court, Shukanto Majumdar is now about to lead the rally towards Nabanna further. So, at the first phase of this rally, Shukanto Majumdar was somewhat successful because his procession, his march has entered at least the Howrah city, and in front of the Howrah court for half an hour. They held a meeting here. And now with this huge crowd, Shukanto Majumdar and others are trying to move forward towards Nabanna. So a showdown is apprehended here. As you know, the Bengal police and administration is determined to stop this procession, determined is to stop this rally from marching ahead towards Nabanna, as that
Viewers, it's the big BJP Nabanna Abhiyan rally, and we're getting you every detail from West Bengal. Dramatic scenes unfolding in front of your screens. You can see that very clearly. Many updates coming in. Suvendu Adhikari has been detained, and we can tell you that many people have gathered in large numbers. It's a rally in protest against the alleged corrupt practices of the Mamata Banerjee-led government. And the West Bengal police has denied permission for the Saffron Party's march to the state secretariat. All right, viewers, you can hear those sounds we're getting from Havra in West Bengal. The police have used water cannons. Mega showdown in Kolkata as water cannons are being deployed against the protest there to the West Bengal State Secretariat in Nabanna. And we're getting you every update from multiple angles. We have the biggest live coverage on Republic. Our team, Republic Bangla, is getting you every detail. Now, Suvendu Adhikari has been detained from the police training school there, and Sukanto Majumdar's rally is right now going on at Havra Maidan. Dilip Ghosh's rally is moving on to College Square. 19 points area has been tightly barricaded, and a total of 4,000 personnel, including those from the Kolkata police, the Havra police, and the district police have been deployed. The traffic has also been halted on Havra Bridge. Traffic movement has been halted by police on Havra Bridge in Kolkata in view of BJP's Nabanna Chalo March. Visuals on the screen of also some of the details that we're getting as well, that some clashes were also reported in East Midnapur. All right, I'm being joined by Kishalay. Kishalay, take us through what is happening right now. You're at the epicenter of the protest. What are the latest details, and give us a sense of what's happening on ground?
Live visuals from Satragachi in Howrah on Republic Network, and we can see that how the BJP workers and BJP protesters have been pushed back by the police in Satragachi by using water cannons. They have also used tear gas, water cannons, and also lathi charge as well. So therefore we can see the top visual. We can see the BJP workers assembled at one side of the barricade, and on the other side there are security personnel who are trying to stop the BJP workers from entering and from marching towards Nabanna. There are live visuals that we are showing, 360-degree coverage of this whole Nabanna Chalo Abhijan of BJP, and exclusive visuals as well. We saw that how since morning there was clashes between police forces and BJP in various districts, and now we can see how they are pelting stones from the rally towards the police, and on the other hand the police is using water cannons in order to stop the BJP workers from marching towards Nabanna. We can see with our live cameras, multiple cameras, multi-angles of this whole protest rally that's happening, and this Satragachi area, Howrah area is very close to Nabanna, and this huge protest rally was marching towards Nabanna, the state secretariat, where the office of the chief minister is. And right at that place, the Howrah police stopped this whole rally by using a barricade and started using water cannons in order to disperse the crowd, in order to disperse the whole rally. And also we saw smoke coming out in that area and police using tear gas in order to disperse the crowd as well. These are the BJP workers who were trying to march towards Nabanna. This huge rally, we can see BJP workers with BJP flags are marching towards Nabanna, and then there was a police lathi charge, and we can see how BJP workers are running in the face of the lathi charge. Heavy deployment of police have been there in this whole area, and we can see that how also leaders like Shomik Bhattacharya and other leaders are marching. And Shukanta Majumdar, live on our frame, Shukanta Majumdar, state president of BJP, is marching towards Nabanna, is marching with the huge rally behind him, and also along with him is Shomik Bhattacharya, the chief spokesperson of BJP. However, near the Shatragachi area in Howrah, the whole rally was stopped by the police, and it was almost like a battlefield, and we can see injured protesters as well. Shukanta Majumdar on our frame, exclusively on Republic. We are showing how the whole area turned a battlefield. Still, Shukanta Majumdar, the state president of BJP, is still trying to walk towards Nabanna, march towards Nabanna, as was declared earlier. We can see also BJP workers and protesters being taken away by the police personnel who have been deployed there. Previously, Suvendu Adhikari, he was being taken away by the police in a PCR van, in a prison van from near the area called PTS, which is very close to Nabanna as well. It's just near the Howrah bridge, which Suvendu Adhikari was trying to take in order to reach Nabanna. We can see how tear gas was used in that area, and the whole area is filled with smoke, along with the BJP workers trying to avoid the smoke, walking away, running away from the smoke. Police used also water cannons in order to disperse the crowd. This whole rally was in protest against all the corruptions that's happening in West Bengal, the scams that's happening in West Bengal, including the SSC scam, including the cattle smuggling scam, including the coal scam. And BJP also wanted to protest against the atrocities against the BJP workers after the assembly elections. So all these issues were there. BJP was trying to protest against that, but the police department was prepared to stop this whole thing. We can see how water cannons and how tear gas was used in order to stop this whole rally from marching towards Nabanna, the state secretariat. We also saw Suvendu Adhikari. He was stopped at PTS. He was taken away in the prison van, and while going, Suvendu Adhikari sharply attacked the state leadership of Trinamool Congress and Mamata Banerjee as well. Shukanta Majumdar still now rallying, still now in the rally, still now protesting against the state government. He's still now marching, and he has not been taken away as of yet. We can see an injured protester on the screen, an injured BJP worker near Shatragachi. After the water cannon was used on them, after tear gas was used on them, we can see that different BJP workers are injured, and we can see one of those injured BJP workers lying down on the streets of Howrah, trying to cover his face, probably from the tear gas that has been fired in that area, and he's just lying down, no one to attend for him, because the whole rally has been stopped quite away from that particular area. But still there are some BJP workers away from that area. Two windows we are showing biggest coverage of this whole BJP protest rally in Kolkata and West Bengal. Both in both the windows we can see injured BJP workers. In one window, right hand side, we can also see tear gas being thrown, being shot at the BJP rally by the police department, and we can see BJP workers with the flag still trying to march against towards Nabanna, against all the issues that they have raised. Also, since morning we saw that how BJP workers were stopped from boarding trains towards Kolkata, which, as I was saying, is unprecedented, because we did not see previously that political workers are stopped from taking trains or buses free movement has been stopped. And then we are seeing now exclusive visuals of tear gas being fired and also injured BJP workers lying down on the streets of Howrah. And on the other hand, a huge deployment of police force, a huge deployment of security personnel in order to stop this rally from entering towards Nabanna. This is a visual exclusively on Republic. We can see a person lying down on the street in a condition which is quite despicable, I must say, because he's clearly struggling to breathe. He's clearly injured and there are police personnel around him. He's not being attended. That's what we can see. He's not being taken away by any ambulance or any doctors or any medical team is not present there. BJP workers lying on the street injured, and on the other hand, police personnel are standing very close to him. Far away, we can also see BJP workers trying to hurl stones, trying to pelt stones towards the police personnel. So it's quite a battlefield we can see in West Bengal, in Howrah, in Satragachi, in all the areas around Nabanna. The police tried this. We can see the lathi charge happening live on Republic, 360-degree coverage, the biggest coverage of this whole protest rally, and we can see lathi charge, tear gas and water cannons. These three weapons being used, these three methods being used by the police. We can see a person lying down injured on the street and police resorting to lathi charge on them, on these people and on the injured as well. And we can see how the water cannons and tear gas is being used against the protesters. This whole area is quite a battlefield now, and apart from that, fully geared up police personnel. We can see the injured person lying down with all clothes torn apart, and police personnel fully geared up has covered that area. We could also see that how stone was pelted from the rally towards the police deployment. So stone pelting from the rally, on the other hand water cannons and tear gas from the police side. This is happening in West Bengal right now, I should say, and this is happening in Howrah, which is where Nabanna, the state secretariat, is located. Howrah is quite a battlefield now, and we can see BJP workers trying to run away from that area, and some are lying injured, very injured on the streets, and police lathi charge is continuing in that whole area. Also, Suvendu Adhikari clearly attacked Mamata Banerjee's government, saying that she's working like Kim Jong-un, the dictator of North Korea. So that's what he said, quote unquote. We are not saying this. Suvendu Adhikari tried to compare Mamata Banerjee's rule with the dictatorial rule at North Korea, and therefore then we could see these whole visuals of police personnel trying to go all the way out in order to stop these rallies. BJP is saying that our rally was peaceful. So we have Ishan live with us, probably with Shukanto. Ishan, it's over to you. What are you seeing? Where are you right now? Ishan. Smoke. I'm being told that Ishan Deb is with us. Ishan Deb, where are you right now and what's unfolding in your location right now? We can see smoke and tear gas all around that area in Howrah. So right now, a battlefield unfolding in West Bengal, Howrah. We will be getting back to Ishan, but before that, just describing the whole situation, we can also see Suvendu, Republic's representative there, trying to show how stone was being pelted towards the police, and those pieces of stone lying on the road there. So allegation of stone pelting from the rally, and then also we saw how water cannons and tear gas was used against the BJP workers, against the rally by the police. Whether the police have gone overboard is a question that the political parties are asking, especially BJP. Whether the whole situation could be handled in a better way, whether a water cannon was used, and whether it was used properly, because we saw protesters lying injured on the floor, on the ground, and then lathi charge was happening on them, and then tear gas was being fired. So whether proper protocol was being used by the police is also a question that BJP is asking, and how Suvendu Adhikari previously said that Mamata Banerjee is acting like a dictator, and that he said that all of you can see how the opposition is being treated in West Bengal. We can see those visuals live on Republic right now. A protester is lying on the floor injured, and then lathi charge on him, and also the whole area is quite a battlefield, as you can see. A huge number of people, huge crowd of BJP workers assembled in Howrah, in Shatragachi. On the other hand, a huge deployment of police personnel on the other side, and use of water cannons and tear gas in order to disperse the whole crowd. That's what is happening in Howrah, in West Bengal, very close to the state secretariat, very close to the Nabanna building where Mamata Banerjee has her office, and we can see live visuals of smoke. And what smoke is this? This is tear gas. This gas is being used by the police in order to disperse the whole crowd that's assembled. And all the people in green we see are people from press media who are at one side. On the other side are the protesters, and on the back are the police personnel trying to disperse the crowd using water cannons, using tear gas, and resorting to lathi charge, using lathi even on people who are injured right now. That's the exclusive visual that's playing on Republic. Previously we saw from Borakor, from Shantiniketan, from Bolpur, from Rampurhat, from North 24 Parganas, people were trying to take trains, board trains, in order to come to Kolkata. We can see Shukanto Mojumdar in a rally raising slogans. On the other hand, we can see the battlefield of Howrah, as people are saying, as we can see stone pelting happening, tear gas flying, and also water cannons being used. So previously we saw that BJP workers were denied from boarding trains, and they were detained before they could board trains. That's unprecedented. And now we can see peaceful rallies which were marching towards Nabanna has been hit with water cannons and with tear gas and lathi charge happening widely. We can see women protesters as well in that area, and also men who are trying to flee in front of the water cannon that's being used. That's the water cannon being used on the BJP workers. Water cannons with full force, and multiple numbers of water cannons being used on the BJP workers on the street of Howrah. Howrah, as I already said, is almost like a battlefield now, and that's what we are seeing unfolding, scenes unfolding in West Bengal, in Howrah. And clearly there's no words from the state government or the TMC right now, as BJP is hurling attacks one by one, back to back, including Shukanto Mojumdar, including Suvendu Adhikari, including Loket Chatterjee, including Dilip Ghosh, all of them marching towards Nabanna. Many of them already detained. Many of them have, like Suvendu Adhikari and Loket, are right now in Lalbajar police headquarters, detained by the police, and they were just trying to march towards Nabanna. So they are asking Why have we been detained? Previously, the Howrah police stopped and denied permission for this rally. Therefore, police is saying, the police personnel are saying that this is something illegal. This whole rally is illegal because there was no permission. However, BJP is asking that whether taking out democratic rallies against scams and corruptions is something that is illegal in West Bengal, and whether West Bengal is at all democratic or not. Force is being used widely, as we can see on screen, very much visible force being used widely against BJP workers and protesters. BJP protesters being beaten up on the road, even the ones who are injured. And that's the building we can see.
বিজেপি কর্মী মাথায় ঘাড়ে আঘাত পেয়েছেন জলকামানের আঘাতে।
So we can see that women protesters were being injured as well. Women protesters and BJP leaders speaking to our assistant editor Ishan Dev and trying to say how they were stopped and beaten. We can see an injured protester on the road. We can see clearly the pain in his face in front of the water cannon. All of them are wet fully by the use of water cannon. On the other hand, we can see police personnel and also the BJP workers on the other hand. So face to face, BJP and BJP workers and the police personnel face to face in that rally where the police is trying to stop the rally. Also, since morning we saw different locations and districts in West Bengal. In West Bengal, there have been instances of clashes between Trinamool and BJP, and also there are instances of clashes between the police and BJP in the districts as well, in North Bengal as well. All of them alleging that the police was trying to stop them from entering Kolkata for this rally. That's the water cannon that we can see. And also BJP chief spokesperson and
All right, viewers, we're getting you all the top updates at this point of time. Dilip Ghosh is marching on, and what we can also tell you that brutal force has been used on protesters in Howrah. The police have used brutal force on protesters in Howrah, leaving multiple people injured. Visuals of that on your screen. Shocking use of force by the police there. And the BJP is clearly saying that this is Bengal's rising against Mamata Banerjee and her family's unbridled loot of the state's resources. And the BJP continues to say that they are leading in what has become people's movement to oust Mamata Banerjee and her regime in Bengal. So this is the comment by IT cell head of the BJP, Amit Malviya, and we are getting you all those updates right now on Republic TV. And we can also tell you is that water cannons are being used, but the BJP's Nabanna march continues, viewers. Tear gas, water cannons, lathi charge are being used there in West Bengal as BJP continues to take out massive protests against the Mamata government and the TMC. So visuals of that on your screen. We are getting you all the updates, and Republic Bangla is leading the footage there from West Bengal. In fact, multiple cameras all over West Bengal, Howrah and Kolkata are bringing you all the top updates. And we can also tell you is that this is a major rally. In fact, there are multiple major rallies which are being carried out from Howrah ground, College Square, and also the Santragachi area under the leadership of Sukanto Majumdar, Dilip Ghosh and Suvendu Adhikari. So all these leaders are taking out multiple marches in West Bengal and Kolkata areas. We can tell you those that detail as well, and you can see that it is in fact a huge rally taking place. We're getting you all the updates right now, exclusive images coming on Republic TV as the police also are beating up the BJP workers with lathis. Remember that BJP is taking out its Nabanna march a rally which is in protest against the alleged corrupt practices of the Mamata government. It is led by senior leaders, including the state party president Sukanto Majumdar, leader of opposition in West Bengal, Assembly Suvendu, Adhikari, Union Minister of State, Subhash Sarkar, Shantanu Thakur, MP, SS Ahluwalia as well. Let's go and see what's happening on ground. Kishale is getting us more.
Exclusive visuals and dramatic visuals from Howrah as we see our senior editor Moyuk Ranjan Ghosh as well on the spot, and we can see live visuals of tear gas. This is live and breaking. This is dramatic, and we can see live visuals of tear gas being thrown at all the BJP workers just near the Howrah Bridge. That's the Howrah Bridge we can see at the top. Howrah Bridge, and below the Howrah Bridge we can see BJP protesters, BJP workers assembled and gathered, and tear gas being used, and also water cannon being used on the BJP workers in Howrah Bridge. That's quite a dramatic visual and battlefield, I must say, this whole area has turned into. We can see lathi charge, police resorting to lathi charge as well. This whole area of Howrah and Shatragachi has been turned into a battlefield. That's what everyone is saying. We can see how force is being used at every corner of this whole rally that was being arranged by the principal opposition party here in West Bengal, that is the BJP. Therefore, it's very clear that the administration, the police is not ready to hear any voice of discontent, and therefore this protest rally is being stopped at any cost. That's what the opposition party is saying. That's what the BJP is saying. That's what Suvendu Adhikari just said, and also Sukanto Majumdar. The biggest rally in West Bengal by BJP, and rally starting from all the districts which were directed towards the Nabanna, the state secretariat, where the chief minister sits, is now being stopped by the police using force as much as they can, and we can see water cannon and barricades being used against the BJP workers who are trying to walk towards Nabanna from Howrah, from Shatragachi area. The BJP workers are trying to break the barricade by using their force. They're trying to shake the barricade, but still water cannons, multiple numbers of water cannons are being used by the BJP, by the police. And we also have Anirban, our senior editor Anirban, live from the spot, and we are seeing visuals. Anirban, if you can hear me, what's the situation right now there, where you are right now? It's very dramatic and a battlefield, I must say.
As you can see, the stole pelting has already been started. The stole pelting has already been started, Shuvangi. You can see that, and police is also lathi charging. I will request my video journalist Alida to show the visuals that police is already lathi charging and trying to control this mob. Already the stone pelting has been started. Alida, please show the visuals there. Over there, the BJP supporters are actually have taken to the street. And they are pelting stones. I can smell some gas. Don't know whether police has started charging gas.
We can see fully geared up police personnel at one side. On the other side, the BJP protesters with flags and festoons and whatever they were carrying. The police personnel is clearly geared up with all the equipments that they could use in order to stop this rally. They are with helmets and with vests which will protect them from the protesters and the police personnel with all the sticks and water cannons as well, and the tear gas guns with them, trying to stop BJP workers, BJP protesters from marching towards Nabanna. We have multiple reporters on ground. The biggest ever coverage of this whole rally in the country happening on your screen in Republic. The biggest coverage on Republic of BJP's Nabanna Chalo Abhijan. in West Bengal. Nabanna is the state secretariat in West Bengal where Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee sits, and she has her office, and BJP was trying to arrange a protest march towards Nabanna in order to protest against all the scams in West Bengal that has happened. We have seen in last few days, last few months. But what has happened after that, we can see on our screen. The result of that is this: the police personnel, huge deployment of police against the BJP protesters, against the BJP workers, and all the BJP workers are being stopped by using a large number of water cannons and tear gas and lathi charge. Geared up police personnel are seen beating injured BJP workers who are lying on the ground as well. That's what we saw on screen a few minutes back. Lathi charge on BJP workers lying down on the screen. We can see a woman injured, a woman clearly injured, holding her head, probably got hurt in her head. This elderly woman got injured and holding her head in order to stop the injury, and she's crying. Therefore, the protesters, the opposition is calling this police atrocity against the opposition. That's what the opposition is calling this. BJP is calling this as an open atrocity against opposition, against any voice of dissent in West Bengal. Mamata Banerjee has also been called as Kim Jong-un, the dictator, by Suvendu Adhikari before he was taken away in a prison van by Kolkata police. The BJP is saying that they have never seen such a use of force, huge use of force before this on a very peaceful protest that was happening. BJP is saying that this is a very peaceful protest that was happening, and now we can see injured BJP workers, elderly women and men lying down on the floor everywhere, on the ground everywhere in Howrah. And we saw just nearby the Howrah Bridge, the landmark Howrah Bridge, there we saw how the whole area has turned into a battlefield where BJP protesters are being stopped by using full force water cannons. We are being told more than 10 water cannons are being used in order to disperse this whole rally. And the rally is being not only stopped by the police by using water cannons, but also the protesters are beaten up by using lathi charge by the police who are present there, who are fully geared up. Democracy is in danger. That's what BJP is saying. BJP is saying democracy is in danger in West Bengal. Suvendu Adhikari just said that democracy in West Bengal has been completely broken and fully dictatorial regime is running in West Bengal. That's what the opposition is saying. And the visuals on your screen, viewers, right now, we can see how the whole area of Howrah and Satragachi, which is close by to Nabanna, the area where Nabanna is, has turned into a battlefield with people injured, lying down on the ground here and there, intermittently, and with huge deployment of force, fully geared up, dressed up, with helmets, with sticks, boots, and everything that they could use in order to stop this whole protest rally. The opposition is saying that they have never seen a huge deployment of force and use of force like this. A total chaos in Howrah, scene of total chaos and disorder in Howrah, and multiple angles we are showing to the viewers. Dear viewers, this is the biggest coverage that you could see of this whole Nabanna Chalo Abhijan, and the most number of cameras, the most number of personnel, the most number of reporters and journalists on your screen. And we can see how Shukanto Mojumdar also in the rally, who is being right now there in Howrah, who is also being lathi charged and water cannon hurled towards him. And also we can see the huge crowd, huge number of protesters still trying to walk towards Nabanna. However, the whole area has been barricaded. The whole area has been barricaded, and use of full force by the police department and by the administration. We also have information about Shapon Dashgupta, a senior BJP leader, is also injured in this whole situation where he tried to protest against the state government. The white dressed police force is from Howrah Police Commissionerate. They are lathi charging, using lathi. We can see that there on the screen. Lathi against the BJP workers, sticks. BJP workers, protesters being beaten up by sticks, using sticks. And also we can see how the whole area is being cordoned off by guardrails. We can see this person wearing a black t-shirt on the ground, injured. Police is trying to hold him now, but previously lathi charge, and then this person got injured. And before that we saw how the whole area was being cordoned off by barricades, and then water cannons, multiple number of water cannons. We are being told more than 10 number of water cannons in that particular area of Howrah being used against the BJP protesters. They just wanted to protest against the scams that happened in West Bengal, that unfolded in West Bengal, but that turned into a battlefield, and now protesters are throwing stones, stone pelting happening towards the police, and on the other hand, the police personnel trying to disperse the crowd using water cannons, using tear gas, and using lathi charge. Therefore, allegations by BJP against the police department of using brutal force, and the police is charging the BJP workers of throwing stones, pelting stones, and resorting to violence against the police department. Therefore, violence against the police department is what the charge against. We can see Shapon Dashgupta there on the right hand side of the screen, viewers. We can see Shapon Dashgupta, a very senior BJP leader, being injured in this whole drama, in this whole clash, and we can see how he's sitting injured. And now the moment where he was injured, where police was using water cannons against the BJP workers.
ये तस्वीर
আমি আলিদাকে বলবো মহিলা কর্মীর ছবি দেখাতে। বিজেপির যে মহিলা কর্মী তিনি অসুস্থ হয়ে পড়েছেন এবং এদের দাবি যে মহিলা পুলিশ থাকা সত্ত্বেও কিন্তু পুলিশরাই তাকে তার উপরে বল প্রয়োগ করেছেন এবং সেই কারণে তিনি অসুস্থ হয়ে পড়েছেন এবং তাকে
और देखिए आप बैठ गए हैं, ये नारेबाजी कर रहे हैं, हटने को तैयार नहीं है। और ऐसे में ये तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं लगातार। वहाँ सुगंधु मजूमदार है, सुगंधु मजूमदार
bombs towards BJP supporters, towards the BJP rally. Again, Shukanto Mojumdar is accusing the police of hurling bombs towards the BJP rally. A big accusation by State President, BJP State President Shukanto Mojumdar. Shukanto Mojumdar, BJP State President, just now accused that police is hurling bombs towards the protesters. A big breaking there on Republic First. We can see how the whole area has turned into a battlefield. Police is resorting to all kind of methods, including water cannons, including tear gas, and now Shukanto Mojumdar just now accused the police of using bombs. Shukanto Mojumdar, State President of BJP there. We can see all wet and and tired. Water cannons used against him as well. He just now said that bombs are being hurled by the police, and we can see both the screens, left and right. We can see how women protesters are being stopped by police and full police deployment in that whole area. We can see police geared up with helmets, with sticks.
দিয়ে আজকে বিজেপির আন্দোলন রোকা যায়নি দেখেছেন এই ফ্ল্যাট থেকে কিভাবে
ছাদ থেকে ঢেলা হচ্ছে সবার মুখে লাগছে
देखिए कोशिश हम करेंगे सुकांतु मजूमदार से भी बात करने की जो यहाँ पर हैं और देखिए चारों तरफ से ने सुरक्षा के घेरे में ये बीच में यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं और कुंदन आइए जरा एक बार हम बात करेंगे भैया हटिए सुकांतु हम लाइव पब्लिक भारत पे लाइव है हिंदी में बताइए किस तरीके से क्या है क्या मकसद है इस प्रदर्शन का?
देखिए हमारी मांग है कि जिस तरीके से एक के बाद एक मिनिस्टर और तृणमूल के नेता के पास से बहुत सारे इलीगल प्रॉपर्टीज पैसा मिल रहा है, ये जनता का पैसा है और उसको लौटाना है जनता को। इसके लिए सरकार को अपने पद को छोड़ के फिर से इलेक्शन में जाना चाहिए। हम डिमांड कर रहे हैं आवर सीएम शुड रिजाइन फ्रॉम हर पोस्ट। उनका कोई मोरल अभी अधिकार नहीं है, राइट नहीं है कि वो अपने पद पर बने रहे।
क्या कुछ रहेगा आपकी तरफ से? आगे जाने नहीं दिया जा रहा है, वाटर कैनन का इस्तेमाल हो रहा है, हवाई फायरिंग हो रही है, पटाखे फोड़े जा रहे हैं, किस तरीके से आप आज?
देखिए हम यहाँ पे सीट इन डेमोस्ट्रेशन में बैठ गए, बट यहाँ पे हमारा डेमोस्ट्रेशन चलेगा और पश्चिम बंगाल की जो पुलिस है वो ममता बनर्जी की इशारे पे ऐसा काम कर रही है। ममता बनर्जी डर रही है बीजेपी से। लाखों की संख्या में लोग यहाँ पे आए थे एक ही जगह पे, आप सोचिए तो बाकी सारे जगह का मिला पे क्या होगा। कल से इनका चल रहा है हर एक स्टेशन में घुसकर हमारे कार्यकर्ता को मारना, पीटना, उसका टिकट चेक करना। आप दिखाइए भारत के संविधान में पुलिस को कौन से जगह में ये अधिकार दिया गया है कि वो जनता का टिकट चेक करेगा? ये तो रेलवे का जुरिस्डिक्शन है। टीटी शुड चेक द टिकट। पुलिस टिकट चेक कर रहा है, पुलिस लोगों को ट्रेन से निकाल रहा है, बस से निकाल रहा है। ये पुलिस का काम है क्या?
कुछ कार्यकर्ताओं के सिर में खून निकला है, किस तरीके का बर्ताव?
पुलिस ऊपर में पुलिस बैठा के रखा है। देखिए हर चांद में वहाँ से बम और ढेला पत्थर फेंक रहा है पुलिस के ऊपर बम मारने का निदान तृणमूल कांग्रेस के नेता देते हैं और पुलिस वही निदान हमारे ऊपर बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता के ऊपर बम फेंक रहा है।
पुलिस तैनात की गई, आखिर डर किस बात का लग रहा है?
ममता बनर्जी का जनता का डर है और जनता बीजेपी के साथ है। बीजेपी के साथ जनता आगे बढ़ेगी और इस सरकार को उखाड़ के फेंकेगी।
नॉर्थ कोरिया जैसा माहौल बन गया, डर का माहौल बन गया।
नॉर्थ कोरिया जैसा ही माहौल बन गया है। अब देखेंगे ऐसे बैरिकेड लगाया गया है, ऐसा बैरिकेड साउथ कोरिया नॉर्थ कोरिया के बीच में होता है और ये नो मैंस लैंड है। आप जाएंगे वहाँ पे जो माइंस है वो फटती है और यहाँ पे पुलिस माइंस फटा रही है।
एक दिन का क्या ये एक दिन का प्रदर्शन है आपकी तरफ से?
आज का ही प्रदर्शन है। आगे आने वाले समय में हम हमारा जो आगे आने वाला पॉलिटिकल एक्टिविटीज है वो घोषित करेंगे।
नाराजगी आखिर लगातार क्यों बढ़ती जा रही है? मुख्यमंत्री ममता बनर्जी
चोर है सारे। इतने दिनों तक जनता इनको सह रही है। यही ज्यादा टीवी में ममता बनर्जी का फोटो आने से, वीडियो आने से लोग चैनल चेंज कर देते हैं। कोई पसंद नहीं करता। जोर जबरदस्ती से और जिहादी ताकतों की वजह से ये अपने क्षमता में बना हुआ है।
चारों तरफ बैरिकेड से क्या अमूमन और दिन भी होती है या आज बीजेपी कार्यकर्ताओं को रोकने के लिए की गई है?
बहुत सारे बैरिकेड लगाए गए हैं, हर स्टेशन में उनको निकाला गया है। जितने बाधाएं संभव है सारे बाधाएं दिया गया है और भारतीय जनता पार्टी का इस अभियान को विफल करने का कोशिश किया गया। लेकिन कितने हजारों में संख्या में जनता आया, आप देखिए, खुद देखे, कैमरा में दिखाइए कितने लोग आए। इसके बाद ये 30% जनता है जो आ पाई है, 70% जनता घर लौट गई है। पुलिस पकड़ के घर के छोड़ को आई है।
इसे क्या संदेश
यहाँ पे
आज रात का क्या प्लान है? आज पूरे
demonstrating here against the Mamata Banerjee's government. Okay, we will sit here for indefinite time and we will discuss it along with our leaders and we will announce.
देखिए आपने सुना मजूमदार को आपने सुना किस तरीके से वो ये कह रहे हैं कि हम बैठेंगे आज पूरा दिन और ऐसे ही लगातार ये आवाज उठाते रहेंगे। लेकिन जो बर्ताव किया गया बीजेपी कार्यकर्ताओं के साथ उसको लेकर काफी नाराजगी व्यक्त की जा रही है और ये कहा जा रहा है कि डर और दहशत का माहौल मुख्यमंत्री ममता बनर्जी ने बना दिया है। जर्नलिस्ट कुंदन के साथ प्रियंका शर्मा, पश्चिम बंगाल से रिपब्लिक भारत के लिए।
All right, viewers, we're getting you all the updates and the biggest team on ground right now, getting you multiple perspectives and vantage points of the big protest right now, which is happening. BJP's Nabanna Abhiyan rally, where we're getting you every update. We also told you that there are reports of injuries. You can see the visuals on your screen. Multiple people have been injured, and we also are seeing clashes and stone pelting. Kishan is joining me live for more updates. Kishan, we are seeing scenes of chaos and clashes there in Havra. What is happening where you are? All right, we'll be connecting to Kishan in just a moment right now. But
scene has turned into a battlefield. Clashes between police and BJP workers, charges against BJP workers of pelting stones, and the police is charging the BJP workers that they have pelted stones on the police personnel. On the other hand, the BJP workers are being lathi charged and water cannons are being used, and also tear gas. We can see a woman protester with a BJP flag is being taken away by women officers. Women police personnel there, women security officials taking away women personnel. And then we can see injured people also, injured protesters, elderly people also lying on the floor, on the ground we saw previously. Right now, dramatic visuals on your screen there. We can see how the whole area of Howrah and Shatragachi has turned into a battlefield per se. We can see that how the BJP protesters, including the women protesters, women BJP workers, are being forcefully taken away by the police in prison vans, lathi charge, and also on your screen, viewers, BJP workers are showing their injuries and how they have been beaten by the police using force, using sticks. That's what they are showing. We have the largest presence on ground in Howrah, and also the largest number of cameras and reporters on field. The biggest coverage of the BJP's Nabanna Chalo Abhijan today, and from the epicenter of this whole action, we can see how the protesters being manhandled, protesters being lathi charged and taken away. The charge against the protesters is that they have used stone pelting and violence in that area against the police. We also saw stones lying on the floor, on the ground, and also right now there's a action that's going on there. Woman lathi charge on woman by women personnel, and on your screen, viewers, Dilip Ghosh on your screen in his car trying to enter into that area, and he just went away. And also a huge number of police personnel, probably the reason that he could not get down from his car. Previously we saw Shukanta Majumdar was also water cannoned, and before that Suvendu Adhikari was being taken away in a prison van from the PTS area. The whole Naban. We have Bhaskar live with us from the ground. Bhaskar, you are in Howrah on the ground at the epicenter. Please tell us what's happening there, Bhaskar.
Absolutely. I'm in a war-like situation right now, and as you can see, I will have to take you to the live visuals. I will ask my video journalist Mohit to show all the visuals that now the police personnel are now trying to clear the mob, which is throwing different items targeting the police personnel. And right now, several rounds of tear gases, canisters fired upon the mob. And but this is not the situation which is anticipated, because a long time ago the mob which was marching towards the Nabanna, the administrative capital in West Bengal,
that was dispersed using water cannons and the tear gas canisters. But later on, again tussle erupted between the police forces and the party workers and other mob. And right now, just before Satragachi station, here we can see a huge number of police persons deployed here. But continuously, this kind of bricks are now being thrown at police, and now the police personnel are giving befitting reply using gas canisters like tear gas canisters, and they are trying to move the mob away. And look at this. Just look at the visuals coming live and explosive only on Republic from the Howrah Satragachi station. That a huge number of police force had been deployed here, and they are trying to control the mob. They are trying to control the whole situation, because again and again there has been tension escalating, and now as we can see, I would like to show you. I would ask my video journalist Mohit that police personnel are trying to clear the whole area just adjacent of Satragachi railway station, because the mob. They are in different parts of this arena, and now they are targeting police, and on the other hand, police is also trying to clear the mob, and several rounds of tear gas canisters were fired upon the mob, but as of now, the situation isn't under total control of police. Over to you.
So Bhaskar, from that area, you are showing exactly what's unfolding, what's happening in that area. From the epicenter, from that place, Bhaskar was showing us what's exactly happening, what's unfolding. He showed us a building and then the road, the whole area, which is now being turned into a battlefield after the clashes. And we can see how water cannons are being used by the police department against the BJP workers. We are getting multiple updates, not only in Howrah, but also tear gas has been used in other parts like Satragachi, like Lal Bajar and other areas. Also lathi charge in multiple areas, including Lal Bajar, Satragachi, Howrah Bridge, Howrah Maidan, areas near Nabanna and other parts of Kolkata and areas near Nabanna has completely turned into a war zone, I must say. And Bhaskar from that area was showing, from the epicenter of this whole action, was showing live how this whole drama clash is unfolding. We can see police resorting to all-out lathi charge against the protesters. The charge against the protesters is that they have resorted to stone pelting, and now we can see a protester is being slapped by the police. The protesters is being slapped by the police, and this woman protester is complaining against the so-called police atrocities. That's what they're saying. They're saying violence is used against the protesters who are protesting peacefully. And now they are being taken away by fully geared up police personnel. Bhaskar, you are on the field in the epicenter. Show to the audience and our viewers what's exactly happening there. Over to you, Bhaskar.
Absolutely, and the police personnel are now detaining the arrested some people who were trying to throw stones over the police, and the police commissioner of the Howrah Police Commissioner, Mr. Praveen Tripathi, is also leading the up, and then now several several arrests have been made right away, just look at the quantity of the police force, and a few minutes back the police force used water cannons, tear gas canisters to stop
the BJP, but on the other hand, right now they are trying to clear the mob and they are trying to take hold of this law and order situation in just a Satragachi railway station. But this is just like a war-like situation, and I am just at the epicenter, and several rounds of tear gas canisters were fired, and me and my video journalist Mohit Shet was also feeling ill due to. Now the GRP, the Railway Police and the Howrah Police Commissionerate are collaborating to clear the arena to ensure law and order situation all over this Satragachi railway station, or we can call like this war zone. And now, as my video journalist Mohit is showing, that Howrah Police Commissioner Praveen Tripathi along with the railway police officials are now discussing a way to ensure law and order situation, and right now they are discussing the path, they are discussing the ways.
This is Kishalai with you from Republic Bangla newsroom, and we have the greatest number of reporters, the largest number of reporters there. You are just at the epicenter, Bhaskar, and you are showing us what's happening in Satragachi, how the situation turned so violent. Can you say how to the audience, to the viewers, how the situation turned so violent and such like a battlefield, Bhaskar?
Absolutely. Just a few minutes back, as I was telling you, that the BJP workers tried to reach towards Nabanna. They tried to cross the barricade set up on the road, and after the BJP workers were dispersed, now a part of mob is now throwing stones upon the police personnel, and the police commissioner Praveen Tripathi along with other senior officials and the entire police force is now at Satragachi railway station to ensure the whole area is under control. But as you can see, and I will ask my video journalist Mohit to show you that another round of tear gas shells have been fired upon the protesters, fired upon the mobs. I'm not sure whether this is going to be an ending very soon or not, but the situation in Satragachi is just like one. As you can see, I would like to take you there. And then we'll come back on this story after a very short break. Stay tuned to Republic.
Commerce and Industry Minister Piyush Goyal will chair a key meet of the Board of Trade to discuss ways to bolster country's exports today. A special court is set to hear Satyendra Jain's bail plea today. Delhi Cabinet Minister Satyendra Jain is in the dock in graft charges. As BJP is gearing up for making its Nabanna march a success, a massive row between the BJP and TMC has erupted in West Bengal. Meanwhile, the police has declared 3 major rallies that are by the BJP or top BJP leaders as illegal. In a big development, the Ministry of Home Affairs has recommended CBI probe into Sonali Phogat's murder case. The MHA's move comes after Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant wrote to Union Home Minister Amit Shah seeking a probe by the CBI into the matter.
देखो, हमें ये प्रॉपर्टी और फाइनेंशियली मर्डर लग रहा था और साथ में राजनीतिक मर्डर लग रहा था। प्रॉपर्टी और फाइनेंशियली हम लोगों ने खुद गोवा पुलिस के आने से पहले ही चेक कर लिए थे। प्रॉपर्टी और फाइनेंशियली दोनों चीज़ें सोनाली जी की सेफ हैं, तो ये पॉलिटिकल मर्डर ही है और इस वजह से ये सीबीआई को हैंडओवर नहीं कर रही थी गोवा पुलिस। जी सर्व खाप पंचायत जो हुई है सर्व जाति की, उसका बहुत ज़्यादा सरकार के ऊपर प्रभाव पड़ा है।
आप क्या मानते हैं?
जी, हमें पूरी उम्मीद है इसमें बहुत बड़े चेहरे उजागर होंगे अगर गोवा पुलिस ने सबूत नहीं मिटाए होंगे तो।
राहुल
Gandhi has started his yatra all the way from Kanyakumari, has now reached Thiruvananthapuram.
ये काशी विश्वनाथ मंदिर का 4 नंबर गेट है। लगातार सिक्योरिटी यहाँ पर बढ़ती जा रही है।
Big victory for the Hindu side because the court has said that this particular petition by the Hindu side is maintainable.
Responding to the approval of CBI probe into Sonali Foghat's death case, Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant said that the Goa police will hand over the investigation to the CBI and cooperate with the investigation.
हमें उस केस में यानी हमारे पुलिस के ऊपर पूरा भरोसा है और डेफिनेटली दे बहुत अच्छी तरह से इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहा है। बहुत अच्छे क्लूज भी उनको मिले हैं, लेकिन लोगों के डिमांड ध्यान में रखते हुए और उनकी बेटी की कंटिन्यूसली डिमांड ध्यान में रखते हुए उन्होंने मैंने प्रेस मीडिया में भी बाकी भी मुझे रिक्वेस्ट की है कि वो सीबीआई के पास दे देना चाहिए, तो फिर आज हम वो केस सीबीआई के पास दे रहे हैं।
Sonali Foghat case, state government has decided to hand over the case to Central Bureau of Investigation.
जैसे जैसे यहाँ पर वक्त बढ़ता जा रहा है, हलचल वाराणसी कोर्ट के बाहर बहुत तेज होती जा रही है।
उत्तर प्रदेश के सभी 75 जिलों को आज आने वाले फैसले को लेकर के अलर्ट पर रखा गया है।
Roundup of news and brief from across the country. TMC leader Abhishek Banerjee's sister-in-law was grilled by the Enforcement Directorate for 7 hours in connection with a money laundering case. She was stopped at the Kolkata airport after she allegedly tried to travel abroad. France Minister for Europe and Foreign Affairs Catherine Colonna will be on a 3-day visit to India, during which she will hold talks with her counterpart.
Scenes like a battlefield here in West Bengal, in Howrah, Satragachi, and back-to-back breakings on Republic with the largest number of reporters on ground. And showing you right now, viewers, is a police vehicle in Bado Bazar area. Bada Bazar area is one of the most famous shopping centers in West Bengal, in Kolkata. And a police van, a police car in Bada Bazar area has been vandalized by BJP supporters. At one hand, BJP supporters are vandalizing police vans, pelting stones. Those are the charges against them. Those are the charges. And on the other hand, police resorting to all out lathi charge, all out force, all out use of water cannons and tear gas against the BJP protesters, against the BJP rally here in West Bengal. We can see how the police car has been vandalized, stones being pelted at the police car standing in Bada Bazar area. Bada Bazar area, which is one of the most famous shopping centers in West Bengal, is one of the areas where police and the BJP protesters came face to face. Lathi charge and violence was seen as well. And now we can see how a police pilot van has been vandalized by the BJP protesters in Bada Bazar area, breaking first on Republic, giving you a full picture, 360-degree picture, viewers, of this protest rally happening in West Bengal, showing you pictures from Bada Bazar, from Howrah, from Satragachi, from Lal Bazar, from Nabanna, and areas adjoining Nabanna. This Bada Bazar area is not far away from Howrah, the epicenter of all the violence and clashes, and we can see how BJP protesters are breaking, vandalizing this car, police car, trying to break the glass, trying to break its lights, trying to break the beacon on the police car, almost playing with the doors of this police car, standing there in Bada Bazar area. PCR van, it's written on the car, PCR van number 10 of Kolkata police is being vandalized completely by BJP protesters and workers. Live visuals for you viewers on screen. BJP protesters and workers allegedly breaking and vandalizing a police car standing in front of the Bara Bazaar area. We are getting to know that more deployment and reinforcement is happening in that area, and people trying to control and the police is trying to control the crowd that has assembled there. We can see this police car being vandalized in Bara Bazaar, mostly allegedly by BJP protesters who were marching against Nabanna but was stopped by the police. The windshield of the police car has completely been destroyed, shattered, and now we have BJP senior leader Shapon Dasgupta with us over phone. Sir, you have been injured. We were showing visuals. Can you tell us what's happening and what you have been through?
Was approaching the old Howrah Bridge when as soon as it got to there, first they fired water cannons, and immediately after that, without anything, they fired tear gas shells, and then promptly went in for a lathi charge. There was a stampede. Predictably, there was a stampede. I can personally say that I got pushed by some probably policemen with the batons and fell down. Could have been even, they have suffered some minor cuts and abrasions, but most people really, it was dispersed. But the important thing is that a peaceful demonstration was attacked in this fashion in 3 parts around Calcutta. And one was in Calcutta, the other 2 were in Howrah and Satragachi. Many of our leaders have been arrested, and a large number of people who came by trains and all have been detained and prevented from going to their places. So if this is the type, and this was a planned demonstration a long time ago, and if this is the nature of if this is the manner in which normal democratic activity is obstructed, you can imagine what the whole situation in the state is like. This was a march against corruption. This was a march to expose those who've been looting the state, who've been looting the exchequer, and this is the reaction of the state government.
Well, Mr. Dasgupta, I hope that you are fine now, but also there are allegations that the BJP workers have been pelting stones towards the police, and also we saw a police car being vandalized. So that's the charges against the BJP workers by the police. What's your comment on that, Mr. Dasgupta?
It is quite possible that something may have happened when people were getting dispersed. But you must realize that it was the initial assault was done by the police, and they were determined. And it was done in Satragachi, it was done in Howrah, and it was done in Calcutta. So it was formed a part of a pattern of trying to get people worked up. And if, a normal peaceful demonstration is attacked in this way, a few untoward incidents are bound to happen, but I would blame the entire responsibility on the state administration.
Well, Mr. Dasgupta, already we have seen that Suvendu Adhikari has been detained by the police, and you, being a very senior leader, also took part in the rally and you are injured. So what you are going to do next as all these things are happening around? What's your next step from BJP?
Well, this is a step in the movement which has been taking place in the thing. The larger endeavor is to create a meaningful alternative in which the people of West Bengal can enjoy progress, they can enjoy a corruption-free existence, and they can actually be able to catch up with the rest of the country. Bengal has been falling behind at every particular point, and this corruption is a main factor behind it. And we intend to intensify our activity in a constructive way and also in an agitational way.
Well, Mr. Dasgupta, it was unprecedented how BJP workers were being stopped from boarding trains from different districts. So the allegation against the government was that free movement was being stopped as well. So, Mr. Dasgupta,
exactly.
any last comment on what has been happening since? Yes.
Well, I think this whole country should know the true face of this government, which prevents protests against corruption, and it has also seen visuals of what took place today, but it has simultaneously seen visuals of the stash of cash which has been found under beds in ministerial associates' homes, and they can make the contrast between the two, and then they can form their own conclusion, and I think the conclusions will lead in one direction. That this is this is increasingly becoming a venal, illegitimate government.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dasgupta, for speaking to us. And that was Mr. Swapan Dasgupta, very senior BJP leader, and he has been taking part in this rally as well. And he was injured, as we saw previously that he was injured as well. And those first visuals we have been showing, and he was clearly saying that this is a case of clear infringement of democratic rights against the opposition. That's what he was saying. Right now, visuals on your screen, viewers, our senior editor Anirban Sinha reporting from the spot where the whole police vehicle which we were talking about has been torched by the protesters, has been torched by the BJP workers. We were showing this police van, this PCR van, we were showing this previously. It was being broken and shattered and attacked by the BJP workers in Bara Bazaar area. And now first visuals on your screen, dramatic visuals of the whole PCR van being on flames. The PCR van, police van, PCR van number 10, burning on flames, up in flames, and being burnt, being put on flame by the BJP protesters allegedly who were present there. The police van standing in front of the Bara Bazaar market, one of the most famous marketplaces in West Bengal, has been torched by the locals, by the protesters who were present there. That's the allegation. And we are seeing the whole car on fire live on your screen, viewers. Only on Republic we have the largest presence of reporters, video journalists on ground covering the whole protest, whole Nabanna Abhijan, and then the BJP and police clash that unfolded later on. And on your screen, a PCR van of the police department of Kolkata Police is up on flames, being flamed by the BJP workers and protesters allegedly who were present there. And as Swapan Dasgupta was saying, that the first attack happened from the police side, from the side of the police department, and now we can see that the reactions of that is happening, including stone pelting from the rally. That was the charge against the BJP workers, and now we can see a whole PCR van being up in flames, and now we can see that there is a there's a vehicle from the fire department which has arrived. The fire department has arrived at the spot. West Bengal Fire Department has arrived at the spot trying to put off the flame. Live visuals, our senior editor Anirban Sinha from Republic Bangla, right there at the epicenter, at the spot, the flames being doused by the fire department, a whole PCR van being put on flames, up in flames. Anirban Sinha trying to walk towards the PCR van, and he's trying to tell the people around to put the shutters down. Republic Network with the people of West Bengal, and now we can see complete chaos and disorder in Barabazar, Howrah and Shatragachi area. The flame has been doused by the fire department. However, there is a huge smoke in that area, and the fire department is trying to control the fire. The vehicle was put on flames by the BJP protesters allegedly in the Barabazar area. At one hand, in the left hand side, the flames in the PCR van. On the right hand side of your screen, viewers, huge group of protesters being water cannoned by the police, up in flames, the whole vehicle that we are seeing. And on the other hand, huge group of protesters walking towards Nabanna, wanting to protest against the atrocities against BJP workers and the scams and corruptions that took place in West Bengal in the last few months. There is a huge deployment of police in Shatragachi, in Howrah, in Barabazar, in Lal Bazar police headquarters, and all these areas. We can see in the left hand side of your screen earlier how a whole PCR van of Kolkata police was up in flames, was put in flames by the BJP protesters. On the right hand side, live visuals. The West Bengal Fire Department has been working to douse the flame, and right now the flame has been under control and the whole area being cordoned off by police deployment. We can see huge number of police personnel present at the spot. White dressed police personnel from Kolkata Police Department present at the spot, trying to control. And on the right hand side, we can see in our second camera how water cannons are still being used by the police in order to disperse the crowd which has gathered in Howrah and Shatragachi area. In the left hand side of your screen, viewers, again, the vehicle which was put in flames by the BJP workers allegedly, the vehicle of Kolkata police burning like anything, up in flames. On the right hand side, we can see how BJP workers are being water cannoned, and a huge gathering of BJP workers live. The biggest number of reporters from the spot on Republic Network, 360-degree coverage on Republic and exclusive. Previously, Suvendu Adhikari sharply attacked the state government and the chief minister, saying that the democracy of the state has completely broken down. And now we can see how Kolkata turns into a big battlefield, and clashes happening all over the place in the north and south of Kolkata, and mostly in the areas like Lal Bazar, Howrah, Shatragachi and Nabanna. Previously, BJP workers from various parts of West Bengal who were trying to come to Kolkata for this protest rally, which was to be peaceful, were stopped from boarding trains from the districts. And now we can see how that has turned violent. We can see a huge number of BJP protesters and BJP workers. And the latest big breaking is that after Suvendu Adhikari, Shukanto Majumdar is detained now by the police department. Shukanto Majumdar has been detained as well. Suvendu Adhikari was detained previously, and now that's the breaking. And also right now we can see that the police have gathered around. The police have been, a crowd has gathered around the very vehicle in the Barabazar area. This is another vehicle. On the other hand, water cannons at Howrah. Water cannons at Howrah.
हिरासत में ले लिया गया है ना। और यहाँ कोशिश हम करेंगे। हाँ ये देखिए सुकांतु मजुमदार, ये देखिए भगदड़ मच गई है यहाँ पर। यहाँ और ये देखिए ये धक्का मुक्की का एकदम माहौल। और किसी भी तरीके से बीजेपी कार्यकर्ताओं को यहाँ से हटाना है, यही पुलिस की तैयारी है, जिसमें हावड़ा पुलिस है, कलकत्ता पुलिस है और डिस्ट्रिक्ट पुलिस है। ये तस्वीरें आप लाइव देख रहे हैं, लाइव तस्वीरें। और उस वैन में सुकांतु मजुमदार जाते हुए हावड़ा मैदान से ये लाइव तस्वीरें आप देख रहे हैं। और निबन्ना चलो अभियान का यहाँ पे एक समापन हमें दिख रहा है, क्योंकि जो इसकी अगुवाई कर रहे थे उन्हीं को पुलिस ने हिरासत में ले लिया है। और इसके बाद ये संदेश देने की कोशिश की बाकी कार्यकर्ता भी वापस लौट जाए। ये लाइव तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं। और ये लगातार कोशिश थी बीजेपी की तरफ से कि ममता सरकार में जितने भ्रष्टाचार हो रहे हैं, जिनकी पोल खुल रही है, वो जनता के बीच ले जाया जाए, उसके बारे में बताया जाए कि किस तरीके से जनता के साथ धोखा हो रहा है। और ऐसे में राज्य सरकार पर लगातार प्रहार, ये कहा जा रहा है कि डर और दहशत का माहौल बना दिया है, आगे बढ़ने नहीं दिया जा रहा है लोगों को। और एक ही जगह रोका जा रहा है, बैरिकेड्स जगह जगह पर लगाए गए हैं और लाठियां बरसाई गई हैं। ये तस्वीरें आप देख रहे हैं। इस गाड़ी में बाकी और कार्यकर्ताओं को भी ले जाया गया और यहीं से हावड़ा मैदान से इस अभियान का समापन होता है। ये तस्वीरें बता रही हैं कि किस तरीके से भारी तादाद में जो लोग जुटे हैं वो कितने नाराज हैं राज्य सरकार से, क्योंकि ये संख्या छोटी मोटी नहीं है, काफी भारी तादाद में, हजारों की तादाद में ये कार्यकर्ता जुटे हैं। देखिए कुंदन,
भारत माता की, भारत माता की।
कहाँ ले जाओ?
শুনতে পাচ্ছি না, বলেন।
আমাদেরকে গ্রেফতার করে নেওয়া গেল।
Sukanto Majumdar has been detained by the police. That's what we are showing live. Sukanto Majumdar being taken away. After Suvendu Adhikari, now Sukanto Majumdar has been taken away as well. And now we can see live visuals of protesters trying to stop the PCR van. On the other hand, other BJP leaders, the top shot of other BJP leaders and workers being taken away by the police, by the forces in Kolkata. Sukanto Majumdar being taken away, being detained by police, taken away in a prison van. That's what we are showing live and exclusive here on Republic. The first breakings always on Republic. Previously Suvendu Adhikari, and now Sukanto Majumdar being taken away by the police department. That's what we are seeing. And now also back-to-back updates that police has been cordoning off more areas around Nabanna to stop any further advancement of rallies by BJP workers. So the police department is working in a proper programmed way, detaining the leaders one by one, detaining the top faces one by one. Bhaskar, this is Kishalay with you from Republic Bangla Newsroom. We are keeping a track on all the activities happening on ground. You are there at the epicenter. Sukanto Majumdar detained at one hand. What are you looking at? Give us the picture. Bhaskar.
Absolutely, Kishalay. The Satragachi station area is still now a battleground. And I would like to take you to there where the mob, the BJP workers are pelting stones upon the police personnel. And as you can see, after several rounds of tear gas shells, still they are pelting stones upon the BJP, upon the police personnel. And also in one hand, Suvendu Adhikari, the leader of opposition, Sukanto Majumdar, the BJP state president, all have been arrested. But still, in Satragachi, there is a hostile situation. situation, and I would like to show you that the civilians are now being taken away. And just look at that. Just look at that. This is the situation in the surface below. I am showing you the real-time scenarios, and continuously stone pelting is on, and the police officials are trying to hold their base. They are trying to advance a little after some time, after holding their base properly. And now, just look at that. The police force are now advancing. And also on the other hand, after stone pelting is still on. And we are showing you the real-time picture, fast and explosive, only on Republic, and we are showing you the police personnel are advancing. They are marching forward, and now tear gas shells have now been fired again, and of course, I would like to. Again, stone pelting is on. Kishalai, all I can say now, this is a battlefield. This is the battleground where the inhuman battle between the police personnel and the mob is on. And as I was saying, the police is slowly forwarding towards the mob to clear them, to disperse them. But after several rounds of tear gases, canisters were fired. Still, the situation isn't under control. And now, stun grenade had now been brought on by the police officials. And as we can say, analyzing the situation, the tear gas shells were not enough, as per the senior police officers. So now a stun grenade has now been taken, and continuous stone pelting is on. And now we will continuously show you the visuals from Shastragati railway station. And then look at that, Kishaloi, look at that, another tear gas canisters now being fired upon. Now again police is trying to ensure that the mob which is pelting stones upon police is dispersed. And now it's kind of battleground with the sound, and one police person is injured. And he is bleeding. Now other senior police officials and his colleagues are now taking him away from this battleground. And Kishalai, again the smoke of tear gas is engulfing us, and actually it is next to impossible. It's very hard enough to breathe in this tear gas. But still, the public will continue.
Bhaskar, you need to take care of yourself, and your video journalist, and you need to take care of yourself. We can see the live visuals, Bhaskar. Tear gas there, lathi charge there. You need to take care of yourself, and you need to walk away from that area as well. We can see the live visuals you're showing us, Bhaskar. The dramatic visuals of a battleground where we can see that police is resorting to lathi charge, police is resorting to tear gas, and we can see how stone pelting is happening on the other side. Bhaskar, over to you, Bhaskar.
And another police official was injured. Sir, कैसे हुआ सर? सर इंजरी कैसे लगा सर? बड़ा पाथर मेरे पाथर से लगा सर. अभी a police officer was injured, and now again another police officer is now injured in this stones. But Kishalai, I would like to tell you, this is a battlefield, and continuous stone pelting is on. We are trying to show as much as we can. We are trying to show you 360-degree visual of this entire situation. We are trying to show you the 360-degree view of this entire battleground. And my video journalist Mohit Sheikh Mohit Shed is trying to show you the visuals. And another, as I was saying, another police official is now being injured and has been he had now been taken away from, and continuous tear gases canisters were fired, but the situation is still yet to come under control of police. And all I can say that this is a really battleground like situation, and the police is now looking for another way to disperse the mob. And I was saying that a stun grenade is now being came into the thoughts of the senior police officials to disperse that crowd which is pelting stones towards the police personnel. And now again police personnel are trying to disperse them using gas canisters, using tear gas canisters, but from another side stones are now being pelted upon police, and it's a kind of half circle area which is now being very hostile, and the police officials are trying desperately to take this situation under their control. But as of now, the situation is not under their control, and many part of this Santragachi railway station needs to be covered by the police and needs to be cleared by the police, because in a half circle area, as we can see, the entire half circle area is filled up with the mob, and they are continuously throwing stones over the police personnel, and many police personnel are now injured and being taken away from this.
Bhaskar, we need to show Bhaskar, the audience, everything that you are showing as well, and you need to take care of yourself and your video journalists as well, as that is a very dangerous area right now, as if a full-fledged battlefield, as if a full-fledged war zone there that you are showing, Bhaskar. Thank you very much. But also, we are showing live on Republic Network, first and exclusive, how multiple clashes in multiple places, lathi charge, tear gas, detention, and how water cannons were being used. All methods possible are being used by the police department in order to disperse the crowd, in order to stop the rally, in order to stop the protesters from marching towards Nabanna, the state secretariat, the high seat of the chief minister. And now we can see how the whole state has turned into a war zone, into a battlefield, as was being reported by our reporter Bhaskar from the field, from the epicenter of this whole battle. You can see, viewers, on your screen, live visuals from Howrah, where the protesters are standing behind the building. On the other hand, the police is taking their place. The police personnel are taking their place in order to stop them from marching any forward. BJP versus cops, it is all over West Bengal. Since morning, we saw how in different districts clashes were being reported, and then detention one after another. First, Suvendu Adhikari was detained, taken away by the police in a prison van. Along with him were taken away Loket Chatterjee, and also was taken away Rahul Sinha. And now we can see how Shukanto Mojumdar has been taken away, detained by the police, and Bhaskar and our senior editors from Republic Bangla has been reporting from the epicenter. Back-to-back breakings and back-to-back updates from the battleground, from the war zone as it is being called by the political world now in Bengal. Also the updates in the left-hand side of your screen, viewers. Police lathi charge, brutally beating the protesters who are already on ground, injured. That's the allegation against the police. On the other hand, charges against the BJP workers on the right side of your screen. On the right side of your screen. And also the charges are stone pelting and putting police vehicles on fire. We saw that how a whole police PCR van was ablaze, put on fire, put on flames by the BJP workers. Windows on your screen, viewers, showing you different moments from this battle, from this war zone, including the moments of lathi charge, including the moments where Shukanto Mojumdar was detained and taken away, the state BJP president. And as Bhaskar was reporting, tear gas are still now being fired towards the protesters as we speak. As we speak, tear gas is still being fired by the police towards the protesters back to back. And now also the police vehicle, the PCR van, up in flames earlier. Later on, the fire department came and doused the flame, tried to douse the flame. And also, on the left side of your screen from Howrah, Barabazar area, senior editor Anirban Sinha reporting live. On the right hand side, a full police PCR van up in flames. Flames there, viewers, on your screen. A whole situation of battle and war unfolding here in West Bengal. A few moments back, Shapon Dasgupta was telling us how this is a clear case of atrocity and breaking down of democracy. And also, previous to that, Suvendu Adhikari, when he was being taken away by the police in a prison van, he was sharply attacking Mamata Banerjee, the Chief Minister of West Bengal, by saying that she has become a dictator and comparing her to the dictator of North Korea, and also saying that this is very clear how the opposition leader and the opposition in the state is being treated. That's very clear. That's what he was saying. That was on our screen all this while. Our reporters, the largest number of reporters, the highest number of reporters on ground, giving you multiple angles. Water cannons. We are being told that more than 10 water cannons were being used by the police department in order to disperse the crowd. And also, tear gas. Tear gas, we saw how police is firing tear gas towards the crowd that had assembled in front of the barricade near Shatragachi. Injured people being taken away there. Injured people being taken away there. Injured protesters and injured policemen as well. Injured policemen as well. Injured police personnel. As Bhaskar was reporting as well previously, that police personnel, 2 of them were injured. And now we can see injuries in both the sides. A war zone in West Bengal where both the protesters and the police personnel are being injured. When we were speaking to Shapon Dasgupta, he was also injured by the water cannons that was being used against him. The political personalities in West Bengal, especially the opposition, is asking whether this much of force was at all appropriate for a peaceful rally, whether it was at all needed, whether it was at all needed right now. We can see right now live from Howrah and from Barabazar, and tear gas being fired in the right hand side of your screen, viewers. Tear gas being fired by the police towards the protesters. Police fully geared up with helmets, with vests, with boots and with sticks in order to stop the protesters from marching towards Nabanna, the state secretariat, the high seat. And also live report of Bhaskar, who is at the epicenter of that battlefield, at the epicenter of that area. We know that Lal Bazar, the police headquarters, Barabazar, the market area, and Shatragachi, the entrance towards Howrah, and Howrah itself, all these regions are now utterly in chaos and disorder. Peaceful marches, as BJP is saying. BJP is saying peaceful marches were arranged. Peaceful marches were going towards Nabanna, the state secretariat. And the reason of these marches were to protest against the scams that had happened in West Bengal. The School Service Commission scam, the teachers recruitment scam, the cattle smuggling scam, and the coal scam. All these scams in West Bengal, BJP was trying to protest against these scams. They were trying to march in order to raise their voice against these scams. And then the police, with full force, full use of force, stopped the rallies from all directions coming towards Nabanna, from the east, from the west, from the north, and from the south. Rallies were coming towards West Bengal. Police stopped all the rallies by using water cannons, by using tear gas, by using lathi charge, and by using barricades. Whatever means they could use and whatever methods they could use, they used. And now we see West Bengal turning into a battlefield with time. And now Sukhanto Majumdar, the state president of BJP, being detained by the police department, and Suvendu Adhikari in Lal Bazaar as well. And now we can also see constant and continuous firing of tear gas.
আমাদের আমি যখন ব্যারিকেডের উপরে ওঠার চেষ্টা করছিলাম তখন টার্গেট প্রথমে জল কামানটা আমাকেই চালানো হয় এবং এমনভাবে চালানো হয় আমার ঘাড়ে চোট লাগে। আমার সেক্রেটারি সেটা আমাকে একটু আরাম দেওয়ার চেষ্টা করছে, কিন্তু এইভাবে তো আরাম পাওয়া সম্ভব নয়। এরপরে ডাক্তারবাবু দেখালে পরে তখন হয়তো আমরা
বলবেন আজকে পুরো ঘটনাটা এবং এই যে ডেপুটি ম্যাজিস্ট্রেট আসছেন যেটা বলছেন কি বলবেন?
দেখুন, পুরোভাবে গণতন্ত্রকে এখানে মার্ডার করা হলো। মুখ্যমন্ত্রী ভয় পেয়েছেন, তিনি পালিয়ে গেছেন এবং তিনি বিজেপির এই সংখ্যা দেখে তিনি বুঝতে পেরেছিলেন যে কত মানুষ এখানে আসবে এবং যে মানুষ এসেছে আজকে আপনারা দেখেছেন এটা হচ্ছে 30% অফ দ্য টোটাল আমাদের যা লোক আসার কথা ছিল। 70% লোক রাস্তাঘাটে পশ্চিমবঙ্গের বিভিন্ন জায়গায়, কিছু লোক বাড়িতে, কারণ কিছু লোককে গতকাল এইভাবে
Democracy has broken down in West Bengal.
আমরা আমাদেরকে গ্রেফতার না করা পর্যন্ত গ্রেফতার করলে
This is an undemocratic way of stopping a protest rally.
সিপি কিন্তু ছুটিতে আছে বলছে।
এই একটু আগে ওনার সাথে কথা হয়েছে,
নাটক চলছে যেটা দাবি
Sukhanto Majumdar is clearly saying that democracy has broken down in West Bengal. There's no democracy in West Bengal, and that the chief minister is scared of seeing the sheer number of BJP followers that marched into West Bengal. He has been detained. Live visuals, he has been detained. He has been detained by the police, and now he is speaking to the media. Live visuals there. He has been detained. Sukhanto Majumdar being taken by democracy in West Bengal has broken down. That's what Sukhanto Majumdar is saying. And he's also saying that the chief minister is completely scared of the number of people, of the sheer number of protesters, of the sheer number of BJP supporters who are marching towards West Bengal, towards the state secretariat. Sukhanto Majumdar there, the state president of BJP, very clearly saying that BJP was trying to hold a peaceful protest rally, but it was being stopped by the police, by force, by use of force, and therefore democracy has completely broken down in West Bengal. And also that the chief minister is scared of the BJP, scared of the opposition, by seeing the sheer number of people, seeing the sheer number of BJP protesters who were marching towards the Nabanna building or the state secretariat building where the chief minister sits, where the chief minister has her office. This is what he said after he was being detained and before he was being taken away by the police. And now we can see on your screen, viewers, in the middle of the screen, tear gas being hurled, being shot towards the protesters. In the right hand side of your screen, viewers, barricades being broken, and the left hand side, water cannons. 3 methods used by the police. 3 methods and 4 methods used by the police in order to stop the protest rally. Water cannons, tear gas, lathi charge, and detaining the leaders. The 3 ways, the 4 ways in which the police is trying to ensure, the police of the state government and the Kolkata police as well, the police under the Mamata Banerjee administration is trying to ensure that they stop and prevent this protest rally that was organized by the BJP. BJP previously had a long plan of this protest rally, especially against the state, especially to protest against the state atrocities over the BJP workers after the West Bengal assembly polls, and then also to protest against the scams that happened in West Bengal, including the SSC scam, including the cattle scam, including the coal scam, and all the scams that happened in West Bengal. They were protesting against all the scams. But right now, we can see on your screen, viewers, the police personnel injured by the stone pelting that happened from the side of the BJP workers, from the side of the BJP protesters, BJP rally. And also, we are showing how police resorted to different methods and means, including lathi charge, water cannon, and detention in order to stop the rallies from reaching Nabanna. Protesters lathi charged, cannons being used, shells being fired, tear gas shells being fired, all kinds of methods of force being applied on the BJP workers, all kinds of methods of force being applied by the police in order to stop and prevent the BJP workers from marching down towards the state secretariat. This massive breakdown of law and order and massive chaos and disorder all over West Bengal is what is unfolding every moment as we are covering this exclusively 360-degree coverage of this massacre that's been happening in West Bengal of law and order, as the BJP workers were trying to protest and march against the atrocities and the scam. We will be coming back with all these updates and more after a short break, only on Republic Network and Republic TV.
At Amity, we believe students should have an all-round exposure. The Study Abroad program gives students the option to do 5 weeks or more at any of the Amity campuses across the world in cities like New York, San Francisco, London, Melbourne, Dubai, Singapore, etc. A truly unique opportunity only at Amity.
Roundup of news and brief from across the country. TMC leader Abhishek Banerjee's sister-in-law was grilled by the Enforcement Directorate for 7 hours in connection with a money laundering case. She was stopped at the Kolkata airport after she allegedly tried to travel abroad. France Minister for Europe and Foreign Affairs Catherine Colonna will be on a 3-day visit to India, during which she will hold talks with her counterpart S. Jaishankar on bilateral, regional and international issues of mutual interest.
बड़ा फैसला ज्ञानवापी को लेकर सामने आया है, यानी इस पूरे विवाद पर सुनवाई जारी रहेगी।
मुस्लिम पक्ष अब इस पूरे मामले को लेकर हाई कोर्ट का रुख करेगा।
People who are coming here to offer prayers are saying that very soon their sentiments would be respected and a grand temple would be constructed.
Commerce and Industry Minister Piyush Goyal will chair a key meet of the Board of Trade to discuss ways to bolster country's exports today. A special court is set to hear Satyendra Jain's bail plea today. Delhi Cabinet Minister Satyendra Jain is in the dock in graft charges. As BJP is gearing up for making its Nabanna march a success, a massive row between the BJP and TMC has erupted in West Bengal. Meanwhile, the police has declared 3 major rallies that are by the BJP or top BJP leaders as illegal. In a big development, the Ministry of Home Affairs has recommended CBI probe into Sonali Phogat's murder case. The MHA's move comes after Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant wrote to Union Home Minister Amit Shah seeking a probe by the CBI into the matter.
देखो, हमें ये प्रॉपर्टी और फाइनेंशियली मर्डर लग रहा था और साथ में राजनीतिक मर्डर लग रहा था। प्रॉपर्टी और फाइनेंशियली हम लोगों ने खुद गोवा पुलिस के आने से पहले ही चेक कर लिए थे। प्रॉपर्टी और फाइनेंशियली दोनों चीज़ें सोनाली जी की सेफ हैं, तो ये पॉलिटिकल मर्डर ही है और इस वजह से ये सीबीआई को हैंडओवर नहीं कर रही थी गोवा पुलिस। जी 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 सरोफ।
And we continue to get you the latest pictures of the chaos that is unfolding in Bengal as the TMC versus BJP fight is intensifying. This is the Nabanna Abhijan, where you see how highways have turned into a battlefield in West Bengal, and protests against the Mamata government that have taken a violent turn. Excessive use of force on the ground by the police. Police vehicles have been torched. And you see the protesters on the ground and how there is utter chaos on the streets of Bengal. Several such key areas where you see tear gas had been fired to take the situation under control. And remember, it's not even the top leaders of the BJP, but the local leaders, where they are continuing their march from Howrah district area towards Nabanna.
So we are covering the biggest ever protest rally against the state government by the BJP, and also the chaos and disorder that followed. Unprecedented showdown of violence. There is a whole lot of chaos and disorder in West Bengal right now, especially in the Howrah area and Shatragachi area. And we saw that how force was being used by the police department, and the BJP is alleging that violence was used against them in order to stop the peaceful protest rally that they had arranged. That's the allegation of the BJP. BJP spokespersons and BJP leaders exclusively spoke to the public, and they said that how the whole law and order situation of the state has now gone down, and utterly disorder is right now here. And Ishan Deb is with us live. This is Kishalay from Bangla Newsroom. Ishan Deb, you are at the spot, and we can see chaos and disorder. What's the situation there? Over to you, Ishan Deb.
Kishala, right now we are standing at Howrah Maidan, and here the situation is coming to normalcy, but still you can see that huge police deployment is here. The Rapid Action Force, the police, and the HPC CD force all are deployed here. And I would like to say, my video journalist Wasim Ahmed, to show that the road which leads towards Nabanna from here, from this spot, at just after 100 meters, just 100 meters away from us, there you can still see that the barricades are put up there, and just at the other side of the barricade there are the water cannons still standing here. Shukanto Mojumdar, the BJP state president, and Ognimitra Paul, who is an MLA, and also the state general secretary of BJP, they came to this place leading a huge procession which started from Howrah station. At first the procession entered the Howrah city, and in front of the Howrah court they held a street corner with that huge crowd with them, and from there they started marching towards Howrah Maidan, and from Howrah Maidan they were about to march further towards Nabanna, which is the state headquarters, the state secretariat. And this is the place up to which point the procession of the BJP leadership could come up, because you can see that huge barricades, mammoth barricading has been put up by police here. And as the BJP leadership was complaining that in an abnormal way police was digging on the streets to make it like a permanent structure. So these barricades have been put up in such a strong manner that it was not possible for the BJP workers to break through. And not only one barricade, you can see this is one side of the barricade. At the other side there is a second tire. At the other side there is a third tire. So 3-tire barricading was put up there. And at the other side water cannons are still standing here. Though after facing the water cannons wrath and after facing the tear gas shells, the BJP supporters, the BJP workers who were willing to march ahead towards Nabanna were scattered around. But still, Sukanto Majumdar, the state BJP president, was trying to continue the protest for some time, and almost for 1 hour, Sukanto Majumdar was sitting here with Agnimitra Paul, with Lakshman Ghodui, all our MLAs, with Anup Saha, Purulia MP Jyotirmoy Singh Mahato, all were sitting here. I would like to show you the place. This is the place where Sukanto Majumdar, Lakshman Ghodui, Agnimitra Paul, Jyotirmoy Singh Mahato all were sitting, and they were surrounded by their security personnel and by the BJP workers who were not scattered after the water cannons were used. But after 1 hour, when they were not ready to leave the place, even after repeated requests and announcements from police, the police brought reinforcement here, and after the reinforcement was brought, Sukanto Majumdar, Agnimitra Paul and all other BJP leaders who were doing a sit-in protest here were taken into custody. They were taken to the prison van, and the Howrah City Police, Howrah Commissionerate have already taken them to the Shibpur police station. So this is a situation here right now. BJP leadership is completely taken away from this place. The supporters and workers who were there, they are also scattered away, but the police is still maintaining some kind of security measures. That's why this Howrah Maidan area is still deployed with huge number of police forces.
At Amity, we believe students should have an all-round exposure. The Study Abroad program gives students the option to do 5 weeks or more at any of the Amity campuses across the world in cities like New York, San Francisco, London, Melbourne, Dubai, Singapore, etc. A truly unique opportunity only at Amity.
Responding to the approval of CBI probe into Sonali Phogat's death case, Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant said that the Goa police will hand over the investigation to the CBI and cooperate with the investigation.
हमें उस केस में हमारे पुलिस के ऊपर पूरा भरोसा है और डेफिनेटली दे बहुत अच्छी तरह से इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहा है. बहुत अच्छे क्लूज भी उनको मिले हैं, लेकिन लोगों के डिमांड ध्यान में रखते हुए और उनकी बेटी की कंटिन्यूसली डिमांड ध्यान में रखते हुए मैंने प्रेस मीडिया में भी बाकी भी मुझे रिक्वेस्ट की है कि वो सीबीआई के पास दे देना चाहिए. तो फिर आज हम वो केस सीबीआई के पास दे रहे हैं.
Sonali Phogat case, state government has decided to hand over the case to Central Bureau of Investigation.
जैसे जैसे यहाँ पर वक्त बढ़ता जा रहा है, हलचल वाराणसी कोर्ट के बाहर बहुत तेज होती जा रही है.
उत्तर प्रदेश के सभी 75 जिलों को आज आने वाले फैसले को लेकर के अलर्ट पर रखा गया है.
Roundup of news and brief from across the country. TMC leader Abhishek Banerjee's sister-in-law was grilled by the Enforcement Directorate for 7 hours in connection with the money laundering case. She was stopped at the Kolkata airport after she allegedly tried to travel abroad. France Minister for Europe and Foreign Affairs Catherine Colonna will be on a 3-day visit to India, during which she will hold talks with her counterpart S. Jaishankar on bilateral, regional and international issues of mutual interest.
बड़ा फैसला ज्ञानवापी को लेकर सामने आया है, यानी इस पूरे विवाद पर सुनवाई जारी रहेगी.
मुस्लिम पक्ष अब इस पूरे मामले को लेकर हाई कोर्ट का रुख करेगा.
People who are coming here to offer prayers are saying that very soon their sentiments would be respected and a grand temple would be constructed.
All our dramatic pictures coming in from the state of West Bengal, where the BJP had organized the Nabanna Cholo March, and you see how the police forces on the ground have been taking control of the situation with protesters as they go all out against the TMC government. The BJP versus TMC fight that has intensified and gone toward a very, very intense level. Clashes that continue, highway that has been turned into a battlefield, and water cannons have been used to take the situation under control. The question being asked on whether there is excessive force that has been used on the ground. The police intercepted the protesters, the protest site where you saw several BJP workers clashing with the cops, and the Nabanna Abhijan that is being conducted by the BJP against the TMC government has taken a violent turn all through the way, as several detentions were also seen by the Kolkata police, including BJP MP Lokit Chatterjee and Rahul Sinha, and Suvendu Adhikari, who is leading this march. But they've all the names that I mentioned, and of course Lokit Chatterjee and Rahul Sinha, who have been taken to the Lal Bazar police station in the city. BJP had organized a huge march towards Nabanna in Howrah to protest against the TMC government's alleged corrupt practices. But now violent pictures that are coming in from the streets in West Bengal. We continue to get you the very latest and reactions also coming in at this point. We slip into a short commercial break. We'll be back on the other side with more.
At Amity, we believe students should have an all-round exposure. The study abroad program gives students the option to do 5 weeks or more at any of the Amity campuses across the world in cities like New York, San Francisco, London, Melbourne, Dubai, Singapore, etc. A truly unique opportunity only at Amity.
Rahul Gandhi has started his yatra all the way from Kanyakumari, has now reached Thiruvananthapuram.
ये काशी विश्वनाथ मंदिर का 4 नंबर गेट है. लगातार सिक्योरिटी यहाँ पर बढ़ती जा रही है.
Big victory for the Hindu side because the court has said that this particular petition by the Hindu side is maintainable.
Responding to the approval of CBI probe into Sonali Fogart's death case, Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant said that the Goa police will hand over the investigation to the CBI and cooperate with the investigation.
हमें उस केस में यानी हमारे पुलिस के ऊपर पूरा भरोसा है और डेफिनेटली दे बहुत अच्छी तरह से इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहा है. बहुत अच्छे क्लूज भी उनको मिले हैं, लेकिन लोगों के डिमांड ध्यान में रखते हुए और उनकी बेटी की कंटिन्यूसली डिमांड ध्यान में रखते हुए उन्होंने मैंने प्रेस मीडिया में भी बाकी भी मुझे रिक्वेस्ट की है कि वो सीबीआई के पास दे देना चाहिए. तो फिर आज हम वो केस सीबीआई के पास दे रहे हैं.
Sonali Fogart case, state government has decided to hand over the case to Central Bureau of Investigation.
जैसे जैसे यहाँ पर वक्त बढ़ता जा रहा है, हलचल वाराणसी कोर्ट के बाहर बहुत तेज होती जा रही है.
उत्तर प्रदेश के सभी 75 जिलों को आज आने वाले फैसले को लेकर के अलर्ट पर रखा गया है.
Roundup of news and brief from across the country. TMC leader Abhishek Banerjee's sister-in-law was grilled by the Enforcement Directorate for 7 hours in connection with the money laundering case. She was stopped at the Kolkata airport after she allegedly tried to travel abroad. France Minister for Europe and Foreign Affairs Catherine Colonna will be on a 3-day visit to India, during which she will hold talks with her counterpart S. Jaishankar on bilateral, regional and international issues of mutual interest.
बड़ा फैसला ज्ञानवापी को लेकर सामने आया है, यानी इस पूरे विवाद पर सुनवाई जारी रहेगी.
मुस्लिम पक्ष अब इस पूरे मामले को लेकर हाई कोर्ट का रुख करेगा.
People who are coming here to offer prayers are saying that
And a quick check of the headlines we're tracking at 4 p.m. this afternoon. Shocking use of force by Mamta's cops, but BJP roars Nabanna Cholo. Complete mayhem in Bengal. Water cannons used, tear gas fired, protesters lathi charged and injured. Thousands have taken to the streets. Never seen like before scenes have unfolded in Bengal. But undeterred, BJP marches on even as Mamta unleashes force. Brute force used on protesters, but BJP says no stopping this people's movement. And Republic continues with its live coverage on the ground in the state of West Bengal, where unprecedented showdown has been witnessed as the fight between the BJP and the TMC has intensified. Excessive use of force is the question that is being asked, and most importantly, BJP leaders now complain of being manhandled. Those pictures of Swapandas Gupta, who says that they were protesting peacefully, but lathi charge was done, and he's also suffered with some minor cuts after he'd fallen down. Let's listen in to his account.
Our peaceful demonstration was approaching the old Howrah Bridge. When it approached the place, first they fired water cannons. Immediately after that, they fired tear gas shells, and immediately after that, they used batons and they did a lathi charge. This led to a stampede. Everybody got caught in the stampede, and policemen, I was knocked over by what can be called probably a lathi blow. Could be a push. It could be a push. I've suffered some minor abrasions, cuts, and probably a little lathi blow. The point is, I fell down. It could have been worse. I could have been affected by the stampede, but my associate Vishwajit fell on me, and therefore what I was saying. And therefore, this is, to my mind, an unprovoked assault by the police on a peaceful demonstration with a political purpose, and it suggests that no dissent is going to be tolerated by this corrupt government by opposition parties, and this is just an indication of what is happening in West Bengal.
Shandeep now joining us live on the broadcast as he continues to get us the latest from the ground. Shandeep, this is what most of the BJP leaders and protesters continue to say, that they were holding a peaceful march, but things went out of control and excessive police force was used, and this could have gone worse. Several BJP leaders who've also been detained. What now? What is happening?
Actually, right now we are standing at Howrah Maidan, which is the ground zero of another showdown between the police forces and the BJP workers and supporters. BJP State President Shukanto Majumdar, BJP State General Secretary Agnimitra Paul, BJP MP and another General Secretary Jyotirmay Singh Mahato, and some other MLAs also were present here. They were leading a march which started from the Howrah railway station, and that march came forward to Howrah Court Mode, and there they addressed a rally. And after addressing the rally, the BJP leadership took this march towards this Howrah Maidan, and from this Howrah Maidan they were about to approach to Nabanna, which is the state headquarters, I would like to inform you that Nabanna is max 3 kilometers away from this place. But from this point, I would like to show you, Wasim, my VJ will show you that just 100 meters away from here, there is a police barricading, and just at the other side of the barricade, there are water cannons. So Shukanto Majumdar and the procession led by him, they were stopped in front of that police barricade. And when they were not ready to move back, the police announced repeatedly to move them back, because yesterday a notification from a deputy commissioner ranked officer of this Howrah Police Commissionerate came to the surface, in which it was written that this rally, this program of BJP has been declared as illegal. So police was repeatedly announcing that they should move back and they should withdraw this gathering from here. They will not be allowed to move to Nabanna. But as after repeated announcements, the BJP supporters and workers were not ready to move back. So police started applying huge force, and water cannons was applied on the BJP supporters there. And not only that, we have saw that some stones and the pieces of bricks were being pelted towards the police forces, and at the same time stones and bricks were also pelted on the BJP president also. But that was not from the police end. BJP is alleging that the TMC supporters who were thronging on the roofs and terraces of the houses side by side standing here, they were pelting stones on the BJP president. And this place turned into a war zone between police and the BJP supporters when water cannons were being applied. But after the water cannon was being applied, BJP support and not only water cannons, tear gas shells were also applied here. So after that, BJP supporters were scattered from this area in a huge way. But the leadership who were present here, including Shukanto Mujumdar, they started a sit-in protest here. This is the place where they started a sit-in protest, and almost for 1 hour or 45 minutes they were sitting here on the street demanding that they should be allowed to go and march towards Nabanna, because their reasoning is this, that they are organizing a peaceful march which has got no connection with any illegal activities. That's why police has got no right to declare it as illegal, but police was not ready to move them any further. So after 1 hour of sit-in protest, the police brought reinforcement here, and Shukanto Mujumdar, Ognimitra Paul, Jyotirmoy Singh Mahato and all other BJP leaders who were organizing the sit-in protest were taken into prison van, and they have been now taken to the nearby Shibpur police station. Now you can see that the developments here, because as the situations has come to much normalcy, so the police is removing the barricades from here. We have shown you earlier also 3-tier barricades have been put up here. This is the first tier of the barricade. After this, you can see the second tier of the barricade here. This is the first tier. At the next level, the second tier barricade guardrails, and there you can see the silver color has been dug into the street to make it like a permanent structure. So this was almost impossible for the BJP supporters and workers to break through this barricade and go to the other side. And on the other side there, the water cannons were waiting to disperse the mob, to scatter the mob. And just that happened after a few minutes of application of this water cannons. The mob was dispersed. Police officials of the Howrah police, they are taking stock of the situation. As the situation has come to normalcy, so the barricades are being removed, because this is one of the arterial roads which goes through one part of Howrah to another part of the city. So this road cannot be blocked for a lot more time. That's why, as the police is thinking that situation has come to a normalcy, they have started the process of removing the barricades from here. So the situation is much under control here. But the state BJP president Shukanto Mujumdar, the state BJP general secretaries like Jyotirmoy Mahato, Ognimitra Paul and other like Lakshman Ghodui, Anupa, they have been prison van from here, and according to police, taken to the Shibpur police station, whether they have only detained and will be released a little later, or they have been arrested by police, but they are still in the Shibpur police station. And at the same time, Suvendu Adhikari, who was taken into the prison van, Suvendu Adhikari, Loket Chatterjee, Rahul Sinha, those other BJP leaders who were taken into the prison vans from other locations, they are also under the custody of the police till right now. So BJP's Nabanna Abhijan, as the administration decided, they will not let the BJP workers march towards Nabanna. You can see that here the march which reached this march led by Shukanto Mujumdar, because from this spot Nabanna is only maximum 3 kilometers away, 2.5 to 3 kilometers away. It's close to Nabanna, but as this was the closest point for BJP workers to reach towards Nabanna, so you can understand successful
Shandev, they're getting us the latest from the ground, as Republic has its biggest team getting you all the latest updates from various vantage points in the state of West Bengal, the protests that have completely gone out of control. BJP continues to claim that they had only been peaceful, but excessive force was used. And Sukanta Majumdar is now joining us on the phone line. Thank you for speaking to Republic. We're getting information that you were detained by the cops. Where are you at this point?
We are all inside the Shibpur PS. We have been arrested along with myself. Our State General Secretary as well as MP Purulia Jyotirmoy Singh Mahato, MLA and General Secretary Agnimitra Paul, MLA and State Secretary Lakshman Ghoroi, Anup Shaha, National Juba Morcha member and as well as MLA, all these people along with the Shomik Bhattacharya, the spokesperson, state spokesperson, all we have been arrested and detained in Shibpur Thana now.
But Mr. Majumdar, what had happened? You were protesting. The BJP continues to claim that they were protesting peacefully. But how did the cops behave with the protesters? How did it get out of control?
See, we were protesting peacefully. We are going towards Nabanna, and then police suddenly started using water cannon. Along with that, some bomb were thrown on the people, our people, and from the roof top, the top of the buildings. They are throwing the stones as well as the bombs. The first time in the history of West Bengal, we have seen that the police is throwing the bomb towards the mob. And this is the situation, and not only that, police was firing the water cannon towards the electric wires, those who are present there. Because you know, in West Bengal, you will able to see all the electrical wires open and they are in the air, and they were just throwing the water towards the wires, and it was and we were under the risk of electric shock, and some accident may happen, could happen anytime. So that was the situation. Then our people, the BJP people they were annoyed, and they started the protesting against the police.
In fact, similar statements coming in from other BJP leaders also, that the situation could have really gone worse. And while some of them, including Swapan Das Gupta, who've received minor injuries, but it could have been a lot worse. And this is something that the police should have been responsible for. And let's also understand that the entire country is watching today. The BJP is expecting answers from the TMC government on their alleged corrupt practices, but no answers coming, and the government in power instructing the police force to take on the protesters, and such use of force. What do you have to say?
See, this was our simple demand, that we will go to the Nabanna and we will meet the Honorable CM to ask something. But the police, the TMC police, they have started the provoking us. Not only that, they have taken some action. Those could happen, the serious kind of those could occur serious kind of injuries to all the leaders. Even I have been injured. They pushed me with their rod, the metal rod. Those are present with the police officials, and they tried directly. They hit directly with the water cannon, and still now I am suffering from the neck pain, the shoulder pain. So this is the condition of the West Bengal, where the democracy is only present in the books and the pages of the books. Democracy is not even present in any road or any villages of the West Bengal.
This was going to be my exact next question to you, Mr. Majumdar, because not only is there a complete breakdown of law and order, but would you also term it undemocratic? The basic right that is being taken away of questioning the government, of seeking answers, because they are accountable to the people. And here is the opposition in the state that is holding a peaceful march, as is being claimed by the BJP, but of what is happening. Horrid pictures that are coming in from West Bengal.
See, this was a peaceful march. We were moving towards the Nabanna peacefully and democratically. And we have the right, as you have said rightly, that in democracy we have the right to ask the question. But police started firing water cannons and the bombs. That's why our workers become annoyed, and the police then started the lathi charge. So that is the way they are treating the opposition, the main opposition. And if you go see the agitation of the CPM, police remain mum. Even police official has been beaten in Bardhaman by the CPM workers, but police did nothing there. But in case of BJP, they were trying to massacre the things, and some accident may happen. And the most important thing is Mamata Banerjee, the CM, is out of the Kolkata. She is in the Midnapur district in Kharagpur. So this is the situation this is the actual reality of democracy in West Bengal.
Fact is, Mr. Majumdar, that even earlier on between the BJP and the TMC in the state of West Bengal, some ugly, unruly fights have been seen, absolutely out of order. But here, this is just inexplicable, and the TMC must answer. Is it that they're scared of the BJP? Because all the BJP is trying to do is asking them to be accountable. But in turn, such use of force, Mr. Majumdar, thank you for speaking to Republic this afternoon, and we'll continue to get more such accounts and what exactly is happening in the state of West Bengal on the ground. But for the moment, we slip into a very short commercial break. We'll be back on the other side.
In a big development, the Ministry of Home Affairs has recommended CBI probe into Sonali Phogat's murder case. The MHA's move comes after Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant wrote to Union Home Minister Amit Shah seeking a probe by the CBI into the matter.
देखो, हमें ये प्रॉपर्टी और फाइनेंशियली मर्डर लग रहा था और साथ में राजनीतिक मर्डर लग रहा था। प्रॉपर्टी और फाइनेंशियली हम लोगों ने खुद गोवा पुलिस के आने से पहले ही चेक कर लिए थे। प्रॉपर्टी और फाइनेंशियली दोनों चीज़ें सोनाली जी की सेफ हैं, तो ये पॉलिटिकल मर्डर ही है और इस वजह से ये सीबीआई को हैंडओवर नहीं कर रही थी गोवा पुलिस। जी सर्व खाप पंचायत जो हुई है सर्व जाति की, उसका बहुत ज़्यादा सरकार के ऊपर प्रभाव पड़ा है।
आप क्या मानते हैं?
जी, हमें पूरी उम्मीद है इसमें बहुत बड़े चेहरे उजागर होंगे अगर गोवा पुलिस ने सबूत नहीं मिटाए होंगे तो।
Rahul Gandhi has started his yatra all the way from Kanyakumari, has now reached Thiruvananthapuram.
ये काशी विश्वनाथ मंदिर का 4 नंबर गेट है, लगातार सिक्योरिटी यहाँ पर बढ़ती जा रही है।
Big victory for the Hindu side because the court has said that this particular petition by the Hindu side is maintainable.
Responding to the approval of CBI probe into Sonali Phogat's death case, Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant said that the Goa police will hand over the investigation to the CBI and cooperate with the investigation.
हमें उस केस में हमारे पुलिस के ऊपर पूरा भरोसा है और डेफिनेटली दे बहुत अच्छी तरह से इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहा है। बहुत अच्छे क्लूज भी उनको मिले हैं, लेकिन लोगों के डिमांड ध्यान में रखते हुए और उनकी बेटी की कंटिन्यूसली डिमांड ध्यान में रखते हुए मैंने प्रेस मीडिया में भी बाकी भी मुझे रिक्वेस्ट की है कि वो सीबीआई के पास दे देना चाहिए, तो फिर आज हम वो केस सीबीआई के पास दे रहे हैं।
Sonali Phogat case, state government has decided to hand over the case to Central Bureau of Investigation.
जैसे जैसे यहाँ पर वक्त बढ़ता जा रहा है, हलचल वाराणसी कोर्ट के बाहर बहुत तेज होती जा रही है।
उत्तर प्रदेश के सभी 75 जिलों को आज आने वाले फैसले को लेकर के अलर्ट पर रखा गया है।
Roundup of news and brief from across the country. TMC leader Abhishek Banerjee's sister-in-law was grilled by the Enforcement Directorate for 7 hours in connection with the money laundering case. She was stopped at the Kolkata airport after she allegedly tried to travel abroad.
It is a mega showdown in West Bengal where BJP launched a march to Bengal's secretariat over corruption charges on TMC government. BJP workers from different parts of West Bengal marched towards the West Bengal State Secretariat in Nabanna. Bengal police uses brute force against the BJP protesters taking part in the Nabanna march. Tear gas used to disperse crowds while several workers, including women, were lathi-charged by the police. Several leaders were detained as well. The leader of opposition in West Bengal Assembly, Suvendu Adhikari, was detained during the BJP's protest march to State Secretariat Nabanna. BJP MP Lokit Chatterjee and party leader Rahul Sinha were also detained and whisked away in a prison van. Clashes turned intense through the course of the protest. A BJP worker was seen injured and unattended through a barrage of lathi charges by the police. An ugly face-off was seen outside the Raniganj railway station as BJP workers were trying to leave for Kolkata. Another similar clash that was reported from Bolpur railway station as the police tried to prevent BJP workers from marching towards Kolkata. Water cannons were unleashed at the protesters as they pushed against the barricades set up by the police near Howrah. Protesters gathered in significant numbers in West Bengal. Leader of opposition in Bengal Assembly, Suvendu Adhikari, along with other leaders of the BJP, were detained by the police during the party's protest march to State Secretariat in Kolkata. The police have further taken several BJP workers in preventive custody, with the authorities having further placed barricades on the paths to railway stations to prevent the workers from heading to Kolkata. Senior BJP leader Swapan Das Gupta was injured as a stampede broke out amid the protests, with the politician alleging an initial assault by the police that led to the peaceful demonstration turning violent. Protesters eventually engaged in the vandalization of a police vehicle in Kolkata, lighting the vehicle on fire after pelting stones at the vehicle as a part of the vandalization.
So we are right now at the ground zero of the showdown between the BJP workers and the Howrah City Police, the West Bengal Police here. This is just the place where we're standing at. Just half an hour ago, BJP State President Sukanto Majumdar along with the State General Secretaries like Jyotirmay Mahato and Agnimitra Paul were sitting here at this place. They were in a sit-in protest as police stopped them from marching towards Nabanna. And I would like to explain you that this road leads towards Nabanna, and the state headquarters, which is known as Nabanna, is just 3 kilometers away from this place. So this is the place we are standing in front of the barricade, and Sukanto Majumdar along with all other BJP leaders have been taken into the prison van. And as Sukanto Majumdar, you heard that Sukanto Majumdar was giving his reactions from the police detention, and he was saying that they all have been detained. We will come back with minute-to-minute updates regarding this, and just before that we will move into a short break, and after the break we are coming back.
Commerce and Industry Minister Piyush Goyal will chair a key meet of the Board of Trade to discuss ways to bolster country's exports today. A special court is set to hear Satyendra Jain's bail plea today. Delhi Cabinet Minister Satyendra Jain is in the dock in graft charges. As BJP is gearing up for making its Nabanna march a success, a massive row between the BJP and TMC has erupted in West Bengal. Meanwhile, the police has declared 3 major rallies that are by the BJP or top BJP leaders as illegal. In a big development, the Ministry of Home Affairs has recommended CBI probe into Sonali Phogat's murder case. The MHA's move comes after Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant wrote to Union Home Minister Amit Shah seeking a probe by the CBI into the matter.
देखो, हमें ये प्रॉपर्टी और फाइनेंशियली मर्डर लग रहा था और साथ में राजनीतिक मर्डर लग रहा था। प्रॉपर्टी और फाइनेंशियली हम लोगों ने खुद गोवा पुलिस के आने से पहले ही चेक कर लिए थे। प्रॉपर्टी और फाइनेंशियली दोनों चीज़ें सोनाली जी की सेफ हैं, तो ये पॉलिटिकल मर्डर ही है और इस वजह से ये सीबीआई को हैंडओवर नहीं कर रही थी गोवा पुलिस। जी सर्व खाप पंचायत जो हुई है सर्व जाति की, उसका बहुत ज़्यादा सरकार के ऊपर प्रभाव पड़ा है।
आप क्या मानते हैं?
जी, हमें पूरी उम्मीद है इसमें बहुत बड़े चेहरे उजागर होंगे अगर गोवा पुलिस ने सबूत नहीं मिटाए होंगे तो।
Rahul Gandhi has started his yatra all the way from Kanyakumari, has now reached Thiruvananthapuram.
ये काशी विश्वनाथ मंदिर का 4 नंबर गेट है, लगातार सिक्योरिटी यहाँ पर बढ़ती जा रही है।
Big victory for the Hindu side because the court has said that this particular petition by the Hindu side is maintainable.
Responding to the approval of CBI probe into Sonali Phogat's death case, Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant said that the Goa police will hand over the investigation to the CBI and cooperate with the investigation.
हमें उस केस में यानी हमारे पुलिस के ऊपर पूरा भरोसा है और डेफिनेटली दे बहुत अच्छी तरह से इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहा है। बहुत अच्छे क्लूज भी उनको मिले हैं, लेकिन लोगों के डिमांड ध्यान में रखते हुए और उनकी बेटी की कंटिन्यूसली डिमांड ध्यान में रखते हुए मैंने प्रेस मीडिया में भी बाकी भी मुझे रिक्वेस्ट की है कि वो सीबीआई के पास दे देना चाहिए, तो फिर आज हम वो केस सीबीआई के पास दे रहे हैं।
Sonali Phogat case, state government has decided to hand over the case to Central Bureau of Investigation.
जैसे जैसे यहाँ पर वक्त बढ़ता जा रहा है, हलचल वाराणसी कोर्ट के बाहर बहुत तेज होती जा रही है।
उत्तर प्रदेश के सभी 75 जिलों को आज आने वाले फैसले को लेकर के अलर्ट पर रखा गया है।
Roundup of news and brief from across the country. TMC leader Abhishek Banerjee's sister-in-law was grilled by the Enforcement Directorate for 7 hours in connection with the money laundering case.
Viewers, top headlines at this hour. Bengal Chief Minister shows no tolerance for protests. Complete crackdown on protesters. Brutal use of forces as a BJP protest against Mamata government's corruption. Unprecedented protests, stored belting in arson on streets. Police fire tear gas, resort to lathi charge. BJP alleges Mamata's corps initiated violence and pelted stones first. No one spared in police crackdown. Suvendu detained, Swapan Das Gupta and Sukanto injured. Largest coverage with the biggest on-ground crew presence. Republic Bangla leads the coverage. Viewers, we are live and breaking on Republic TV, and it's a mega protest, and this is the top story right now. Viewers, in fact, we are live and breaking unprecedented visuals coming in from West Bengal, where Mamata's corps have come down heavily and they have spared no one. Top BJP leaders have been detained. Protesters lathi charged, slapped, assaulted and injured. Ishan Dev is joining me for more. Ishan Dev, what's happening on ground right now?
Shivangi, exactly so, as you were saying that this was an unprecedented event in West Bengal because BJP has organized programs and marched towards Nabanna earlier also. But this time their BJP's Nabanna march has turned into such a phase that which West Bengal has not seen earlier. Because BJP's Nabanna Abhijan we have seen by Yuva Morcha earlier also before the assembly polls of West Bengal before 2001. At that time also there were many leaders of BJP coming from the central leadership. They were leading the rallies from several points, but that did not take this much gravity which this Nabanna Abhijan has taken today. And where we are standing right now, this is the Howrah Maidan, where the BJP state president Sukanto Majumdar was leading the rally. Sukanto Majumdar actually started his procession from Howrah station itself. From Howrah station, with the procession he entered the Howrah city and held a street corner meeting with a huge gathering in front of the Howrah court, and from there Sukanto Majumdar led the procession towards this point. This was Howrah Maidan, and from here just 3 kilometers away is Nabanna, the state headquarters. He was about to approach towards there, but there was a 3-tier barricade put forward in the way of the BJP's procession, and that barricade was not possible for BJP workers to be broken because that was a mammoth 3-tier barricade, and behind the barricade there was water cannons. But the allegations which are coming in a huge way right now, Sukanto Majumdar, as he on live said that TMC workers were pelting stones on them, and he has brought a very big allegation that crude bombs were being hurled also. So what has actually happened that is yet to be probed. But Sukanto Majumdar has brought in this big allegation, and now another central BJP leader who is the co-in-charge for West Bengal BJP, Amit Malviya, he has also tweeted that BJP was ready to march completely peacefully. BJP was prepared to make this program peaceful, but it was TMC who sent their cadres to make it to breach the peace, and the TMC workers were pelting stones towards police to deteriorate the situation. This is the allegations being made by the BJP leadership right now. So Sukanto Majumdar, who has brought a very big allegation that crude bombs were being hurled, and we have also seen that some stones and pieces of bricks were being hurled towards him also. We don't know from which end that pieces of stones were being pelted, but the scenes of stone peltings have happened in front of our camera, and the national leadership of BJP is now also saying that TMC has sent their cadres to break the peace and to make the situation deteriorate so that they can malign BJP, showing those pictures. So the situation is coming to normalcy right now, and the deployment, huge police deployment which was being done here, that is being withdrawn gradually.
All right, Ishandeb, hold on for a second because I want our viewers to understand what is happening there. We're getting you all the visuals from Howrah, where there is a BJP rally against the TMC government, where they have BJP is alleged about the corrupt practices of the government, and also the most dramatic scenes have been playing out since morning. Republic getting you the top updates. Right now, let's have a look and listen in to what the BJP state president Sukanto Majumdar had to say.
देखिए, हमारी मकसद मांग है कि जिस तरीके से एक के बाद एक मिनिस्टर और तृणमूल के नेता के पास से बहुत सारे इलीगल प्रॉपर्टीज पैसा मिल रहा है, ये जनता का पैसा है और उसको लौटाना है जनता को। इसके लिए सरकार को अपने पद को छोड़ के फिर से इलेक्शन में जाना चाहिए। हम डिमांड कर रहे हैं आवर सीएम शुड रिजाइन फ्रॉम हर पोस्ट। उनका कोई मोरल अभी अधिकार नहीं है, राइट नहीं है कि वो अपने पद पर बने रहे।
क्या कुछ रहेगा आपकी तरफ से? आगे जाने नहीं दिया जा रहा है, वाटर कैनन का इस्तेमाल हो रहा है, हवाई फायरिंग हो रही है, पटाखे फोड़े जा रहे हैं, किस तरीके से आप आगे?
देखिए, हम यहाँ पे सीट इन डेमोस्ट्रेशन में बैठ गए, बट यहाँ पे हमारा डेमोस्ट्रेशन चलेगा और पश्चिम बंगाल की जो पुलिस है वो ममता बनर्जी की इशारे पे ऐसा काम कर रही है। ममता बनर्जी डर रही है बीजेपी से। लाखों की संख्या में लोग यहाँ पे आए थे, एक ही जगह पे, आप सोचिए तो बाकी सारे जगह का मिला पे क्या होगा। कल से इनका चल रहा है हर एक स्टेशन में घुसकर हमारे कार्यकर्ता को मारना, पीटना, उसका टिकट चेक करना। आप दिखाइए भारत के संविधान में पुलिस को कौन से जगह में ये अधिकार दिया गया है कि वो जनता का टिकट चेक करेगा। ये तो रेलवे का जुरिस्डिक्शन है। टीटी शुड चेक द टिकट्स। पुलिस टिकट चेक कर रहा है, पुलिस लोगों को ट्रेन से निकाल रहा है, बस से निकाल रहा है। ये पुलिस का काम है क्या?
कुछ कार्यकर्ताओं के सिर में खून निकला है, किस तरीके का बर्ताव?
पुलिस ऊपर में पुलिस बैठा के रखा है। देखिए हर चांद में वहां से बम और ढेला पत्थर फेंक रहा है पुलिस के ऊपर बम मारने का निदान तृणमूल कांग्रेस के नेता देते हैं और पुलिस वही निदान हमारे ऊपर बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता के ऊपर बम फेंक रहा है।
4000 पुलिस तैनात की गई, आखिर डर किस बात का लग रहा है?
ममता बनर्जी का जनता का डर है और जनता बीजेपी के साथ है। बीजेपी के साथ जनता आगे बढ़ेगी और इस सरकार को उखाड़ के फेंकेगी।
नॉर्थ कोरिया जैसा माहौल बन गया, डर का माहौल बन गया पश्चिम बंगाल में।
नॉर्थ कोरिया जैसा ही माहौल बन गया है। आप देखेंगे ऐसे बैरिकेड लगाया गया है, ऐसा बैरिकेड साउथ कोरिया नॉर्थ कोरिया के बीच में होता है और ये नो मैन्स लैंड है। आप जाएंगे वहाँ पे जो माइंस है वो फटती है और यहाँ पे पुलिस माइंस फटा रही है। यहाँ पे
एक दिन का क्या, ये एक दिन का प्रदर्शन है आपकी तरफ से, बीजेपी की तरफ से? एक दिन का है,
आज का ही प्रदर्शन है। आगे आने वाले समय में हम हमारा जो आगे आने वाला पॉलिटिकल एक्टिविटीज है वो घोषित करेंगे।
लेकिन नाराजगी आखिर लगातार क्यों बढ़ती जा रही है? मुख्यमंत्री ममता बनर्जी
चोर है सारे। इतने दिनों तक जनता इनको सह रही है। यही ज्यादा अभी टीवी में ममता बनर्जी का फोटो आने से, वीडियो आने से लोग चैनल चेंज कर देते हैं। कोई पसंद नहीं करता। जोर जबरदस्ती से और जिहादी ताकतों की वजह से ये अपने क्षमता में बना हुआ है।
चारों तरफ बैरिकेड से क्या अमूमन और दिन भी होती है या आज बीजेपी कार्यकर्ताओं को रोकने के लिए की गई है?
बहुत सारे बैरिकेड लगाए गए हैं, हर स्टेशन में उनको निकाला गया है। जितने बाधाएं संभव है सारे बाधाएं दिया गया है और भारतीय जनता पार्टी का इस अभियान को विफल करने का कोशिश किया गया। लेकिन कितने हजारों में संख्या में जनता आया, आप देखे, खुद देखे, कैमरा में दिखाइए कितने लोग आए। इसके बाद ये 30% जनता है जो आ पाई है। 70% जनता घर लौट गई है। पुलिस पकड़ के घर के छोड़ को आई है।
इसे क्या संदेश
यहाँ पे
आज रात का क्या प्लान है? आज पूरे
demonstrating here against the Mamata Banerjee's government. Okay, we will sit here for indefinite time and we will.
So we were listening to the state BJP president Shukanto Majumdar. He was saying that they were leading a peaceful march towards Nabanna, and why did the police use so much force against? Why did the police apply so much of force against them? They don't know, and they are accusing the Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. Banerjee, who is afraid of the opposition, and that's why they have deployed this huge amount of police and applied so much of force unnecessarily. So we are going to bring you the tense political debate which has erupted around this Nabanna Abhijan of BJP. But before that, we are moving into a short break right now.
Roundup of news and brief from across the country. TMC leader Abhishek Banerjee's sister-in-law was grilled by the Enforcement Directorate for 7 hours in connection with a money laundering case. She was stopped at the Kolkata airport after she allegedly tried to travel abroad. France Minister for Europe and Foreign Affairs Catherine Colonna will be on a 3-day visit to India, during which she will hold talks with her counterpart S. Jaishankar on bilateral, regional and international issues of mutual interest.
बड़ा फैसला ज्ञानवापी को लेकर सामने आया है, यानी इस पूरे विवाद पर सुनवाई जारी रहेगी।
मुस्लिम पक्ष अब इस पूरे मामले को लेकर हाई कोर्ट का रुख करेगा।
People who are coming here to offer prayers are saying that very soon their sentiments would be respected and a grand temple would be constructed.
Commerce and Industry Minister Piyush Goyal will chair a key meet of the Board of Trade to discuss ways to bolster country's exports today. A special court is set to hear Satyendra Jain's bail plea today. Delhi Cabinet Minister Satyendra Jain is in the dock in graft charges. As BJP is gearing up for making its Nabanna march a success, a massive row between the BJP and TMC has erupted in West Bengal. Meanwhile, the police has declared 3 major rallies that are by the BJP or top BJP leaders as illegal. In a big development, the Ministry of Home Affairs has recommended CBI probe into Sonali Phogat's murder case. The MHA's move comes after Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant wrote to Union Home Minister Amit Shah seeking a probe by the CBI into the matter.
देखो, हमें ये प्रॉपर्टी और फाइनेंशियली मर्डर लग रहा था और साथ में राजनीतिक मर्डर लग रहा था। प्रॉपर्टी और फाइनेंशियली हम लोगों ने खुद गोवा पुलिस के आने से पहले ही चेक कर लिए थे। प्रॉपर्टी और फाइनेंशियली दोनों चीज़ें सोनाली जी की सेफ हैं, तो ये पॉलिटिकल मर्डर ही है और इस वजह से ये सीबीआई को हैंडओवर नहीं कर रही थी गोवा पुलिस। जी सर्व खाप पंचायत जो हुई है सर्व जाति की, उसका बहुत ज़्यादा सरकार के ऊपर प्रभाव पड़ा है।
आप क्या मानते हैं?
जी, हमें पूरी उम्मीद है इसमें बहुत बड़े चेहरे उजागर होंगे अगर गोवा पुलिस ने सबूत नहीं मिटाए होंगे तो।
Rahul Gandhi has started his yatra all the way from Kanyakumari, has now reached Thiruvananthapuram.
ये काशी विश्वनाथ मंदिर का 4 नंबर गेट है, लगातार सिक्योरिटी यहाँ पर बढ़ती जा रही है।
Big victory for the Hindu side because the court has said that this particular petition by the Hindu side is maintainable.
Responding to the approval of CBI probe into Sonali Phogat's death case, Goa Chief Minister.
For this year's 3rd edition of the Ram Jethmalani Memorial Series, the topic we have chosen is, has the need for a uniform civil code become an imperative today? The hijab issue, the nikah halala issue, the triple talaq issue, they've all suddenly landed up in the Supreme Court as with constitutional challenges. Had there been a UCC, perhaps these issues would have been ironed out. The speakers are both distinguished, very learned, they're well known, and this edition of the memorial lecture would make for extremely compelling viewing.
Watch the unmissable Ram Jethmalani Memorial Lecture on September 17th, only on Republic TV.
Another police official was injured. सर कैसे हुआ सर? सर इंजरी कैसे लगा सर?
बड़ा पाथर मेरे पाथर बड़ा पाथर
पत्थर से लगा सर। अभी a police officer was injured, and now again another police officer is now injured in this stones. But Kishalai, I would like to tell you, this is a battlefield, and continuous sword fighting is on. We are trying to show as much as we can. We are trying to show you 360-degree visual of this entire situation.
Viewers, we are live and breaking the big story from West Bengal. The BJP Nabanna rally, cops are injured. Also, police vans set ablaze amid face-off, and many BJP workers detained and injured. We get you all the updates. Stay tuned. Much more coming up on the other side.
Responding to the approval of CBI probe into Sonali Phogat's death case, Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant said that the Goa police will hand over the investigation to the CBI and cooperate with the investigation.
हमें उस केस में यानी हमारे पुलिस के ऊपर पूरा भरोसा है और डेफिनेटली दे बहुत अच्छी तरह से इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहा है। बहुत अच्छे क्लूज भी उनको मिले हैं, लेकिन लोगों के डिमांड ध्यान में रखते हुए और उनकी बेटी की कंटिन्यूसली डिमांड ध्यान में रखते हुए उन्होंने मैंने प्रेस मीडिया में भी बाकी भी मुझे रिक्वेस्ट की है कि वो सीबीआई के पास दे देना चाहिए, तो फिर आज हम वो केस सीबीआई के पास दे रहे हैं।
Sonali Phogat case, state government has decided to hand over the case to Central Bureau of Investigation.
जैसे जैसे यहाँ पर वक्त बढ़ता जा रहा है, हलचल वाराणसी कोर्ट के बाहर बहुत तेज होती जा रही है।
उत्तर प्रदेश के सभी 75 जिलों